Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history. To Rogue versus Origin in the LEC playoffs lower bracket. Loser of this series is eliminated from the Spring Split playoffs, and the winner goes on to face G2 Esports on Sunday. There's a lot on the line as the series is 1-1. I'm Quickshot, joined by Ender once again. We are already into the draft, and just very quickly, I want to let everyone know that the previous game that Origin just won was their second fastest win of the split, only beaten by their victory over Mad in week 4. So a dominant victory. And the opening question that I have to ask to Ender is, do we want to see these teams changing playstyle? It feels like 2 games in a row, the jungler has led the way. They've unlocked the bottom lane and kind of played through bot to win. Rogue's done it once, OG's done it once, and now that we're in draft, Ender, what would you like to see?
Yes, so Quickshot, I do want to see things change, but I feel like almost always the conversation becomes, well, what do we change in the draft? Like, obviously the game was lost. What picks need to change? And, well, yes, I think some picks can be changed here or there. At the end of the day, it comes down to the gameplay for me.
Yeah.
And Xerxes rolled into game number 2 after, like, going for the level 2 Trundle gank, some wacky stuff in game 1, and absolutely smurfed on Inspired. His pathing was brilliant. He spotted out Inspired. He showed up where he needed to be. He got double Scuttle Crab. He stole away the Gromp. He killed top lane. Like, this is what I expected to see from Xerxes, and we heard Dan talking about it in the interview too. He thought the top lane matchup was completely blown away, not because of the 1v1, but because of the jungler difference. So I need to see Inspired mix things up, figure out a way to hide information away from Xerxes. Otherwise, Xerxes is going to be able to break the Rogue solo lanes, and it's going to be bad news for him.
The question is, what will he do that on? Again, Karthus and Gragas have found themselves in the ban pool. Those two have remained consistent for Rogue all series long. Syndra Kalista, consistent all series long. Thank you, Origin, for doing what I and all of Reddit and all of social media are asking for. Ban Renekton. Stop first picking it. And instead, we've seen the Aphelios locked in. Ooh! And an Echo. Oh, this actually gives me... Okay, I need to do some research quickly. Ender, what do you think of the Echo? Where's it going to land? I think this is also the first Nautilus that we've seen in the series. I think we've had a lot of uniques. Give me a second to look at some numbers. Yeah,
no problem. Go get your quick stats, even though they might be like slower stats than normal. We'll get around to it eventually. Now, as for this Echo pick in the mid lane, this is actually something, if you remember when Jizuke played in the LEC, he picked this into the Azir all the time. He really liked it for its ability to take like quick trading windows against the Azir, and of course to try and take over later on in the game, whether it's a side lane or in a team fight. Let's face it, Azir's Emperor Divide is not going to be super effective against a guy that can just rewind time. So I do like this pick a lot for Larssen, and I like it even more because one thing that I wanted to sort of like ask to Larssen, like himself, was like, hey, game 1, game 2, the game has sort of happened around you and Nukeduck. Like, yeah, you guys were there, but it was Azir versus Kassadin, and then it was Azir versus Corki. So it was really decided based on junglers and top laners and team things. So it was like, hey, Larssen, do you think you can just sit around and farm all the time? Are you willing to let your team just win or lose the game based off what they do and not you? And I think the Echo is a more selfish pick, and it's a little bit of an ego that I like to see on Larssen.
I like that as well, because when Larssen has played the champions like the Kiana, we've loved it. We've liked that, vision of Larssen. So I'm hopeful. Gonna remain a tiny bit hopeful that maybe Inspired could run that too. We've seen the Echo jungle run amok, but we'll find out in a moment or two as Aatrox is now locked in on Alphari's side.
Wait a second. Trevor, they just took away all of Finn's champions. They banned both his solo queue champions, the Aurelia and the Kled. They banned the Renekton earlier. They now picked the Aatrox. Set's gone. I actually have no idea. What is he going to pick? Oh, wait, Ornn's up.
Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind.
The thing that's great about this, though, Ornn making it all the way down to second phase, even like second to last pick on Rogue's side. Number one, it shows you that Origin's priority on the pick, Origin's value on the pick, significantly reduced versus their series against Fnatic. They've gone a different way, they're playing a different style. Now that the comp from Rogue is locked in, we know that Echo's mid or on top, Jarvan jungle. We're looking for a jungler on Xerxes' side.
Yeah.
I mean, what does he run?
Honestly, Origin are one of the only teams in the LEC that regularly save last pick for jungle, and I like this. It's a Pantheon lock-in. Again, not one that's been super popular in Europe, but it has popped up quite a few games. This is a champion that can try to match the early game pressure of a Jarvan, of course. Lots of early game damage on this pick here for Xerxes, and is one that can really punish melee mid laners like the Echo. If Larson is not managing his minion waves properly, Echo can die a lot here if he doesn't have the vision around him to set up either.
That is so fun. What I love is expectations around what do these players want to do differently. You said that you could see Xerxes running circles around Inspired. He showed it in game 2. Great play. Now he's on a champion that has a semi-global ult. He could do that even further away.
Yeah.
But now also the pressure is going to be a little bit on Larson. He's now on a champion that ideally wants to get involved in the thick of things, wants to cause trouble, use that ultimate, use the mobility and the Echo to play around the map, and hopefully get involved for Rogue to increase their chances at winning the series. Reminder that when we started the day, OG were the heavy favorites. These teams have fairly similar play styles, and yes, Rogue looked great in game 1, but now they need to prove they're an actual contender taking down at a BO5 now that they've lost a game and they've had to pivot their strategy.
Right, because Origin are coming into this one with the momentum here. This is going to be a game. We might have more kills in this game 3 than we had in games 1 and 2 combined here. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be fun. I'm excited to see us get onto the Rift.
Oh, I certainly hope so. Rogue versus Origin are loading up for game number 3. Yes, did not forget about the video this time round. Landed the intro. We have 6 new unique champions picked this game. I asked you if I had a chance to do some research.
For our teams, right? I've
For our
seen these
teams
champions picked.
That
in
is
the LEC.
correct.
Perfect.
So here's the setup as we have a moment or two's time. When OG played Fnatic in their 4-game series, there was only 23 unique champions that hit the Rift. You know, they traded champions back and forth. When Rogue played Misfits, there was only 26 unique champions that hit the Rift across their 4 games. In the 3 games that we've already played, there are 24 unique champions that have come out. And in this game alone, there are 6 unique champions that have been introduced. It's just telling you a lot of the diversity, a lot of the champion pools that are being dipped into. And now that we have a repeat performance on the Ornn, for example, from Finn, we see the Nukeduck, the Azir coming in for Nukeduck, playing the opposite to Larson. Now we get to see who's better on those equivalent champions, but I do find it very interesting that in 3 games already, we are nearing as many uniques in a 4-game series, and there's still potentially 2 games to play.
Right, and I'm a big fan of this, especially like looking through the Origin lens on this one, because this was a team that got criticized pretty heavily in their series against Fnatic for not adapting on the fly quite enough, and we saw how they made some pretty solid moves going into game number 2, and even after a super convincing home run of a victory against Rogue, they're still willing to change things, because quite frankly, like, Rogue changed things coming into this one. Like, the Echo was a curveball picked very early on into the draft that Larson must have been sitting on for a while here, because there have been a lot of Azir picks in the past few weeks. So I'm really curious to see what he can do with this one up against the side of Origin, because as I was sort of alluding to in the draft, if the game plays out the same and Xerxes has that early game performance that we expected him to have coming into this series, I feel like he's the type of player that can just like explode the game away from Rogue.
Now the question I have for you is...
Oh, this is so cool!
Oh, a little hop over the wall. Destiny and Xerxes, they managed to find themselves a catfish, and that was just beautiful.
Oh,
that was just
God.
Straight up beautiful.
Like, Xerxes is like 500 IQ, I swear. Like, so... his pathing was really, really insane right there. So he goes red buff into Raptors into his Gromp camp right there. That takes him over towards level 3. And then when Vander pushes bot lane and walks in to put a ward down, he's confused. He's like, why is there a blue buff here, but the Gromp's gone, and where's the jungler? Where there's a ward over the wall, so Xerxes didn't even have to flash. He just W'd over the wall. That was actually like 5 head, like 200 IQ. I'm freaking out here as a jungle main because I literally said this in game 1 too. When I watch Xerxes play the jungle, like I learn new things. And I just learned a new thing right there. That was sweet.
And the reason that you're so excited now is the way game 1 started, you were scratching your 5 head quite extensively. Like, hey, what was that weird level 2 gank? Xerxes on the Trundle. When are you going to play League of Legends? He showed up in game 2 with a hell of a performance on set. He's got a kill to his name already and given Destiny a foot up. I like Destiny on Nautilus. I think it's one of his better champions. Needs to be a little careful with the dredge line at times. But now on the similar token, let's look at the other side of the map. Finn on this Ornn is already pushing Alphari backwards. We know Finn's Ornn is very, very competent, very comfortable. He does like to play around the bottom lane. So keep your eyes on the teleport timers and when and where Finn decides to back. Traditionally, he's trying to help out another lane.
And this is already off to a wonderful start for him, assuming he doesn't get ganked trying to push it in, because notice it's a cannon minion. So Finn really wants to stick around here, but he has a good ward to spot out this gank that he fell victim to in game number 1, I believe it was.
Yes.
Or sorry, game number 2, where it was that Predator gank from the set at 5 minutes. Well, this is 4:40, and Xerxes has faked him out. If Finn goes for the last hit, he may very well die, or at the very least lose his flash.
Find out. Flash is still available to Finn, level 5. Nobody's coming in for support. Inspired is still a while away. There's the stunt, very well timed. Finn able to buffer that dash, and he manages to get himself to safety. So no real harm there. I want to see again whether he decides to teleport back. He's level 5. When Finn did play in game number 1, he actually hit level 6 in lane with Hansama and Vanda. And while that's going on, Larson gets a good electrocute chunk onto Nuke Duck, and Xerxes once again the wings. This could be a 2v2.
Yeah, Nuke Duck doesn't have to flash away from that one. I think he's going to be all right and get back to base. Should just TP back in towards lane. Like, a lot just happened that I want to try and unpack, because, like, first of all, like, I think Xerxes jumped the gun a little bit in the top lane play. Should have waited for Finn to walk forward for a last step before pulling the trigger, and then I think he should be able to get a flash there with the Aatrox to set him up. But if we even zoom back further and, like, look at what Inspired was doing in his early pathing and what led Xerxes to believe that, like, this ward was coming, because, like, that path was a little bit odd. Like, Inspired, I remember even last year, so often on these like level 2, level 3 junglers would take 3 camps, hit level 3, and then invade the enemy blue buff when he was playing blue side with his support. Like his bot lane's pushing up, they go in and ward. So I honestly believe that this is like brilliant scouting from Origin to be able to see that and see the tendency from Inspired and from Rogue as a team to be able to make that play happen. And that is just like a terrifying prospect to think that they actually read Rogue that hard.
And the thing is, if we can see it happening again, right, consistently, if we can see it playing out, say in the next game, like if you assume that Origin get themselves to match point, then they've downloaded their opponents effectively. That's kind of the concept that you want to talk about. And I know we focused fairly heavily on the Inspired versus Xerxes framework this game, but that's because it truly has felt like the jungler that's got their laners ahead has just allowed that snowball to continue. The analyst has talked about it a moment or two ago. Now there's already a kill on the board here for Origin. Very good flash from Alphari. Well, the Forger comes out, manages to sidestep the flag and drag. No Cataclysm, and Alphari might be able to just walk himself away. Knock up into the air, manages to get at least a tower shot or 2 onto Finn, but he does eventually go down, and Alphari survived a lot longer than expected.
Yeah, Alphari was juking everything, left, right there, you know, the quickness, getting away from those shots, but in the end is just run down by Ornn, because Ornn does a lot of damage too. Ornn with Dorian's Blade Start, I didn't even notice that. For the big claps right there, is able to finish off the kill. And hey, Finn didn't even have to use his flash to secure that one either. So he's been having a great old time up here in the top side, and still has the TP too. So as we were talking about before, Finn maintaining that advantage, even after having to base twice now in this lane, is still going to be looking for a potential play towards the bottom side of the map, especially now that Hansama has ticked over to level 6, Inspired now has his ultimate as well. So if Rogue's bot lane is able to set up that wave to start slowly pushing in on towards that side, then look for these types of moves. Oh no, he missed the ward.
Yep, not going to get inside the tri-bush, is it? Observers, can you toggle the vision? We'll find out in a moment or two.
No,
Nope,
okay.
There we go. Not
I was like
inside the
pretty sure
tri-bush.
it wasn't, but it's hard to tell when you have like perfect vision of the map.
That's it, Cosmic Vision. But talking about ultimates, Xerxes has just unlocked that Grand Starfall as well. These teams are bang on even. It is a Mountain Drake to fight over, and you can see some of the vision being extended and pushed into Origin's Eastern Quadrant. So this may signal a rogue challenge. Devour comes out from Vander. Inspired's going to be able to snipe it away. But this is now a 4-on-3. Flash already used by Hansama for an enemy blue buff. Don't know how I feel, but it has been denied from Nukeduck.
But Trevor, this is actually what I was saying. Remember when Xerxes got the kill onto Vander? That's the play I was talking about. It's the blue buff invade. And Rogue, Inspired loves to run this play, whether it's at, the initial clear or the second respawn. This is something
just keep doing it.
He likes to do because sometimes it's hard to gank lanes, right? It's hard to gank mid against Azir. It's hard to gank bot against a cleanse. It's about him getting into the enemy jungle, and that's how he likes to play. It's about attacking his direct opponent here as they start up the Drake.
They do indeed. Destiny is going to be backed up by Upset. Mountain Drake secured. So despite OG getting the first blood, Rogue have now bounced back with a kill of their own, as well as the first dragon. That's going to be a stun, flash away from the dredge line. Inspired playing with his life, but he manages to escape.
All right, so Rogue are getting a little excited here for some jungle camps. They got the blue buff, but they lost Hansama's flash. Inspired did not get the Scuttle Crab, and now he's lost his flash as well. And notice with the information that Inspired was bot side, Alfari walked in. He has now cleared, I believe, the control ward he spotted out a couple minutes ago, and also warded the Origin blue buff. So this opens up the opportunity to invade, but notice because Rogue's lane has recalled, Origin are not going to make that play happen. They're slow on the reset, and they respect the fact that it's past 8 minutes. The bot lane from Rogue can be moving towards the top side, which of course it is because the Drake is gone. This is a play we have seen run in every single game so far this series, where the team that takes the Drake on the bottom side is able to get the first reset and come up here to play around the Herald. And while it hasn't always resulted in an immediate Herald take, it has always been that team with the early mountain, with the pressure to be able to lock it in. Now the key difference is, this game, there's been kills going both ways, so it's not exactly certain which way the cookie's going to crumble in this one.
Yeah, and of course, I like the mention or bringing up the fact the Rift Herald is there, because even if a team doesn't immediately start it, the invisible pressure that they could make a misplay somewhere, make a showing that somebody's on the other side of the Rift, and open up that possibility. It's that unspoken threat, so to speak, that you also need to factor in. Inspired is now waiting around. Teleport will be available for Larssen in a few minutes, and I want to once again bring the discussion back to Larssen. After a potential engage here, Inspired does have Cataclysm but no Flash, and Xerxes does have the Grand Starfall. I want to ask your opinion on what you'd like to see Larssen doing. He's just finished off the Proto Belt. He's under a little bit of threat potentially, as Xerxes now just spotted off everybody on Rogue. And my eyes are on him to see what he can do, change his playstyle. We have seen him roaming. He's on a very different pick from the 2 previous games, and arguably he has to have a large impact on this champion. To help Rogue out. Right,
so the Echo into Azir matchup is a bit of an interesting one, because it's not necessarily about like, oh, this champion can't just immediately roam. He doesn't get free priority. But now he does. Now that the Proto Belt has come through, it's really easy for him to clear away this wave and then look to move around the map. But again, I don't think it's going to be about looking to roam and dive towers. It's about getting pressure inside of the river and inside of the enemy jungle, because post level 9, post first item, this Echo has a whole lot of burst, and that's where his mid game is going to unlock in these skirmishes when there's like 2, 3, 4 members of OG around. There's not enough CC for OG unless they're all going to be there to be able to lock him down and coordinate well to burst him before he can get his ult off.
Right, okay, so I'll keep my eyes open for that then, and obviously Proto Belt's going to help out. Phase Dive going to do a lot of work. The Rift Herald eventually secured. Rogue made the swap 2 and a bit minutes ago. They were able to push back the OG bottom lane once Xerxes backed, and that's going to be a tongue lashing onto Upset. But there's support from Destiny, and Nukeduck has started to make the move. Larssen, if you can get a parallel convergence, maybe. Flag and Drag comes out, teleport coming down, the stopwatch has been used. Nukeduck's Emperor's Divide is fantastic. The Grand Starfall comes down. This has gone horribly, horribly wrong for Rogue. They thought they had an easy pick, and they could not have been more incorrect. That's 3 kills already. Make that number 4 as the Umbral chains. One more auto. Come on, Alfari. He gets it down. 4 for Origin.
Rogue just went way too deep right there. Everyone flying on into the play. Finn is teleporting up to top lane, but he's zoned from the rest of his team. And Origin are all right there. Xerxes is able to fly in with the ultimate. TPs come through. That was just an absolute mess. And it starts out, Upset gets a little forward. Destiny says, I'm going in. Like, Rogue, you have 4 people here. Yes, you have more people at the start of the play, but Destiny has stopwatch to stall. Nukeduck is already here, and they're trapped between 2 towers and a wall that they cannot get across because that Emperor's Divide is absolutely brutal there from Nukeduck. It was Larson and the rest of Rogue trying to make the roam happen, but it just did not work at all.
Chasing just a little too far. The Emperor's Divide, honestly, as soon as you see the ultimate come out, you just know it's donezo. You just know Origin are going to win that fight. 2-0-2 for Xerxes on his Pantheon. 1-1-2 on Alfari on Aatrox now. 1-0-2-1-0-2 for Nukeduck and Upset. Nash's Tooth already completed. Essence Reaver as well as the Warhammer secured. Correction, BF Sword and the Warhammer for Upset at the moment. But I mean, 2,000 gold lead. This is a fantastic position for OG. Despite conceding the first dragon, they've just absolutely taken control of this mid game.
Yeah, we may see another fight here. So Rogue are dropping the Herald to try and buy themselves time. They want to be the ones to start up the Cloud Drake, and notice it's actually going to be a no contest from OG. Alfari says, nope, I'm going to go back to the top lane without teleport here. This is a very Rogue-like, actually, when we're looking at both top laners, like Finn's the guy that's, I'm going to lose the wave top lane, even though I don't have TP. He runs down here for the objective. So that's the second Drake of the game secured for his team. Meanwhile, Alfari is going to fully push in this wave and get some gold for himself. I don't think Origin necessarily needed to fight over that. Both teams are sort of waiting for all their ultimates to come back off of cooldown, and Origin do have the lead for the time being. Should be able to trade towers on the map as well, and weren't in really good position to go for that in the first place.
And actually, I'm going to apologize. I got a little too hypey, and I made a call that Origin in complete control. They've lost 2 dragons. It's a 2k gold difference. There's a lot of possibilities here.
And hey,
I got excited.
No, for sure. And if they had wanted to bring 5 people down to the bot side river, they could have. They probably would have won that fight, but that's not necessarily the Origin way, right?
No.
You'd say that would be like a 60-40 or something, like just throwing numbers out there. Obviously, those don't actually mean anything. But it would have been a close call at this point in the game, especially as now OG are all finishing off their first completed items. They're going to be a lot more confident moving forward.
Well, at 15 minutes into this one, with 6 kills on the board already, I just want you to know that Game 1 had 11 kills, Game 2 had 9 kills. So there is a strong likelihood that we may be able to break the kill scores, especially when you look at the champions on the Rift. Aatrox, Pantheon, plus then an MF bullet time on top of it. On the other side, Jarvan, Echo, TK, like these guys, they want to throw themselves at the opposition composition. And with the fact that Rogue is a little bit on the back foot in terms of the gold, but they do have 2 dragons towards the Ocean Soul, and an Ocean Soul you never want to give away. Do you think that Rogue just set their sights on playing around dragons and try to stem the bleeding until the next spawn?
I mean, that has to be their goal, but it's not free like it was in the last games, because in the last 2 games, the team with the first 2 just sort of got the rest of them, and the other squad couldn't actually contest.
Yes.
In this game, that is not the same read. So, yes, Rogue would love to do that, but if you're projecting 3 minutes into the future, this 3k gold lead from OG with the bot lane tower that they should secure here off of this push is probably going to be around a 4k gold lead, right? Like, Origin going to be in a much better position. So it is very likely that Rogues decide, hey, we can actually just give over Drake. We don't need to play towards the soul. We just know that we have at least 20 minutes before OG can pick it up themselves.
Got it. I totally understand that. Play a little bit safer. Get some scaling, maybe get some on items and all my upgrades on your side before you really look for those contests. If you have just joined us, we are 17 minutes into Game 3. Rogue and Origin traded wins. Both of them picking up victories on the red side.
Wait,
both
they're win trading?
Very convincing. No, not. They traded victory. No, stop saying traded. They each picked up a victory. I'll get through in the end, my man. Thank you for the support.
You saved it. You saved it.
Thank you.
No one will suspect a thing now, Trevor.
But what I really find interesting is that, if you were to turn off nameplates and we're going to look at the games, there's been such differences you wouldn't really be able to tell. And now Larson, after 2 games we've played basically without him, now he's on the Echo under a lot of pressure from Xerxes and Alfari. He uses the flash to get to safety. He's working towards his second item, and my eyes are going to be on him. I want to see Larssen step up for Rogue, have a larger impact on this champion, see if he can find those flanks. If he can use the distraction of the Ornn and the Jarvan, once we get to these skirmishes, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for him to look for Nukeduck and upset, because if they have to deal with the rest of Rogue, he may be able to just dart around the fight uncontested.
Yeah, this is a really fun challenge here on the Echo this game too, because in a lot of games, you don't necessarily have like team setup to be able to land the perfect W, because the W I think is a 2.25 second stun if you're able to land it onto your enemies as the Echo here. But in this game, you have a Jarvan ult and an Ornn ult, both long-range gap close that can try to set it up. So this is a game where if Larssen can work really well with Inspired and Finn, like that combination is absolutely nasty. That can blow up a backliner. Like Upset has cleanse, so he's probably going to be okay. Yeah. But if you could catch out a Nukeduck or something like that with that lockdown, like, oh man, that is going to be cool. So that's what I'm like, sort of like hoping to see here from Larssen, because those are the type of plays that can make this Echo pick go from being like, well, it's 0-1 with 170 CS to instantly like 1v5, like absolutely carrying in these fights.
And again, it's really interesting when you think of the dynamic, right? Echo kind of wants to be looking either for a flank or using the Ornn or the Jarvan distraction. Hans Sama on the Aphelios has so many different ways he can play a team fight, and depending on how it's set up, whether he wants to play for the range or whether he wants to get in nice and close with Chakrams, if he gets a good Moonlight Vigil, that also can be such a deal breaker. But I think the point I want to build towards is that the burden of execution is quite high on the composition of Rogue. They have to facilitate a number of champions from different angles, whereas I think on OG it's a little bit more linear. It can be a little bit more straightforward. So I'm wondering whether or not Rogue are going to have the capabilities to actually pull off those fights. And just like you predicted, Ender, Rogue will concede this dragon. They're not in any risk. It's not a big deal right now. And they are still 2 dragons away from that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, it is still a trade for Rogue, though, so this is a nice move. They had, of course, picked up the Rift Herald a little bit earlier, so they go ahead and drop that in top lane and give that tier 2 tower money over towards Larssen. So just giving him the resources he needs. You can see it's actually the Nashor's 2nd second on the Echo, which has been picking up a whole lot of popularity here on the pick. It's about getting towards that 40% CDR very, very quickly, and also means you can proc your passive a whole lot more. That 3 hit there going to be a lot. In a side lane too, with those AP ratios, you can shred through towers as well, which is the other side of this Echo coin, because of course we were talking about how the team fight, can you like layer all these things up and sort of build out that 5v5 perfectly? Well, Larssen can also take this Echo into a side lane, because against Nazir, he's going to have a pretty good time. He can clear away these waves easily. He can put some threat down, but he also has to consider the fact that there is a Pantheon on the other team. So there's globals with him, with the Tom Kench. Like, a lot of people can show up into a side lane very quickly, which is one of the reasons why this game could just blow up instantly, right? If Larssen has wave bot side and Rogue are able to instantly warp 2 people down there with an Abyssal Voyage, like, you could go for some really clever and creative moves here because of this compositions.
Look at the vision in the river as well. Rogue have got themselves a number of wards down the river. They've got Inspired and Larssen pushing up towards that inner tower in the bottom lane. 22 minutes in, that gold lead is still sitting at 3,000. It is still Origin favored. Obviously, the later we go, the less you really care about that gold, and the Ornn upgrades will slowly start to trickle in. Nukeduck's Banshee's Veil, complemented by the Nash's Tooth. You've got 1.5 items for Alfari, Black Cleaver for both him and Xerxes. And I'm just trying to see where the next big engage is going to come from. Logic is going to tell you it'll be around this mid tower, either of them, or the dragon. So often when those mid towers are standing this late into the game, I feel like you'll see a team try to push for priority in that lane, try to take the tower down, and sort of threaten to then fall back to Dragon if there's no contest. So I want to see if that is actually what's going to play out here.
Right, so here's what I'm thinking, Trevor, is I actually don't think we're going to see a big fight break out in mid lane. I think it will be the Drake, primarily because if we're looking at OG, who have the advantage right now, they're probably the ones that are going to initiate the next big fight. They can attack a side lane, like I was saying with this Pantheon pick.
Yeah, they absolutely can. The Emperor's Divide does a lot of work, though, and Larssen is going to get shut down. I mean, he almost took out Nukeduck. That's not bad, but an easy kill for OG.
Well, that was just a really nice move. And again, like, Rogue had just put so much vision on the bot side of the map, so Larson was probably like in the shop or something. He wasn't looking at his character model, walking straight down into the bottom lane, gets jumped on by Nukeduck, and Xerxes does not suspect a thing. That's rough. And you can see Xerxes is still sitting around here, wants to make sure Nukeduck can get this way all the way back into the tower before they make another move themselves. What I was going to jump into, though, was the fact that OG, when they play around mid lane, it's usually because they have two side lane champs that love to get on flanks, right? So they'll push out. Oh, hold that thought, because that's a multi-on towards Nukeduck.
Well, Call the Forge God kind of anticipating the slide, but it didn't land. Now all of a sudden, Vander's the one that's been caught out. You thought you were hunting Nukeduck, but OG were hunting you. Nukeduck almost gets taken down and does finally get killed by Finn in one of the slowest solo kills we've seen. Sam with the Moonlight Vigil is now being backed up by Lawson. Rogue, they're right back into this game. Or are they? Dredgeline captures onto Inspired. Lawson's going to phase dive over the wall. That's a double route onto Destiny. He's forced to flash. And that was a lot of shenanigans that ends in a 2v2.
I need a replay instantly on
really,
that one.
I do
like,
too.
I have no idea what just happened right there because like OG got the initial kill right on towards Larson, who had TP up, and I think he was able to come in on a flank ward as well here. So the recall is spotted out here by Rogue, I do believe. They just ulti down on towards Nukeduck and misses the initial cast, but then it gets really, really uncomfortable because on the top side of the map, Vander is caught out, but on the bottom side, Nukeduck is just getting solo killed by Ornn. Like, what can't Ornn do? He can tank the front line, he can kill the enemy backline, he does everything, right? Then the two teleports come in towards the back, and Upset is dreadfully out of position because his front line is still being zoned 1v2 by Inspired, who has the Stone Plate. He doesn't take any damage from Pantheon Jungle and the support Nautilus there. So because Rogue were able to snipe out the two carries, they're the ones that walk away like quote-unquote victorious. It was a 2v2 or 2-4-2 overall, but Rogue got a little bit more pressure off the back of that.
And I think you have to feel that of the 8 kills on Origin's side, 3 of them on Pantheon, 2 of them on Azir, 2 of them on MF, you're pretty happy with that spread. On the other side, 2 of your team's 3 kills. Yes, being on Finn's Ornn is very valuable, but you really want some of that gold on Echo and Aphelios. Mid lane siege is being started off while the dragon is alive. Nobody's going for the tower yet.
Right, look at Larson over on the side here. He's really trying to look and figure out a way to get into the back line right there, because that is how Rogue win the fight. If Larson can be hitting a Nukeduck or an Upset, neither of which have their flashes up and ready to go.
Are OG conceding this? Or are they going to challenge? I mean, looking at ultimates, all 5 available for OG. Rogue, they've just started the Dragon. Xerxes south of the Dragon itself with the rest of Rogue are now starting to push mid. They didn't actually commit to the Dragon. Finn just stepped into the pit. The tower is the name of the game right now, as Finn will get caught out. The Umbral dash from Alfari getting him over the wall and landing a bunch of Qs. Bullet time from Upset does not do a lot of damage, but this looks good for Rogue. The call of the Forge God, kill number 4. Alfari's trying to swing and miss. The chains will not find themselves a target. And holy moly, only 1 kill. I'm very surprised by that. But Rogue get the kill and they get away.
Yeah, it just turns into a kill and a couple of flashes right there. But that was a situation where, like, OG thought they were catching out Finn, but Finn, he's a monster right now. He's got his double Ornn upgrades. He's super, super tanky in the middle of it all. And Inspired made the call to jump in and back Finn up. It was a really nice combo down there to get Nukeduck, who, again, had no flash. He was caught in that tight choke point with 2 OG members on the right-hand side, 2 OG members on the left-hand side. So because Rogue were so decisive in the way they attacked here, the fight became very split. I think it was lost the second bullet time came out from Upset, because now that bullet time is down, MF has no damage in the fight. She could still be zoned out here like this and be layering it down in ultimate. Then you're cutting through Finn, you're cutting through Inspired. Like, you have a fighting chance. Finn probably goes down in that exchange for 1-for-1 overall. And maybe then you can contest a Drake. But because the ult went down in a really strange manner where it hits Vander and then he just eats up Hansama, so no damage really comes
Was it
through.
also clearing the wave to defend the tower?
So it was a bit to clear the wave there too, but I feel like Origin had the, like, there was a fight like starting to break out right there, and I wouldn't have pulled the trigger so soon if I was Upset.
Got it, got it. Well, let's see what it does. The Dragon was then picked up, so now Rogue are 1 Drake away from the Soul. The gold lead is negligible. I don't care anymore. Nukeduck crucially working towards that Rabadon's death cap, and Upset has now got IE to complement his Essence Reaver. So we're scaling as far as the itemization and the damage is concerned. With 1 Dragon away from Soul Point, Rogue have to have a high priority on that Drake. But as far as the players and their decision making is going, I am left a little wanting right now. It feels like OG have been dictating the pace of the game. It feels like their proactive steps have been more punishing or valuable. And even the few times Rogue have tried to punch back, it kind of feels like OG were the ones that started it and it was a counter-attack from Rogue, as opposed to them making the play. Do you think that's fair?
So, like, yeah, Origin have been making some good moves in this game, but I don't actually think it ends up putting Rogue at much of a disadvantage overall. Like, even that fight right there, like, most of the game was actually like thrown away with Rogue making that really over-aggressive play between the two top lane towers. And since then, I feel like they have played pretty decently overall, barring, you know, Larson getting picked in the side lane, but even then they turned it around on Origin's head right there. I feel that Rogue are in a comfortable position at the moment. They're one Drake away from Soul Point. They have Ornn upgrades coming through. Molten Edge now on towards Han Sama. Pretty soon Larson should be able to finish off, you know, a Rabadon's, get that one upgraded himself too. And then the team fights aren't too bad, in all honesty, right? Like, Larson's going to be hitting level 16. That ultimate's going to be on a stupidly low cooldown. That gives him infinitely more side lane pressure on that Echo too. Even though they're down 2k gold, this game is very, very close, Trevor.
Tell me how you really feel about Echo Ultimate Ender. Oh my word. Yeah, exactly. And I guess, like, don't forget the pressures on Rogue, right? Yes, they had a great game in game one, but Origin won the second, leading. So player preferences and tendencies after Rogue. They picked up that win last weekend from Misfits. It was a interesting series, and one that we're getting a little bit of a taste now on how Rogue are looking in these playoffs. Bullet Time does a lot of work. Vander's Grey Health is popped. He devoured Hunt Summer to buy him. I actually think that was a fantastic devour, but it has forced Rogue backwards. And has this opened up Baron? Origin are peeling back, but that definitely was a punch in the face by OG.
Right, so it hasn't opened up Baron just yet. It has given them control over this top side just a little bit, but notice Finn also had to commit his teleport into that fight right there too. So now it has to be Larson going into a side lane, which, to be fair, is probably what Rogue wanted anyway, but it gives them one fewer option for how they want to approach this later in towards the game. I actually wonder, in about a minute now, Nukeduck is going to have his teleport up once more. This is one of those situations where I would love to see OG do a really sneaky play in the bot lane where, like, Alfari's the one to walk in first, he starts pushing the wave, and then a wild Nukeduck appears. Like, he just pops out of the brush, he's gonna be right there, and then because you both have TP, a Baron can't be responded on the other side of the map. But you can really throw down the gauntlet, start taking towers, look for a kill, threaten an inhibitor with that type of advantage, and just force Rogue to act, because even if Rogue want to come down with an Abyssal Voyage, well, then you both TP up towards topside and draw on the Baron immediately too.
The question that complicates it for me is that Ocean Soul point. You know, like, are OG willing to give up the Ocean Soul? Let's say that plays out and the trade is OG get Baron and Rogue get Ocean Soul.
So first will come the Drake. And then after that, because Baron takes so much longer to kill, that's when you can realistically threaten a double side lane play like that.
And you can see with all the vision and the invades that OG are setting up, this is the play they want. 20 seconds until this Drake is available. Void Staff was the pickup from Larson, by the way, not the death cap just yet. Cheaper item, of course. Nukeduck did complete his death cap, and Alfari got himself the Death Dance, the Cleaver, and the GA. Bloodthirster complements Upset in his inventory, and now Ocean Drake is up. Destiny gets a point-blank auto-attack and dredge line onto Inspired. Call of the Forge God comes out, and Alfari is able to fly over the wall. The Bullet Time does a lot of damage onto Rogue, and they've traded a support for an AD carry. That is the best possible trade ever. Vander is now in trouble as the Emperor's Divide knocks him as well as Inspired back. A grand Starfall sends Xerxes flying into Finn's face, and that's 3 kills for 1. A mid tower picked up. OG 4,000 gold in the lead, and the Rift is at their control.
Oh, what a beautiful flank there from Alfari. He walked all the way down and around underneath Rogue, waited to. He could have popped over the wall sooner, but he waited until Han Sama was right there before jumping on him. Then Xerxes comes in for the follow-up. Like, Alfari, that's the reason, not just his laning prowess, that he's regarded as one of the best top laners in the league, if not the best currently. It's because he can also pop off in the team fights.
And in terms of all those team fights, Origin have now picked up more kills this game than the 2 previous ones combined, and we are far from over. They are in control. 5,000 gold up. Got themselves the 2 Drakes. They've delayed that Ocean Soul. And this starts with Destiny just using the Ocean Rift to his advantage, sitting in the bush.
Yeah, Destiny's just buying time, but it's Alfari. Don't be mistaken. He's hiding on the bottom of your screen for now. Tops over the wall, gets on towards Hansama. Vander tries to save him, but the second he gets spit out, Xerxes is there, showing up as well to get the kill. And because the fight was sort of all the front line minus Vander was running away from the rest of it too, so there was no one to even try and punish and turn there with upset too, and that has to change for Rogue in these fights. The fights need to be front to back with the one solo flank as Larson coming in on the side, because if Hansama doesn't have protection, the fight will be lost. Rogue will not have enough damage without Aphelios staying alive the whole time.
And now Origin are in a position where they can just look to completely nullify Rogue. That little slide from the Sand Soldiers, they just chunk so hard. With Nash's and that death cap, Hansama cannot stand toe-to-toe for very long. He needs to keep at a distance. He needs the front-to-back team fights that you just talked about. And Origin, they picked up 4 towers. This will be number 5. Mid and wave top, I think, is pushing slowly towards Rogue. We'll see how long it takes to get there. And Xerxes got the ultimate if he wants to starfall into a fight. 4-0-4. 35 minutes ago, Ender, you said that Xerxes ran circles around Inspired, and while the early game had fantastic reads, picking off Inspired in those blue buff invades, as it's progressed through, the whole of OG have once again followed Xerxes' lead into control of the game.
I just love what OG have done in this game, turning around after a few good team fights, because that's what it's come down to. It hasn't been about any flashy things going on. Like, yes, the early game was important, but that balanced out pretty quickly. It was about who picks the better fights, and when we came into this series, we expected that to be the name of the game. It was Rogue versus OG. It's team fights. Like, who's going to be better on the day? And in game number 2 and game number 3 especially, it has been Origin over and over.
Yeah, and I Larsen's Echo, it was phase 1, pick. It was the 3rd pick in the first half of the draft, and 1, 2, and 1. I just haven't seen enough out of it. I haven't seen enough opportunity. Now it is very difficult just singling that out because the game hasn't gone Rogue's way. Origin have had a little bit of advantage when it comes to pushing the side lanes. They've been in a more controlling position, I should say. So it's been more difficult for Larsen's Echo to actually find a way into the game. And now that they're playing against Baron, they've lost another tower in the top lane. Inhibitor tower might just fall to this cannon creep. 1 or 2 more autos, and another one's falling top. I mean, OG have got the game
here we go.
Lose.
Coming in on the flank is Larson. He's going real fast on towards Upset.
This is exactly what I want to see out of the Echo. He is looking for Upset, and he finds him. It's Hansama that gets the shutdown. Now Finn manages to get that Volcanic Charge and the Eruption. Gets a knockup. Larson is stepping forward. He's waiting for the cooldowns. Looking for a Time Winder, potentially a phase dive. Let's see the spells go out. Dive isn't doing enough. Finn finally goes down. It looked like so many people were hitting Finn, and he finally got killed. Larson forced to use the ultimate just to escape back to safety, and OG win the fight despite losing their bot laner. They are going to push into the inhib, and it's up to Larson and Hansama to do something. Hansama got a lot of damage to work with, but he needs to step forward, and that means he's exposed to the Sand Soldiers, the Aatrox, and the Pantheon.
Yeah, with the low HP bars there on Xerxes and Destiny, I believe, OG end up backing away from that play. It's going to be another Ocean Drake in 45 seconds, so we may see the line drawn here. Now, this was the play coming in from Rogue. I really like the idea, with the TP buffs too and the home guards. Larson is just zooming in towards the back. They layer up the J4 plus Ornn ultimate beautifully. Also the W there from Larson that we were talking about earlier hits Destiny and would have hit Upset had he survived a little bit longer. So the idea is working out for them. Unfortunately, they don't have the damage. And Hansama, who started the fight with red gun, purple gun, didn't have the DPS order to turn that one around.
No, he didn't. This is DPS from Xerxes here. He almost solo kills Larson. 4-0-4, mind you. And now all of a sudden Inspired jumps in. Finn, he threw down the teleport. He may go down yet again. Oh my word, that's 2 fights in a row. Bear with me for an analogy. Ender, have you ever been to like an arcade? You know, one of those real life physical arcades? Where
yes,
there's like,
as a matter of fact, I have.
You're very young. I don't know if the kids these days do that, right?
I lived in the arcade when I was a kid.
Oh, I love it. Okay. But you know, the boxing machine, there's always a crowd of people standing around that Oh, it's not dribbling, but when you like punch it really quickly. Anyways, whoever can hit it the hardest, and everyone watches, and when somebody's really big and they hit it and they set a high score, then you all just take turns trying to beat that high score. That's what it's felt like Finn is. He's that boxing machine. Rogue stood and watched him get punched in the face by everyone from OG twice in a row now. And there's just nothing they can do. He's just getting dunked in these fights.
Yeah, and each time he dies, he goes back to base, he buys another item, which just makes his health higher, so the score the next time he gets punched is even bigger.
Yes, that's literally what it feels like. OG have got 13 kills this game. They're in absolute control with a 10k gold lead. They can pick up the Soul in 4 minutes time. They've already got one Baron. I think they're going to pick up the second Baron and play this one nice and controlled, get themselves to match point, because
Trevor,
reminder, it is an elimination game.
No, Trevor, we want happy thoughts here. Origin are going to try to close before the Ocean Soul here. They've got Baron spawning in 5 seconds. This may be make or break for this game. Rogue are down so much right now, 9,000, but they do have Ornn items on their 2 big carries, which is going to try and mend that bridge just a little bit here. They're going to call in the fight right now. This is all.
Baron's not going to be alive by the time they get there. Call of the Forge God comes down. Emperor's Divider split them up, but Alfari with the flank. He's found Larson. Destiny's bought so much time for his team before he gets taken out. And there's 2 members of Rogue fighting Alfari alone. The rest of Rogue are now split up. Hunt Summer has just been left alone for naught. Baron was picked up, but at what cost? Now Xerxes running for his life. Rogue have found the team fight. The happy thoughts might be proving true. Xerxes will come back to life after the GA before he is able to take down Inspired with the help of Upset. Now all of a sudden Inspired will take out Xerxes as well. And Alfari with the Empowered Recall. No way. No way.
What is
GA available?
Here?
He did think about it. Okay. Baron picked up by OG, team fight victory.
Oh, look at Larson, look at Larson. He's, oh, okay, he didn't pull the trigger, but Nukeduck literally walked into the parallel convergence right there. I thought Larson was going to go for the one shot, but he didn't make it happen in the end. There are minions inside the Rogue base because that bot lane inhibitor did fall. Don't think Origin should be able to pick any inhibs off on that next push. But you watch this one more time because Alfari has the same idea. It's come in on the flank and make that work. But it's on towards Larson, who's able to jump away and stall out a lot of time. There's also that big snipe from Hansama on towards Destiny to finish off that gun. He's rocking the Calibrum there. That's where all the damage is flying on from. And Blue Gun too, so he's getting the AoE auto attacks as well. So much DPS from range because of this combination coming through from the Aphelios. And as soon as Upset's frontline goes down, he's on the run. Oh no!
The double up as well. Did you see Vander flashed over, missed the tongue lash?
Yeah.
And the double up actually carried it through to Inspired. I missed that on the first call. And look, I'm all for happy thoughts. I actually told this to Monica and I opened up my inner soul and I said, my on-camera personality is always an optimist. I'm going to let my off-camera personality through a little bit. I think OG are going to go for the soul. I think with the fact that the fight didn't go their way, I think the safe way to do this, get the soul, survive some of that long-range poke, back off if you need to, and then just play the slow siege. They've got themselves supers in the bottom lane. They can get themselves supers in the top lane fairly easily, and I think they're doing that. Let's see who's more likely to be correct.
Well, they did hold on to a couple of Baron buffs here, so they still are attempting the siege in towards the mid lane, but it's a little bit difficult to walk up again against that Infernum that Hansama has. The wave clear there, absolutely insane now with all the crit chance Hansama has for himself. Now, as we gear up, you know, you said it's going to be the Soul. It is going to be the Soul Baron's time now.
Yep.
How does this fight play out? Because the big summoner spell I'm looking at is actually Upset, who doesn't have Flash or Cleanse. Everyone, barring Tahm Kench, on Rogue's side is going to have theirs available. So this is going to be a situation where Jarvan is looking to dunk that misfortune down with Larson coming in on an angle. And as long as Rogue can be the one sort of diving and cutting into Origin's team, without that flank coming in from Alfari to split up the team, they're going to be in a good position. They need to go past Alfari.
Oh no, they got caught out. They were trying to go fishing, but Rogue, they got jumped on first. It was Destiny that found the dredge line, and despite the fact that Larson was pushing from the side lane, they didn't come in. Now, what was lose?
That's just
Destiny's up and Upset's ultimates were you. So if Rogue can re-engage,
Trevor,
maybe?
check this out. So Inspired just recalled Vander's there too to bring him in on the Abyssal Voyage. Ocean Soul is spawning right now. It's going down so fast
Final
he can't
fight.
make the pit.
Final fight. Win now or
Can he
lose,
get it?
Rogue. It's that simple.
He's in the pit.
Win now or lose. It's a smite fight. Smite fight. Who's going to pick it up? That's a knock-up onto Xerxes. It's Xerxes. He gets it. He wins the challenge. He wins the Ocean, and that means there's no soul point for Rogue. Now all of a sudden in the fight, this Nuke Tech that's gone down is at the cost of Vander. So has Hansama. The damage is out. Upset and Alfari reign supreme. Upset is untouched. And he is looking to run down Lawson. He's going to strut his way up, and the Grand Starfall comes out. The chance was there, Ender. The chance was there. But the team fight power and the gold lead and the items for OG are just too strong.
Oh no, little camaraderie before the Rogue Nexus goes down. They're just dancing. Alfari was dancing all over Rogue in that last fight. Sure, Xerxes picked up the Dragon Smite, but it was Alfari once again who found Hansama and killed him. Once Hansama is down, OG win the fight, and Alfari leads his team to another win.
That does it for today's match history. Let us know what you thought by tweeting at LEC, and we will see you next time.
stop.
Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You've seen our name on the jerseys of amazing teams. Now, we are supporting one more. One that you don't see live on TV. But they are the best team in the world, and they are playing the toughest game. Maybe they're not performing in front of millions, but they are under the pressure of an entire planet. And they don't have fans cheering their names, but they have patients who will forever remember them. And they also need your help to win this game. Stay home like a pro.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
turn it around! G2 are losing! G2 are losing! Yanko's not 100% on the same page. Sniped by Cause. Looking at Mickey. Look at the color of Humanoid. No, Cat! He bounces! They almost got the kill! It's not enough, Mad Lions! Shadow, still not down. He's going to work with. They've done it. They've done it! It's the Mad Lions! They have unseated the champions! They have killed the kings! The rookies have risen up!
He instantly gets shredded through, and there's Finn. All that gold pan off. Massive fight in favor of Rogue. Oh, they've just gotten into the meat grinder. Rogue has set it up so beautifully. Just let him die! And here we go! Rogue looking to end this series and face Origin next week.
The Corvus Forge God coming out as well, but Nemesis puts up the wind wall. He's surviving. Nukeduck has to flash away. Nukeduck caught underneath the tower. Nemesis alive, and Fnatic 2-0 up. The kill. Wow. Xerxes flashes forward, and the explosive cast find its mark, and now Upset can unleash hell. Oh, a great hook from Destiny stops Upset from getting caught out. Now he's able to flash, but Whippo able to land the final Darking Blade, and now this is an awful fight for Origin. Another good hook comes out from Destiny.
This does mean that Rogue will face off against Origin, two teams that I think have a very similar stylistic play. That should be a very interesting match.
Everyone thought that G2 was going to 3-0.
The question is this iteration of G2 better than 2019?
Out of the 4 teams we've seen over the last 2 days, I think Fnatic stand head and shoulders above everyone else right now.
They will get to go up against Mad Lions. That's definitely not what everyone was expecting.
Oh, Mad Fnatic is going to be a really fun one. I do still think it is going to be Fnatic-sided.
Mad are doing it. Mad are in the lead. They are playing the game right. Valor comes out, spit back, punch him in the face.
Whippo joins the fray, caught of the Forge God, lands onto Nukeduck. He's almost dead, but he manages to head into the bush for the second. Whippo takes him. Xerxes still alive. Upset, caught up in the last from Western Fnatic, and now turning this fight around.
It is taking out B-Boy. Misfits, they're falling apart. They've got nothing left in the tank.
This has turned from a playoffs of almost certainty that we'd have the same champion into a wide open playoff bracket. Every single team should take a long, hard look at themselves and see what kind of an opportunity they have here. Welcome back, everyone, to round 2 of the LEC Spring Playoffs, coming to you live from a remote location. Mysterious, but nonetheless, you know who we are. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by my analyst Yamato Cannon and Verius to get into this spicy best of 5.
Guten Tag.
Hello, would help if I unmuted my microphone.
Yes, it would. What were you saying? Was it important, or can we move on?
We can move on. Let's get into it, Shox.
Great, that's what I like. In any case, let's get into it, and let's start by looking back a little bit to yesterday. Of course, that all-important direct elimination best of 5 between Origin and Rogue, and in the end, Origin made it through 3-1.
If I would say it was a wild one, I would be a big liar, because it was quite a calm one. The first game took everyone by storm, so to speak, because Rogue came up with the big upset win. Origin kind of stepped back up. They figured out the way they needed to draft. They showed some cards that they wanted to hide towards G2. Alphari and Xerxes definitely stepping up and showing why they are better than their counterparts.
I think we got to see a slightly different Origin, along with seeing the same Origin. The first 2 games were honestly quite slow and boring. I think everyone was very aware of that, but as the series progressed, I feel like we got to see a bit of a return to form from the old Origin. A reminder to last year in the beginning of this split, where they were playing much more of a 1-3-1 style, giving a lot more agency over to Nukeduck in a side lane. I think opening up the map made them a lot more aggressive and gave them a lot more options to play the game, and it's nice to see this because when Origin relied on this team fight style, especially against the likes of Fnatic, it wasn't working. So by diversifying and kind of going back to what worked for them in the past, I think is something that we can look forward to as they go up against G2 tomorrow.
Yes, and one player who played his heart out, as he always does for Origin, was Alphari. We put a lot of stock into that top lane matchup of Finn versus Alphari, but honestly, Finn was not having a good day. Let's just put it that way. Alphari outplayed him, and with that also outplayed Rogue.
I was really impressed with how Alphari continued to dominate in the laning phase, but then further extended that later on into the team fights. The way he was consistently able to find effective flanks onto the backline, always shutting down those primary carries, was crucial in order to allow Origin to win out in the end.
I think the matchup in itself that he played, where he really popped off as Aatrox, that was into an Ornn, and he still managed to find ways to be more useful in the late game, and I think that just speaks so much to how much better he was in this particular matchup.
Great game from him once again. That does mean we're going to say goodbye to Rogue for this spring split. This was an elimination match. Yamato, if you would summarize the growth or lack thereof, I don't know where you want to go, for Rogue this spring season, where would you land?
Honestly, I think with the trajectory they built and the hype they built through last year, I think it's been quite disappointing because we expected them to be top 4 minimum. We expected them to grow more, but I feel like they've stagnated in the second half. We had some rough games and the Aurelia games that really stick into my mind. I think this is a Rogue lineup that definitely kind of reached its peak, but not necessarily because of the players. Maybe it's the coaching staff too. I just feel like this team needs like a higher level of gameplay added to it, because I think it's really, really basic and they're trying to be what OG is, but I think OG just have better caliber players, so you're not going to get ahead in this regard.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Yamato, because when I think back to last year's Summer Split Rogue, I feel like I'm looking at the same team. And with the introduction of Hansama, my expectations were that this team would be elevated, that they'd be able to challenge the top 3, but I don't think we've seen a huge amount of growth from this team, and I think that, as Yamato mentioned, we've seen this stagnation from them, so I hope there's some kind of change. Where it comes from is heavily up to debate, and I hope Rogue can figure it out, but if they keep things the way that they currently are, I think they're just going to continue to stay where they currently are.
Well, there is precedent, of course. One of the teams who isn't in playoffs, XL, already announced that they will be making changes in the top and the mid lane coming into summer, so maybe we'll see the same rather. For Rogue, we'll have to check in with them as summer starts, but we are still in the heat of the moment here in the spring split, and after OG's victory, that now means that they get to go up against G2 Esports on Sunday. Now, as a reminder for both G2 and OG, if they win this match, they still have to go up against the loser of Fnatic versus Mad to make it to the final. But with the information we have from both G2 and OG so far, what is this looking like?
Honestly, it's so hard to predict what kind of G2 we will get. Maybe they're angry, maybe they're going to continue playing the same way. But things that I know for sure is that I think Mad Lions definitely played in a way that forced mistakes out of G2 and really, really punished them when they happened. I think G2 has been making silly mistakes maybe throughout the season. Sometimes they get caught on side lanes, and in those cases it hasn't mattered as much. Sure, now I make the contrast between Mad Lions and OG. I feel like Mad Lions really took it to G2 and really forced those mistakes out, and I can't imagine a world where OG can do the same. And at the same time, we might have a really, really angry G2, we might have a tilted G2, who knows, because after that best of 5, it just spawned more questions.
For me, I'm looking at this series and wondering, was the first best of 5 an anomaly, or should it be what we come to expect from G2 now? Was this just an underperformance, a poor best of 5, where they played their first series in an online environment and they couldn't quite find their rhythm and they'll get back to their regular season performance? Or were there a lot of mistakes during the regular season that kind of slid under the radar just because of how dominant they were in terms of their skirmishing and actual activity and fighting in the early game? And I think that it's more to be with the anomaly, and I expect them to return to form when they play against Origin tomorrow, but we still have to wait and see, because when it comes to G2, you never really know which G2 is going to show up on the day.
Yeah, that is true, but there's a lot of questions. Also, how good is OG going to be? But before we move on, I'd like to look at the bracket just once more and kind of call back to what I said last week. The fact that this is such a bracket of opportunity for the teams remaining. Some of them are already in their second chance. Some of them are still riding high with Mad and Fnatic in that upper bracket. But it does seem like it is absolutely wide open to take that trophy home.
What I think is crazy about our bracket is not only is Mad guaranteed to be top 3, they have the potential to secure finals today, but also top 3 from the regular season, someone's got to go out tomorrow. It's either OG or it's G2, and one of them will finish this split in 4th place, which to me is just absolutely ridiculous.
And I love the changes to the whole point system coming into summer, how important these points are going to be for seeding, because if you have the top seeds, all of a sudden you're one best of 5 away from reaching the World Championship already in, summer playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And how amazing and how crazy would it be if the Mad Lions get to Worlds in their first year? But it wouldn't be the first time. Of course, we have a very big tradition, of rookies here in Europe getting to that highest level. And I think we very often highlight these rookies. And it's not as simple as every rookie that comes in does well. But there is this layer of rookies that goes above and beyond. And we've seen it now almost every single year.
Honestly, it takes me back to 2016, Perk's rookie year. They won 2 splits in a row. Splice, I was on that roster. 5 rookies, was Mickey, was Wonder, was all across the board. Coming into the next year, we had the Misfits roster that took, of course, SK Telecom to 5 games. That was absolutely nuts, and it was an inspiration for all of us. Next in line, looking at the best of 5, you kind of think about it and how close it was. It was like 1 engage away from them dethroning.
Don't bring it up.
It was absolutely nuts. But of course, the inspiration carried on. 2018, we have Vitality. Back then we beat Genji, former world champion. RNG was looking like the favorite. It was also a very crazy year for us, and it continues and it continues, and it brings us to today. Today we had Rogue last year with the. I don't know if Rogue fits the bill here, but let's just talk about them a little bit because they're in the B-roll. I want to focus on Mad Lions because I think they are the up-and-comers. They've kind of taken that spotlight away from Rogue. I feel like Mad Lions is the team that Rogue wants to be because they are the upcoming rookies that are going to make a splash for the remainder of this year.
I think what's really interesting is that we as Europe have had rookie teams make it to finals before. I think Splice is a great example. Misfits is another one where they've had that opportunity to challenge the top dog. But very rarely in Europe have we ever had 2 or 3 top dogs at the same time. And the fact that a team like Mad Lions was able to take down G2 just goes to show how much growth our rookies are making year on year. Because in the past, you wouldn't expect an informed G2 and Fnatic to exist at the same time, but now they do. And our rookies are even then overcoming those hurdles and challenging the best. And that only sets us up perfectly for the rest of the year and the future of Europe as more rookies continue to fill our league and aim for higher highs.
Yeah, true. And you, yourself at home, you can scout the new generation of possibly LEC rookies. In EU Masters, they just concluded their play-in stage, but the group stage will kick off at the 22nd of April. So there we go. So much talk about rookies because we're going to see a rookie team in action, the Mad Lions, who have done the unthinkable so far, but they're going to try and doing it once again as Mad go up against Fnatic.
Look at the culling from Humanoid. He's got 1. He's got 2. G2 are losing. G2 are losing. Where were you? The rookies of Europe have taken down the world finalists. Mad Lions have defeated G2.
G2 and Fnatic have been dominating Europe for like the past 3 or 4 years, but I think it's my time to end their legacy.
Already almost down, gets caught out, and now upsets the next target, they're just dead. Origin can't do anything about this, they just get swept off the map.
Their top laner tends to play weak side a lot, which is something I profit from a lot. I'm not too worried about playing a team like Mad Lions.
Oh, well, not too scared about playing a team like Team Lions. Team Lions. Team Lions. Mad Lions. Maybe also what G2 thought before facing them. So hopefully Fnatic has a better plan in mind. It is EU's newest team versus EU's most winning team in Europe's history. And Fnatic, well, they looked like an extremely convincing title contender in their round 1 matchup.
And I mean, we also have to look at the split for Fnatic, because coming into this year, I think everyone looked at the addition of Selfmade and said, this is an improvement, this is going to make the team better, and it has. Fnatic have sat in second place for pretty much the entirety of the split, and they even had extremely close games against G2, so we've seen this team progressively get better and better and better, and then against Origin in their best of 5, they looked very convincing. So now, with the future ahead of them, with who their opponents are and what looks like to be a road, this is Fnatic's prime opportunity to reclaim the title and put G2 back in their place.
There we go. Yeah, when we look at that bracket, it is exactly that. Fnatic's tournament to win and also to lose, possibly. A chance for them to get that trophy back. But we're up, or they are up rather. Oh my god, I'm gonna get so many biased comments. It was just a slip of the tongue, guys. They are up, these guys, against Mad Lions, and the Mad Lions have shown so much already versus G2. Would you call it the biggest upset in LEC history, Yamato? And what did you think of their performance?
For sure. I can't think of anything that comes close. They beat G2 looking like the favorite coming into the tournament. Mad Lions have set the precedent for future generation of Mad Lions rosters, because in all honesty, this is such a good foot to start on. Your first split, all of a sudden you beat G2. That was always the question in everyone's mind. When is it going to happen? It's inevitable that this G2 roster is going to lose the best of 5 at some point in time, but I really didn't think it would happen against a full rookie roster in their first split. It's just an amazing story. They're going to have a lot of big shoes to fill for the future generations to come.
And the impressive thing about how it was done was that every single member was pulling their weight. It wasn't like a single star shone above the rest. Every single player had their moments, had their opportunities. But if we had to pick a player that was making those standout moments, we have to talk about Shadow in the jungle. His Olaf performance in Game 5, you just saw it on your screen, was monstrous. He was picking up so many kills, and his impact across the board was huge. Going up against Selfmade today, a lot of eyes are going to be on him and how he stacks up against the second best jungler that we have in our league, because he's already put the best jungler in his place.
Absolutely. So fantastic performance from each of them. And I think one of the teams that adapted to best to the online situation we find ourselves in. And before, we weren't exactly sure of how it would influence things, but players have come out and said it definitely influences things. And they rose to the challenge. But the big question is, can they do it again? Or was it a flash in the pan? And one man that has a lot on his plate and is going to try and replicate that success versus G2 Esports is, of course, their coach, Mac. He won Coach of the Split, and it is such a difficult one to vote for, because how can we really know what is happening behind the scenes? But Yamato, you said last week, well, you have to look at what they have to work with and what they do with that group of players. And I think this is a clear example of something that went extremely well.
I think it's like an episode of Top Chef, you know, you get a pair of ingredients and you see what you can make. You know, I think in this case, we just look at the roster, we look at the potential and what the expectations are. I feel like Mad Lions really exceeded those expectations. They took the 4th place position at the end of the split. They kept growing in a strong fashion. The trajectory was good. The way they were winning games was always explosive and exciting, and in a way where they could challenge the best of the best. They took games from G2, Fnatic, and also the last one, Origin, out of the top 3. I think there is argument to be made for others, but it's all about the potential. I know there's mentions of, for example, Mythy and the draft, but then again, we don't know anything that's going on. For all I know, Mac was, chopping salads and that's it, and he fed that to his players, who knows? Also important, sure, but coach of the split worthy? No idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, we also know that a vote for a coach of the split is also a vote for the support system behind him. Yes. I think we can't forget to talk about that. And the proof is in the pudding for Mad Lions so far. The project has been working out. But as said, they have a huge test ahead of them as they go up against Fnatic for a spot in the LEC Spring Split Finals. So let's dive into how these teams play, how these teams win, and possibly lose games. Starting with Fnatic, where I think the key word is that they are diverse and decisive.
Well, the first thing we have to mention is that this Fnatic reminds us a lot of 2019 G2, where it feels like they have extremely deep champion pools. It feels like that they have a wide array of styles they can play through any single lane. You can have carry performances across the board, and it just feels like they've kind of got all of the pieces that they need to replicate G2's success from last year. And to be able to see that, to be able to see another team replicate that style and emulate, and also add their own flair to it, because you only have to look at some of the champions and you can see some very unique stuff. The Zac in the top lane, we saw the Zillion in the bot lane as well, and you've also got to mention both of those things can be flexed. Like, that Zac can also be playing support. For all we know, Bwipo's been practicing Zillion top as well. Like, the amount of champions that they play in the this is what I call the Fnatic flair onto the G2 style, where they don't try and copy exactly what G2 did. They try to take images of it from last year and they make it into their own.
I think also on top of that, I think the key players here are of course Bwipo and Hylissang. I think they are the ones that bring out the crazy picks most of the time, because, you know, in the same fashion they play the game, they find crazy opportunities, crazy engages, crazy flanks, crazy ganks all over the place, the same way they find these opportunities in champions. And I think these are two players that really need the trust and the benefit of the doubt from their team, and that is where they succeed. And I feel like this is a Fnatic that has like that wonderful atmosphere that you always heard G2 have. So I think this analogy kind of fits, because everyone on this Fnatic roster seemed very content in all the footage we see in interviews and so forth.
And Yamato was talking about trust, and I think we got to see a great example of it when they played up against Origin last week, because a lot of their play was centered around mid, jungle, top. Bot lane was just left on an island. It was the Zillion for Hylissang, a champion they don't typically play, but a great adaptation and a great way to answer Origin, as they just funneled resources into the top side of the map. They used mid pressure well. They rotated around the top side well. And this meant that Fnatic didn't have to show their cards. They didn't have to rely on Reckless when you know that this team can. So I feel like coming into today's series, Fnatic have even more cards that they're still yet to even play.
I think that just highlights how impressive this team is, because I feel like in the best of 5 against OG, you think of OG's biggest strengths and weaknesses. I think mid 2v2, big weakness. All of a sudden Nemesis is roaming the whole map because he has the matchups and the champion pool to do so. Full pressure into topside. Alphari was the all-star top laner. Bwipo showed it that it's kind of, you know, up to debate. And then they had the bottom side playing Senna coming into the Mad Lions matchup. They can approach it the same way. They can look at the enemy and they can pretty much adapt to them, or look to their weaknesses, punish their strengths in draft that is so difficult to handle, because you don't know what Fnatic's approach is going to be coming from the first game.
Holy moly. Can I just summarize what I've heard here in the last couple of minutes? They are G2-esque. They've actually taken what G2 does and improved upon it. They are extremely diverse. They can come with every plan. They have shown nothing yet. What's going on here? Are you guys ready to already give them the trophy? Or why are you so impressed by this?
I think it's important to note that I think that they've taken inspiration from what G2 did last year, but they're yet to prove that they can emulate what G2 has done, which is win back-to-back titles, win an international title. So we still have to see what Fnatic can do with what they have, but I think with the building blocks that they have, things are looking very good for this Fnatic squad.
Yeah, I just wanted to challenge you a little bit. You know, we can spar a bit on the analyst desk to make sure that the Twitterverse isn't at your throat immediately. In any case, it's true. They have been playing fantastically. But they're up versus Mad Lions, who have played well in their own right. And our featured in the future, but also our featured matchup for today is in the bottom lane. And for more on that, Laure is talking to Kaiser.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Kaiser, for joining me. I hope you're having a nice week.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, yeah.
You did what people thought would be impossible last week, and now that you had time to let it sink in, what made you better than G2 last week?
I mean, I think what made us better is that we played our own style. We played really aggressive. We matched G2's aggression as well. Sometimes G2 gets caught in their own aggression a bit. They go over aggressive, and then we punish that. We punish that a lot, especially Shadow. Right, he went for I don't know 16 kills in the last game, just because they went really over aggressive a lot of the time. And I think just us playing our style, not being afraid of taking fights, is what has made us better.
I agree with all of that. And I mean, we had a talk about this with Mac last week, saying that when facing G2, you have to come in ready, not scared, and play aggressive. But being ahead of every move and getting G2 lost, I think it's something hard to do, especially given the experience that this team has. So how did you manage to play around them and get the advantage every time?
I mean, I think they were kind of surprised that we went this aggressive. Like, I think usually teams don't really. I mean, I think usually teams play more scared against them because like they have like these big names and stuff. But like especially in lane, like we always were like looking for like trades and stuff. Like because we knew like Caps is not that comfortable on AD carry just yet, so we can exploit them. And yeah, we just like try to play aggressive lanes or like pick aggressive lanes as well.
I see.
So we just attack their bot lane as well.
And now it changes the way people see Mad Lions, because we often hear that you are the comeback kids, the team that performs good under pressure. But now you're under the spotlight. So does it change anything when it comes to the pressure for you guys? Because it surely changes things with the way Fnatic will prep against you.
I mean, it changes a bit, but I don't think that much. Like, especially pre-game, like we were really like chilled out. Like we didn't really feel any pressure actually. Like we were even talking about it after the games that we didn't feel any pressure because like we just play our game. Like even if we like lose some or like we lose the series, like we still showed like how strong we are, right? Like we don't have to like win EU to like show that we are good, right? Like we just have to like play well, I would say. And I think we showed that already. So like now we can like we will just like try to keep performing well and like see how far we can go. And yeah, we just don't pressure ourselves. Like we just play our game and then everything will work out, I guess.
It's I hope for you guys, because it's going to be an intense game this week against Fnatic. Where do you think it's going to clash? We mentioned the bot lane, usually you guys versus Reckless and Hylissang. Do you think it's going to be the key matchup here?
I mean, for sure. Like, I think Bippo and Aroma have like a similar playstyle in that they often TP down to bot lane, like make it a 3v2 or like even like 3v5 or something. I mean 2v5 or something. 2v5 or something. Like both Mad Lions and Fnatic play like a similar style, right? In that they just try to get the bot as far ahead as possible and then like just swap lanes, like take every objective, right? And yeah, we'll see like who sends their top laner bot lane more, I would say.
Well, we'll see about that indeed. Thank you very much, Kaiser, for the interview, and good luck against Fnatic. One step away from finals for you guys.
Thank you.
And back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Laure. Kaiser, indeed, one best of 5 away from the finals. There is a lot of focus on that bottom lane, and I'd like to ask my analyst if you guys agree that the bottom lane will be the focal point and a potential win condition for these Mad Lions.
I think it has to be Shocks when we look at what happened last week and the amount of investment that they put towards the bot side of the map, especially with how they're currently performing. Those are going to be two of the players that we keep our eyes on. I think that Kaiser summed it up well. Both top laners on both squads, especially during the regular season, typically play weak side, and there's a lot of investment towards TPing bot, roaming bot, allowing bot lane to play the laning phase as comfortably as possible. So bot lane is the name of the game, and I'm excited to see these two stack up against each other, just because I think Kazi and Kaiser have been getting better and better. And last week, the number of 2v2 kills they were finding against Caps and Mickey makes them a force to be reckoned with.
And on top of that, I feel like they've mastered all the champions that are necessary to master right now in the bottom side. I don't know, the addition of Zillion, maybe that puts a turn on things, but they've played the Kalista, they played the Aphelios, they played the Senna, they played the Syndra even, a champion that so many teams ban, so many teams pretend to play, but who, in all honesty, can play it? It's probably just G2 and Mad Lions, so that makes them even more impressive, because on top of that, they get the leads and they know how to finish out games. In the mid to late game, there's a clear difference between Mad Lions and G2 and Fnatic in comparison to everyone else, and it's incredible for me to say that Mad Lions know how to play a mid and late game that is on that level, mostly through Kaiser and Shadow and of course Kazi.
And I think what's really interesting is, Yamato was talking about it earlier in Ready Check, the fact that Fnatic seem to adapt to their opponents. I'm really curious as to how they're going to adapt to Mad Lions. Will they stick to this style that they played against Origin, where they actually invest more towards topside, where they just try and attack the typical weak side of the map for Mad Lions, and then rely on the bot lane to just play defensively, play on that weak side, which we know they're capable of just looking at last week's series? Or will they try and match them? Will they try and match this aggression and just go all in on the bot lane, and we'll just see a lot of bloodthirsty action where both bot laners are trying to gain advantages.
That's a great point, because we haven't really seen that much. I mean, if you look at the last series from Fnatic, we had that one game where Hylissang's Trundle went off. They lost that game though, but it was entertaining to watch. But for the rest, we had a lot of fasting Senna, and not a lot there except for the Zillion pick and then the Trundle and the Senna for Reckless. So is this all they can do, or do they have a lot more in their pocket when it comes to that bottom lane? And can we expect to see a different style of bottom lane out of Fnatic in this match?
You know, Varius mentioned it. I'm going to steal his point here and just give him credit. The Zyra Khan is something they haven't showed up with. They played the Aphelios. They played the Misfortune. I don't know if Reckless has, you know, I remember in off-season he was practicing in normal games, Teemo and Casio. I don't know if he's going to pull that off. But I don't think Reckless is that player anymore that has a small champion pool. He's the type of player that can bring anything up. I think, you know, G2 taught him that lesson a couple of years ago. And I think Reckless is a player that can definitely pull out the Kalista if needed to be.
What an awesome picture. Look at them. Of course, two of the most experienced bot laners in Europe versus the two newest players in that bot lane to the league. And I think this symbolizes the rest of the matchup as well. Fnatic versus Mad Lions. It's old versus new. It is experience versus rookies. And as Laura so aptly said, for Mad Lions, it's a different ball game. Last week, no one expected anything. This week, you are under the spotlight. What can you do versus Fnatic? And we will see. What a matchup. There is so much left to be decided, and whoever wins this best of 5 finds themselves in the final as the most winning team in EU, face off against the new superstars on Mad Lions.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Now I'm Dracos, joined by FrostGuard, and I think we share a lot of the same excitement that you have for this series. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Mad, the truest underdog story we've seen in a long time, and they've already got one win. What's to stop them from getting another?
And that's kind of the question. It's, will the clock strike midnight on the Mad Lions Cinderella story, or will they be able to do the impossible? Will Fnatic knock them flat, knock the wind out of their sails, and remind everyone that they are the true heavyweights in this playoff tournament?
And that's big, big expectations on the shoulders of Mad. Obviously, they didn't crumble under the pressure against G2, so at this point, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that nothing is going to stop them in terms of individual performances, that we will see the best version of Mad Lions today. I hope we see the same level that we saw against G2, but the question is it enough to beat a team like a Fnatic, a team that hasn't really stopped, that hasn't looked any worse in the playoffs as they did in regular season, looks as strong as ever, unlike G2?
And I think that there's a lot of truth to what the analyst desk was kind of teeing up for us, this idea of, you know, Fnatic are so versatile, so flexible, this 2019-esque G2, now the 2020 Fnatic version. They can pick where and when they beat you. So Fnatic have all of the options. Do they blitz towards the top lane and do what I think is probably the correct option, which is really pull apart the difference between Bwipo and Orome, or do they actually skill check bot lane? I expect that this is probably going to be the fasting Senna if Fnatic can get their hands on it, and then bot lane's just going to become rock, paper, scissors, who has what matchup, when does the matchup have priority, and neutralize itself. But there is always that possibility that Varius and Yamato were teeing up, that you could try to skill check Carzzy and Kaiser, and if you do shut them down, then you prove to Mad Lions that, hey, your big shining crowning jewel on your roster, it doesn't matter because you're against the best in the business in Reckless and Hilly.
I mean, if you do that in game one, a series can very, very quickly fall apart. But we are now into picks and bans. Fnatic, of course, on the blue side. Mad Lions on the red for game one. It is the Kalista taken away from Carzzy. Not a flex pick. I think it's safe to assume in the hands of Mad Lions, but limited anyway. The Set, the Gragas, and the Pantheon are going to follow up. I like that Mad are taking some of these junglers away from self-mid.
Yeah, but the one pick that has scraped through the ban so far is going to be that Senna. So will Mad Lions ban it from red side as their last ban, or will they give it away to Fnatic, which I'm sure would be the priority pick, trade it for the Aphelios and say, you know, this is fine, we're going to take the free lane phase because it is usually a slower pushing lane, and make sure that Carzzy can scale up into the team fights right where we like him.
They are definitely debating on this final ban. Maybe, though, they have something special prepared. Obviously, everyone got to witness the fasting Senna last week. So Mad Lions, if there was a counter pick to be discovered, they've had ample time to do it. So they're banning the Tahm Kench away instead, one half of the fasting Senna duo. But there are so many supports, so many champions that we've seen paired with the Senna, that it makes me feel like they want Fnatic to lock it in, Frost.
I would agree with that. It is also meaning that they could look for the kill-oriented bot lane, since you are taking away one of the most defensive champions, using that Devour to reposition Reckless. So I agree. It's trying Fnatic to see if they will look for that fasting Senna. They're not going to get the traditional Kench, but you know that they can run it with the Zilean, with the Maokai, with anything in between the Trundle. There's the Aphelios trade and the Ornn trade we were talking about. So Mad Lions, probably on second rotation, feeling really confident to say, this is fine. Like, we got probably two of the best scaling picks that are currently sitting in the meta right now. You can have the Senna.
I'm curious to see how this fits into the strategy that we heard talked about by Kaiser, playing their own game, playing aggressive, going for these fights, because both these champions, while they can fight, they can absolutely skirmish. Aphelios can do a lot. Normally, picks that I consider to be scaling. But Fnatic, so far they've got the Senna, and now additionally Hylissang's Thresh. So Fnatic are set up to go for some aggressive plays, potentially to have Hylissang start roaming, and that is always what I want to see when Hylissang is on the Rift, is champions that can roam around the map, that can make an impact somewhere outside of just bottom lane.
And this is one of the adaptations that I would have liked to see Mad Lion kind of snap on, is that they didn't necessarily have to snap grab Aphelios. They could have tried to reach for the Thresh themselves, because that's kind of the other side to banning away the top Kench, is that you can grab a Thresh for Kaiser and you can try to play the kill-oriented bot lane. Now that said, you still have access to things like Nautilus if you wanted to, and try to play a kill-oriented bot lane, have more CC down there, so you're not completely punished for losing the Thresh, but you didn't have to reveal the Aphelios so early since Senna was already there.
And I think it's concerning to me, because I think Aphelios is one of those champions that can absolutely solo carry a game if given enough space and time. But Tahm Kench and Braum are the two champions that I always look at to give him that space, to give him that time, to give him that safety. And with Tahm Kench banned away by Mad Lions themselves, I'm not as excited about this Aphelios, especially into a Thresh where one hook can spell death, where, you know, we can get the Shurima shuffle coming out from Nemesis as well. But FrostGrind, the other thing I want to talk about is, we said, you know, kind of explosive. These are two teams that are going to be looking to fight, but I see a ton of scaling on both sides.
Yeah, it's the fact that we already have our late game insurance policies with the likes of the Azir and the Aphelios. Senna as well, her scaling with the soul stacking, and I think a lot of people kind of underestimate the damage because she has more of a Jhin-esque playstyle than more of the, you know, Tristana, Jinx, Xayah hyper carry-esque playstyles. As now we're kind of moving into secondary ban phase where a lot of the free blind picks are going to be pulled away. I would have suspected that Mad Lions might pinch the jungle pool a little bit more to make sure that Shadow gets a favorable matchup, but with something as powerful as Lee Sin, he's probably feeling very confident with the jungle options that are left available to Selfmade, depending on where he wants to try to attack.
And I like that they banned away the Zac as well. Obviously, a flex pick in the hands of Fnatic. We've seen them get very creative with it in the past. This ban feels like it's targeted at Bwipo, something that he feels safe blind picking, as you mentioned earlier. And Shadow getting Lee Sin, something I'm always happy to see. This man is an incredible Lee Sin player. He had a masterful performance against G2 across so many different champions, but that doesn't mean that his Lee Sin, in my opinion, isn't still his #1. And Fnatic banning away the Rakan themselves, that is respect to Kaiser, because Hylissang, I think right now, is the undisputed Rakan king, but even he doesn't want to mess with Kaiser after what he saw last week.
And Kaiser has been one of the rising stars on Mad Lions roster. I know we keep kind of grouping them all up together and call them these incredible rookies as a Zillion, probably getting locked in for Kaiser's hands. But Kaiser and Karze especially, like, Kaiser is his own man. He's made these crazy plays. He's a great initiator. He has great map sense. How he teams up with Shadow, that talked about it on the analyst desk. We'll be sure to track it in game. For me, he's the third best support in the league right now.
And I'm wondering, FrostGrind, if we see a Zillion mid. Now, it has been a long time, but if you just don't want to lane, Zillion clears the wave and walks away. Also, unlike support Zillion, you know, mid lane Zillion can heal your Aphelios back to full life instantaneously. But we'll hold that thought. We'll see. We'll find out where it ends up going. In the meantime, it has been the Rek'Sai locked in up against Shadow. Now, Rek'Sai, obviously, early game considered, you know, pretty solid in the 1v1 duels because you can unburrow to cancel the Q, but late game, Lee Sin's got the edge because the kick is just so valuable. But the last pick is going to be Bwipo's. And I like the hover, but we're not going to get the exciting, thrilling, but top. We're getting to Maokai. We're right back to Lords of Dogtown here on the top side of the map for the Maokai Ornn showdown.
Oh, I'm so excited. Now, you could still flex the Ornn to the mid lane. Humanoid in his last series did show that he will play the tanks, and you could try to get, we're not going to do it, you could try to get a scaling pick to just punish the fact that Maokai's there, like, nah, fine, noodle fight, top side, it's all good.
FrostGrind, I was so excited for Zillion mid, a phrase I thought I would never say. But Humanoid Zoe is good. If I had to pick a champion for Humanoid to play every game, it probably would be his Zoe. But I'm not sold on the Zillion Aphelios bot lane combo.
Why? Zilean really thrives when he gets to be really far forward and push in the lane. Aphelios has a lot of natural push into him. Now, obviously, you're playing around the death sentence, so that kind of be the make or break here. Senna also very good at pushing herself with the Q, so you can match priority there, and I think it's just about if Carzzy and Kaiser can avoid Hilly's gank setup as well as the death sentence. If so, then Zilean should actually be in a great position to start flinging bombs at them.
And look, I see the combo too, where you get the Gravitum, you get the Snare, you get the double bomb. That CC is beautiful. But that's the thing that you mentioned. Hylissang needs to hit one hook, one good, well-timed hook, and this lane phase just instantly ends, and that's my big fear. That is high-stakes bot lane play. So while you and me were like, all right, Analyst Desk, you talked about bot lane, we're going to shift our attention top, because this is where the real action is going to be happening. We're going to give AD credit on this one, but I don't think anything's happening on the top side of the map. That's Ornn versus Maokai, but bot lane is set to be super explosive as we get ready for this game. I'm gonna be honest, I just talked for probably a minute straight before we came into game. I'm amped up. I am fired up. I am so full of caffeine and love for League of Legends right now, I can't be stopped. But I'm gonna take a back seat for a second on my AK Racing chair. Haha. Got it. And toss it over to you. Where should we be looking? What are you excited about?
What are you trying to plug in right now that you need me to cover for? No, I know that you just you set up, you're like, it's going to be about bot lane. It's going to be about bot lane. Guys, I actually don't think it's going to be about bot lane. I'm pretty sure it's going to be about the top side of the map and how these junglers are going to interact. Because Selfmade is not messing around. He is the Hail of Blades Rek'Sai. Get this Conqueror out of here. He is here to kill some people, make sure he can get that Q off multiple times. And Maokai actually has great gank setup. We're using his W because he's against an Ornn. I think it's kind of be who gets to the wave first, where the junglers are, and if you get the mid priority or get the wave priority, you can start cutting down into river, maybe even cheat towards the mid lane. I think Zoe and Azir both have small windows where you can try to look for gank access to them, especially on champions as mobile as Lee Sin and Rek'Sai, going to give the slight edge early to Rek'Sai there. And Hilly also has teleport, so he's not only running it on his Zilean, he's now also running it on his Thresh support.
That's commitment. And I'm actually very curious to see what farming Thresh buys for items. Tahm Kench is a very clear Sunfire cape, get as tanky as possible as fast as you can. What does a farming Thresh buy in the early game? Have to keep our eyes on that one. And for now, you're right, bot lane not going to be crazy explosive. Even with Fnatic stepping towards the front of the lane at the start there, they're not trading too aggressively. Football, on the other hand, clearly has plans in the wet noodle fight, because before anyone has items, there is, as you said, actually a decent amount of kill pressure in the 1v1.
And it's the refillable pot start for Orome on the Ornn there, trying to compete with Maokai's innate build sustain with his passive on the, what is it called, Sap Magic? Draining Sap Magic? BS passive? I don't know what the shorthand is for this. Sorry.
The Healy touch. We call it the Healy touch for us.
Yeah, that's what I call it. No. it's ridiculously hard to get him. I don't know. Draco, save me. It's hard to get him out of the way.
Yeah, it's hard to bully Maokai out, and you're right. And especially for an Ornn who wants to poke, who, while he does have solid all-in damage, he's not going to 100-0 a tank without ult and a jungler there. So when it comes to sustaining the lane phase, Maokai has a really big advantage, at least until Ornn gets Catalyst under his belt.
But now you have Selfmade already peeking his head in, scouting, finding Shadow, and I'm curious again if Selfmade's going to try to be really aggressive.
He's going to have a new stance on jungling. He's going to go, I'm not going to gank. That's the progressive stance. The liberal jungler.
Make jungle great again. If he's going to team up with Bwipo in this W and try to see if they can punish this Ornn, because I think that this is actually just a winning matchup for Bwipo. Until, like you're saying, the initial itemization comes in, Catalyst for Orome, he gets some of that MR, and then maybe it gets slightly better. But there is kill pressure up here when Maokai can hold people down, and people forget how much damage these tanks can do early. So early TP, trying to keep Orome locked into lane, trying to deny this CS, and Selfmade's also pinging up here, so Fnatic know that Shadow is playing top side of the map, and I think this is the moment. Bwipo is looking, never mind. I was gonna say, Bwipo is looking juicy, he's looking tasty, high in fiber. They want to try to bait out a gank and possibly turn it into a counter gank for a kill, but nah. Selfmade comes around that corner, makes eyes at Shadow, is like, never mind.
Yeah, and the thing is Ornn's health bar and mana bar are so low that in my mind it's like, that's possible. but there's no reason to risk it, right? Because the Lee Sin has more than enough damage with the tower backing him up to kill both of those champions if a dive goes through. I'm sure Fnatic would have killed Arome. It just would not have been worth the price they would have had to pay. And so now Selfmade goes back. He's going to get level 4. He and Shadow both very even. I'm ready to see what Shadow can do once he hits level 6. Good for Rek'Sai, not nearly as good as it is for Lee Sin, however. In mid lane, sort of as expected. We said bot lane, we said top lane, these are the points of action. We said mid lane, nothing's going to happen. So far, it's true. Story not going to change here as Nemesis does get a clean slide and glide there out of the mid lane.
I mean, theoretically, something could happen in mid lane. There are windows, but it's usually going to be around that cleanse and around the time that Zoe and Azir get perma-wave clear with big enough mana pools, as well as having access to enough points in their abilities that they can perma-wave clear. So for Zoe, that's level 5. I do want to point out, though, that Hilly and Reckless, using their wave priority, actually punish Shadow by taking bot Scuttle Crab. So while you said that it does feel like the junglers are even, the pressure across map from Fnatic are taking these small incremental advantages, and you can see the CS discrepancy opening up between Selfmade and Shadow as he's just trying to get whatever he can back, which was the Krug camp into the Blast Cone.
And a bit of a risky invade from Shadow. Down an item, Selfmade had just recalled. He had the Challenging Smite as well as the Longsword, but Shadow is going to be able to walk away, is going to be able to come out on top in that, just stealing a single camp. Selfmade still with a decent lead as he'll now clear out his Raptors. He's going to be racing towards that level 6 point, and if we wanted to see kill pressure top lane, surely once Rek'Sai gets level 6, there should be more than enough damage to go top to force Arome out. But, of course, as always, bot lane is still an option right up until Zilean gets level 6, so some flexibility for the side of Fnatic.
Also, really nice ward placement from Shadow. I don't think it caught Selfmade down here, but you can see that the pings come through.
Oh! Flash. That was a clincher. Carzzy, very good flash. Hylissang with the aggressive flash as well. A well-placed hook, and I think a positive trait. Trading fast for flash, solid overall, but I got very nervous for the half a second that Carzzy was CC'd right before he managed to flash out of that one.
And this is classic Hilly, and also just kind of what I would call the basics of playing bot lane. I think everyone would agree that it's usually best that you trade your flash on support for your flash on your ADC, because your supports usually come with so much added utility, possibly even tank stats. But Fnatic seem to be the team consistently that will make that happen. As skirmishing topside. Hit him with the W!
Wait, Bubba might have the magic touch ready. He's going to flash forward. That's the W that you talked about, but now here comes the call of Forge God. Where's the Ram going to go? First blood coming through for Arome. What did we say, Frosker? And we talked about Bubba. He's going to be so much stronger, but no, Arome's not taking shit from anybody. Look at that.
Hit him with the Ram. W on me again, I dare you. Yeah, so that was a lot burned. The flashes came through. Sorry, I was supposed to be glass half full right there. I can just think that's funny. I'm assuming Arome and Comms is like, yeah, gank me again. Let's go.
I'm pumped for him. That was, I mean, well played by Arome. But way too over-aggressive. He thought the magic touch was going to give him way more health. Selfmade was still only level 5.
I think that was
laughing straight to the bank.
That was the desync there. The fact that Selfmade wasn't quite there on time, that Whippo had played some trades. You know, we didn't really get to see what happened, but obviously was much lower health and was almost kind of forced to react when he had to and not necessarily wait for Selfmade's setup there. And now with the Catalyst complete, we talked about how Maokai was an unmovable object. Ornn is now an unmovable object into this matchup. And now the wet noodle fight truly begins, which means I think more focus on mid lane.
Oh, that excellent play. Humanoid not to flash away, but it's a stolen ignite. Selfmade now coming over the wall, still only level 5. Shadow. Ooh, also going to match. But Frosker, and you talked about top lane, and I do have to give some credit here, because Arome played a great series last week, so people might be wondering why we were kind of so favorably in the Whippo camp. Now, Whippo stats, you can see, during the regular season are fantastic. Always winning at CSD, always active in kills, has a huge portion of his team's damage stats. But when we shift over to Arome was the weak side top laner and some pretty weak performances as well. Consistently behind in CS, not a big part of the damage, not very active early game in the kills, but what we saw last week and what we saw here in this early game is a huge step up in that individual performance.
I mean, to be fair to him, and to be fair to Whippo, however, it was tank v tank matchup. So yes, credit where credit is due. In the 2v1, soft 2v1 is what we're going to call it. Arome did make the outplay, killed Whippo with the ultimate and got the first blood. But in the games against G2, Arome, when he's in the tank matchups and he's not pressured, he does fine. But when he is fighting more of the bruisers, more of the fighters like the Aatroxes, he was punished quite severely, and I expect that to be the change of a strategy for Fnatic if they lose this game here. I would expect, like, game 2 of Fnatic coming in 0-1 to Mad Lions, like, get Whippo carry, let's go.
You'd have to respect it. And while we've been talking a lot about the top side of the map, top side has been the focus and the herald, in fact, for both sides. Popo getting aggressive, going for this play, but the knockup is there and Shadow's over the wall. Still only level 5 for Shadow, however. Popo knocking him back. Magic Touch going to heal him up nice and good. And there it is. A little bit of a revenge kill as Selfmade's going to grab that one.
Also interesting that Selfmade was picking up the kill. I don't think he needed really to flash there and grab it. I think that was pretty certain Fnatic's kill there. So obviously funneling the gold onto the Rek'Sai, who's now has the complete Warriors enchantment versus Senna. Maybe not my pick, but we'll see how that works out.
Could argue limited window of opportunity to maximize on Rek'Sai value. I would argue, I think, as would you, that I would rather see the gold on the carry. But maybe they're like, hey, you get souls, Reckless. It's a good deal for everybody.
It's also, Reckless's itemization is, I mean, not comparatively to Rek'Sai, but just in general on the Senna, is quite inexpensive for her power windows, because she doesn't go for the hyper-expensive Infinity Edge builds. But not having Flash on Rek'Sai, when that's her primary setup tool, you're then hyper-reliant on either ganking for a Destiny that connects, or actually ganking for the Maokai. So that's, I think it just slows down what Fnatic want to attack the map with, not having Flash. And that's kind of the bigger loss for me.
And we've heard from Mad Lions, specifically Peter Dunn, about how in the past, playing with a Zoe mid, oftentimes Mad Lions very much do focus on limiting that Rek'Sai's ability to flash, because without flash, Zoe can kind of just have a heyday in the mid lane. She can walk up, she can get aggressive. The only thing she has to be scared of is the Shurima Shuffle, because Rek'Sai is so telegraphed in any approach. She has to walk into you to get a knock-up without flash, and that's just not ideal against a champion as slippery as Zoe.
Yeah, and since Humanoid doesn't have access to his flash right now, he does have to be respectful. Like you're saying, he can't be that far forward. Although he's just going to face check into Selfmade here. That was the most confident GLP I've ever seen.
He's got Kaiser there. He says, you have your finger on that R key ready, buddy. It's actually genius. Sorry, just for the memes, though, think about it. Humanoid, we criticized him a lot for isolated deaths. Kaiser can revive Humanoid. That's especially big brain, Frostburn.
The thing is that on Zoe, Humanoid shouldn't... Okay, so here's the thing. Yes, Humanoid does tend to die isolated. I'll hold it, though, because here comes the gank crew, okay? They're just walking by, just giving them a wave. Humanoid likes to play with pressure, and he likes to play with pressure to kill people. He doesn't like to just sit on the pressure that he has on the side lane, which is why oftentimes it feels like Humanoid's looking for those crazy, like, 2v1 outplays, the 1v1 tower dives.
Oh, that's a knockback, though. Humanoid without a flash is now just trying to waddle his way out to safety. That's a very slow Rek'Sai. Can't find the knockup quite yet, but now the ulti is going to guarantee the land. Shadow, though, with the kick back. Here comes the Reckless ult to save the day. Selfmade under the tower. Not going to work out for him in the end. Well played by the side of Mad to turn it into a 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. Again, Humanoid without the flash. That was kind of the one window that you had. The cleanse just about to come off of cooldown there, so Fnatic rightfully punishing where they had it. And still, again, a very quiet bot lane. We haven't really seen either of these bot laners participating with the kills outside of the Reckless ultimate that went through. Back to Humanoid. Humanoid on Zoe.
Ult that thought. There's a hook. There's a bit of damage on Carzzy. We might get an ult out, but no. It's going to be the barrier as well as the heal. Kaiser and Carzzy both burning their secondary sums.
He can't play side lane as confidently, so if he's grouped up with his team as primary wave clear or being used as the pick option to try to find long-range bubbles, that's less Humanoid dying on side lane. And you know what? I respect a player that tries to play at max limitations. Like, Humanoid goes for the crazy play, so eventually it's not that crazy anymore.
And I think in that case, when you look back at that replay, it seems to me, at least, that Humanoid may have been going for the Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Nemesis, hoping to help Lee Sin find that kill, but of course, by committing there, he does line up the knockup for Rek'Sai and guarantee his own death. But now, finally, the first tower going to go down. Went from a very kind of dead even game now to a 1k gold lead for Fnatic. 2-2 the kill score. Cloud Drake in the tower, really the big advantages for Fnatic at this point in the game.
Yeah, so I feel that the two players who are having the least fun time right now are actually the junglers, because they're looking around at their map like, I could try to force a gank here, but it's probably not going to feel great either way. Both teams are just doing the handshake. We traded map a couple of times, objectives.
Yeah, mid laners now splitting off into side. It looks like Hylissang and Reckless are going to take up home in mid lane. Makes sense if you're Senna, trying to gather as many souls as possible. Mad are going to take this opportunity to start up the Infernal.
And Fnatic seem fine and willing to trade this for priority and pressure into the mid lane. Now that they have eyes about where Mad Lions are, they're going to feel super confident to push up. Like you said, parking Reckless and Hilly there, especially whenever you have Death Sentence. One of the bad things, though, is that Senna is still a relatively slow pusher comparatively to other ADCs. Nice thing is that with Death Sentence, however, she can be so much braver pushing forward down these lanes as long as Thresh is positioned like that.
Of course, the Bomby Cinder plus the Flay means the Hillsang can offer some wave clear. I don't like it as much as I like having the Zillion there for the additional wave clear, but Fnatic not completely without wave clear in this mid lane duo thus far. Checking in on top lane, Frostgarden. It remains the wet noodle fight. Sunfire Cape is coming in first for the Maokai. Not as worried about the individual lane matchup, just wants the extra wave clear and the extra armor up against the likes of Carzzy and Shadow. While Arome very close to the Abyssal Mask and should at this point just be completely unkillable. We're just looking at top lane for TPs and wave control.
Yeah, Shadow right now trying to set up a pick, doesn't connect, but you're going to see this type of position set up from Mad Lions at this stage in the game where you're using Lee Sin to look for these really deep flanking opportunities. Really good vision control, however, from Fnatic, not just covering Bwipo on the top side of the map. That's 3-4 wards scattered throughout top side jungle, but also on bot side to cover potential flanks, catching them out. And right now, it feels like Fnatic have really just stalled Mad Lions out.
Not a bad position to be in. As mentioned before, Aphelios going to scale very hard, but the Senna as well with enough souls becomes, like you said, Jhin-esque. Not very interactive as an AD carry, not going to fire out those rapid-fire auto attacks, but is just going to increase in strength the longer and longer we go, especially alongside the likes of Nazir, the true AP hyper carry alongside Corki.
So one of the problems that they're going to run into, though, is trying to crack these mid lane towers for both teams, which is why this Herald is going to be so much more important. I'm curious how bold Fnatic are going to feel to try to start this one up, instead of using maybe some of their vision control to set up a pick with Death Sentence. So, actually looks like we're just going to go toe-to-toe, set the line of scrimmage, and see who checks blind into what CC. Shadows in pit.
Shadows stepping forward. First item has now been completed from Nemesis. He's going to do a lot of damage here. They're trying to zone away. Bwipo's ult is out, and they've already waited for it. Arome's going for the setup on the back side. Ornhorn comes through, but it's going to be a whiff. Not the field goal that they were looking for. Carzzy now running forward. Big ulti coming in from Humanoid, but he manages to go back. Hylissang holding the enemy backline, trying to buy a bit more time. Shield coming in from Reckless. Hylissang now stepping forward, but he has to be careful because that's the Herald over to Mad Fnatic. Ooh, committing too much to make that happen. Mad just gets to swoop in and take the Herald.
Yeah, and the team that starts the Herald is at the disadvantage because they're fighting on two sides, the Herald side and Mad Lions side. They take a lot of damage. They're eventually forced off of it. Mad Lions, hey guys, thanks for the leash. Pick it up onto Shadow. And now can either choose to break this top tower, potentially free up this Ornn, allow him more access to roam around, start using that utility, or put it into the mid lane and give them more access to side.
Bwipo getting a little bit frisky here, but Arome obviously without any mana can't really do much of anything in Shadow. While he's confident, he sees that Sunfire Cape, he knows he cannot burst that Maokai down. So they will back off. The process is interesting because if you had told me at the start of playoffs this is what game one of Fnatic Mad Lions had looked like, I probably would not have believed you that it would be kind of this close and this controlled from both sides. I also wouldn't have believed that they beat G2, but here we are. It's a crazy world we live in.
And it was kind of a question of, were Mad Lions just matching G2? We heard Kaiser in his interview that they just weren't afraid to go toe-to-toe with them, that going in, Mac had told them that they just want to play their style, and they'll go blow for blow with G2, and G2 are a naturally very scrappy, skirmish-heavy team, and while Mad Lions have kind of made their bread and butter over the course of the regular split, relying on team fights, they aren't necessarily the same level of brawlers, so this does feel like a much slower-paced game than I think people really expected, but it still feels like it's been a lot in controlled by Fnatic. And so Mad Lions haven't really had to force to fight because Fnatic haven't pushed hard on them.
And we'll see where Fnatic want to push. The Herald felt like maybe just a bit of testing from the side of Fnatic. Obviously a bit over-aggressive. Obviously a loss on their side to give up that Herald. But not losing anything more than that. And we'll see if Fnatic want to try to force another fight or force another objective and what Mad can do to respond. Of course, first items coming out now across the board. So we are slowly ramping into that mid to late game stage.
Yeah, and right now we're just waiting for pushing, ping-ponging farm back and forth while we set up for the incoming Mountain Dragon spawning in 35 minutes. Again, it's going to be easier for Fnatic to wrestle back mid lane priority because, again, that safety of the Death Sentence as well as the advantage of top tower being down. You can see Bwipo shoved the way forward. It gives him this massive window since there's no tower to roam down, get to his team first. He's now looking for
Carzzy is absolutely fearless. He has Zillion ult, so he's just going to go in straight into the enemy team. Problem is, no one else is around. He doesn't have a Thresh Lantern, so bye-bye Carzzy. Bit over-aggressive there from the Mad Lions AD carry. A bit too much confidence after that G2 series. The fight's going to continue, but not a whole lot of consequence will happen. Humanoid will not connect on the Paddle Star, and that was bad. Cross-current.
And maybe that answers the question of, was it Mad Lions that were just matching what G2 were doing? G2 were there, so Mad Lions showed up, or Mad Lions really revealing their true colors of, hey, we're down to scrap, we're down to tango. Carzzy, like you said, stepped way too far forward, was really feeling himself, lost track of where the CC was, and got punished rightfully for it. And in response, Fnatic get everything across the map. Mid, Drake, and healthy damage onto bot tower.
And sadly, their Herald not going to be active while the tower plates are up. In the meantime, Selfmade grabbing second dragon of the game. That is bad. Carzzy's going to regret that one. You can kind of see the perfect play in his mind, I think, where the entire team's there. He gets to revive as the rest of his team engages and they can come out on top, but I'm not sure that was very realistic.
I mean, you saw the Flay went down, and technically the death sentence doesn't connect, so the two big pieces of CC from the guy in front of him, Thresh, Carzzy's like, didn't hit me with him, and then, of course, Maokai and Rek'Sai show up from the flanks, so that would be the issue.
Now, maybe thinking they had the 3v3 there. I respect that Carzzy's trying to maximize the value of Zilean ult, but at the end of the day, that was a play that they will look back on and know that it's potentially the play that puts them in too big of a deficit to come back from. Because Fnatic is not a team that lets go of leads easily. Now 2K, almost 3K in the lead 20 minutes in. As you said, they were dictating control earlier. They made a small slip-up at Rift Herald. Carzzy made a big slip-up, or an oopsie, as I like to call it, in the mid lane there. That was rough.
And now the issue is that this is really going to dictate the pressure across the map because, again, it was already easier for Fnatic to contest mid lane priority between the Azir and the Aphelios Thresh combination. Excuse me, Senna Thresh combination. Aphelios has to stand so much further back the lane because he doesn't have the same safety, so he has to wait for the wave to bounce into him, which means that Fnatic are always going to get to the play setup, the rotation first. And when you have so much pick and so much CC in the Thresh and in the Maokai, and whenever Rek'Sai has the flash up, getting first to those rotations is going to be super punishing against a team as inexperienced as Mad Lions in some of these more intense situations. So that's kind of the next step up of the game. Losing mid, they've lost now the pressure game, at least on the top side of the map.
And even after their win against G2, you still have to wonder how they're going to handle those high-intensity situations. Like this one right here, Unstoppable for Arome comes out, but it might be too little too late as Reckless and Hillsang are now on the chase. More than enough CC here. Glacial Augment going to proc the slow. Good sidestep there on both pieces of CC. Still unstoppable. Rome, though, going to get hooked back. Trying to make his way out of this one. Kaiser does have ultimate available. Is going to speed him out to safety. Good on Arome. Dodging both the hook as well as the snare from Reckless. Keeps him alive long enough for Kaiser to bail him out.
I mean, even if they had hit him, I think Orange just a little bit too tanky at this situation, but you are correct that it was really nice blue suede shoes. He did have some sweet sidesteps, and I think Fnatic are now going to change up their style as Nemesis grabs Humanoid.
Not afraid to just run face first into that Zoe. All those cooldowns are gone. That's going to be Zoe's actual flash taken away, but Nemesis is out of cooldowns. There goes the ulti from Reckless, the kick back. Shadow missing the follow-up. A rare misstep from the Mad Lions jungler. The knockup comes through. Easy follow-up there. You cannot afford to make mistakes like that against a team like Fnatic.
And that was the difference between trading and potentially getting out with your life and just giving away a free Baron and potentially the first game. Suddenly, Mad Lions just collapse at multiple points across the map.
When you show me the G2 series, I tell you Mad's not a team of rookies. But you show me small mistakes like that, and it comes back to you. They do still have to prove more. Obviously, beating G2 is fantastic, but if you want to stand at the top of Europe, you have to execute on these plays. When someone gets aggressive, you have to be able to fight back. You have to hit your skill shots, and it just does not happen here for Mad.
And the cooler thing here is that this is Nemesis versus Humanoid. These are the two Mad Lion mid laners going toe-to-toe. These guys have faced so many times. They were in the competition for who was truly going to be like that next rising star of the mid lane. Was it going to be Nemesis? Was it going to be Humanoid? And it feels like Nemesis had already eclipsed Humanoid in my mind, but then with that 1v1 kill, that pick off into the side lane, he was just reminding everyone. It wasn't even a competition to begin with, guys.
And that's something we don't see in the Zoe Azir matchup a whole ton, is that when she commits forward on the portal jump, the Azir just goes, I'm in. I'm rushing you. I know where you're reappearing. I am full committing, and I will take this all in. But well played by Nemesis, and now we also get to see part of the reason why Fnatic love this Senna so much. It's the good use of that ultimate from Reckless.
And when you're against a team that has Humanoid on it, you know he does like to play very aggressive in those side lanes. I think at that point he was actually just trying to clear farm, but we've seen Humanoid a number of times look for those outplays, look for those kills. The Senna makes a lot of sense. It worked against Origin. It's now probably going to continue to work against Mad Lions, and eventually someone's going to have to ask the question, do we deny this from Fnatic? Because that global ultimate, semi-global, global ultimate is really punishing. It just allows you to win matchups cross map. Even if it wasn't the difference maker there, it has been in the past.
And the flexibility of Fnatic that they are a team that is happy to play through any lane when given the opportunity. Bot lane just left on the wayside in this current meta as the Senna has freed up the other lanes to play a bit more aggressive. And now we see Fnatic continuing to pull ahead. That's just a wet noodle fight. I'm not going to cast it until there's any actual kill pressure. But 6K gold lead for Fnatic at this point in the game alongside the double drakes. It feels like it would take a massive throw for them to lose out on this one because there's too much gold. The scaling with the Azir already having a death cap, it's nigh impossible for Mad to come back at this point.
So let's check in on some of the itemization that we've seen. We were asking what Hilly was going to build on the Feasting Thresh. He went for the Dead Man's Plate and the Sunflower. Sunflower obviously for cost effectiveness, especially the itemization against the opponent he's across from. But then going for the Dead Man's Plate to kind of work in tandem with the roaming potential that Hilly likes to have.
I thought the ultimate's going to come back to them, selling all their damage onto Blippo. The Lantern alongside the healing coming in, Piercing Light. Does mean that they're not going to be able to finish off a single kill, and it does mean that Azir is now uncontested on the top side tower. Zoe can poke, but she can't commit for the all-in. So Nemesis is going to open up that inhibitor and walk away.
And also against the Baron, she's really struggling to siege down those minions because she doesn't have flash, and if she doesn't have backup, she's also under threat that Nemesis could look for the dive if he spots that the other 4 members of Mad Lions are busy fighting cross-map from him. So Humanoid just kind of had to watch his base get decimated there, couldn't do anything without backup.
It's a difficult situation because the stakes just raise when your opponent has a Baron. Single mistake turns into guaranteed inhibitor tower instead of just being maybe one tower, maybe one small objective. When you're this late in the game, everything is more high stakes, and Mad are paying the price for small moments of indecision, for small moments of overcommittal onto a now pretty much officially unkillable Maokai, at least when the team is around.
Now, something that can be said, though, is that we did see Mad Lions go 5 games with G2, so while this one looks like it's going to be the loss, we expect that Fnatic should be able to cleanly close it out from the tape that we have. We know that Mad Lions are able to bounce back from these situations. Again, Kaiser in his interview said that they really have nothing to lose. They just have to, they've already proven that they're a good team. No one's really expecting them to win the split, so it alleviates a lot of that pressure, and they showed that in the G2 series that they can go the distance, that they have the endurance, and they can find the mental reset.
And that's something that we don't usually get to say about rookie teams, right? Usually it's, hey, you lose one game against the higher seed, the perceived top team. Usually we kind of expect these teams to struggle, to suffer, not always to fall apart, but there's usually some change in performance when an enemy team is winning, and it's partly due to single mistakes from individual players. But Mad have earned that faith. They've earned that credibility with their victory over G2. So something to look forward to is how they adapt in the next game. What we see change in this draft if they take the Senate away, and what else they have up their sleeve. Because this feels very standard Mad Lions to me, but knowing their coaching staff, I feel like there's got to be some spicy picks that they have not shown us quite yet.
Yeah, it does feel very standard. Maybe the Zillion is kind of the only strange thing here, or at least out of the ordinary from Mad Lions. We've, of course, already seen Fnatic play in the playoffs, as this does feel like a little bit of a slow chokehold from Fnatic right now, as they're just kind of suffocating Mad Lions out of the map. It does mean that there's a little bit of time here for Mad Lions to dig deep, try to find that miracle turn. What that would look like is, again, you need Shadow to find some sort of deep flank, get a necessary target, preferably someone like Nemesis, and hopefully back kick him into your team and just delete him.
Yeah, taking Nemesis out of the fight makes everything significantly easier, because Rek'Sai's damage, while solid, falls off a lot. She's definitely not going to be able to one-shot Carzzy unless Carzzy is severely mispositioning. Almost all of the sustained damage is actually Azir at this stage of the game.
Is Hilly building a Wit's End?
My god, yes he is. Oh boy, do you remember Wit's End Sunfire Cape? Do you remember when it was OP? That was my jam back in top lane. It's coming back for Thresh. That's a lot of damage, Frost.
He's playing so much side lane support right now. This is what he does. He gets fed like reckless here comes the airplane. Like, yeah, open your mouth, Hilly. Like, spoon feeds him all of this gold. And then no matter what champion he has, he builds. He's got the passive movement speed from Deadman's plate. He is so tanky between the armor of Sunfire and Deadman's. And then now he has the Wit's End. He can push waves pretty effectively because he can hit so quickly and then just burn them with the fire. And even if you catch him, you can't kill him.
Oh, FLICKR mid lane. Whippo now going in. He's going straight onto Kaiser. He just wants to isolate the Zillion. The ulti now forced out, and that means Carzzy has to run for the hills. Selfmade trying to make his way in, but the kickback's coming through. Still, Whippo's right on top of Carzzy. Carzzy's desperately trying to live. He's got a lot of life steal, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's getting burned down, and there it is. Selfmade going to find the kill. Nemesis swoops in and takes down Humanoid once again. Selfmade now on the chase, and Fnatic are just going to be able to barrel into the base of the Mad Lions.
And it feels like Fnatic just sucker punched Mad Lions, just took the wind all out of their sails, at least for game one, and remind everyone,
we have emotes!
Oh no, we truly are the heavyweights of playoffs. Spam the emotes, guys. Put the salt in the wound.
I forgot, I did not know. Shout out to Selfmade for that one. Sorry, Frostgreen, you had a great point ready. I hadn't seen it before. It was a special time seeing the Pengu cheering.
It's fine.
Fnatic.
Take your moment.
There you go. Fnatic closing out game one with confidence. Very slow controlled in the early game, but once Fnatic found that big lead, there was no coming back for the Mad Lions. Adaptation in game two is going to be the name of the game as we close this first one out with a Fnatic win and a dabbing Pengu. My God, yes, I've waited for so long.
How does it taste, Dragos?
So good.
That's what it's going to taste like for Fnatic right now. It felt like they weren't pressured at all. There was a bit of some oopsies on the top side there. Romney getting the first blood onto Whippo. But outside that, super clean, standard, straightforward game from Fnatic to open up these series and really send a message again to Mad Lions and to Europe. It's okay, guys. G2 may have let you down, but you know where to stand if you want to be on the winning side.
I feel like that's accurate, and I feel like it's interesting now that rather than the story being G2 versus Fnatic, it's at this moment who can do better versus Mad Lions to win back the faith of like the old school European fans that are either siding with G2 or siding with Fnatic.
Here's the thing, Mad Lions, they don't have to win this series to have already claimed victory. They have already won as far as playoffs are concerned. They are already the bays of our heart.
Yeah, top four. In your first season, beating G2 in your first season, it's already
your first split.
Your first split, yeah. It's monumental thus far. But that's going to do it for us here at the Caster Desk. When we return, more spicy League of Legends action. There it is.
Teams are definitely stronger than they were last year. I still believe that we are ahead of the competition, given our players. I'm not scared of losing. I just always try my best and give it all I have to win.
Dennisblade catches onto Perk, but he turns around, petrifying gaze. That manages to stun two. The knockup from Wonder is fantastic. G2 have turned this game around.
Every team makes mistakes, but they will always get punished. They will not really get to the late game that they want to with their comps they draft. I think we are all very motivated to still win the split.
We are just getting started, actually, and it's the start of our journey.
Teleport coming down, the stopwatch has been used. Nukeduck's Emperor's Divide is fantastic. The Grand Starfall comes down. This has gone horribly, horribly wrong for Rogue.
While we are one lose away from being out of playoffs, I'm really grateful that we still have a chance to make it to the finals.
Child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the ones that work while they all play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk, and welcome back to round 2 of the LEC playoffs, where Fnatic has just taken the first game over Mad Lions 1-0 in what was a very clean affair, I would say, or I would summarize. But I have to say, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in the draft. I expected, and I was promised crazy stuff. I expected madness in the draft.
You say Maokai Ornn ain't crazy enough for you, Shox? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, it isn't. But I think, all jokes aside, it is, of course, interesting. It is the first game of this so important best of 5. Just looking at both routes and both plans that Mad and Fnatic respectively decided to take.
Honestly, I liked what Fnatic showcased here.
Okay, well, I'm...
Oh, Yamato, I see Yamato speaking, but he's muted, so
sorry,
I don't hear him.
Sorry, I'm here, I'm sorry.
He's here. Okay, Yamato, go.
I muted one, not the other, and the third, and the fourth.
It's complicated, man. Technology.
It's very complicated. Is there any wonder people are afraid of technology? Nevertheless, this draft... I really like the Fnatic draft because they stole away the Azir. The Senna Thresh, it's so unique in the sense that, you get this tanky champion with you always. The Azir takeaway kind of put Humanoid in the position where he last picked Zoe, and looking in Zoe into so many tanks is just not that great. You always look at compositions like this and you compare the scaling, and I think Fnatic is favored here because they have the Azir to kill the tanks, and they have the tanks to block the Zoe Qs, and on top of that, they have the cleanse value on Senna and also Azir, and these are the things that are going to matter as you scale into the game. But then again, it didn't really matter because Fnatic stomped so hard in that mid game.
I think what was really interesting to me about the draft was how, when I looked across the board, my question marks were, okay, this Thresh being funneled resources seems kind of weird. I was also looking at the Rek'Sai pick, and I'm like, okay, Rek'Sai doesn't really have a huge amount of options. You could look to try and gank bot, but it has to be early. And I felt like that it was kind of a mishmash. But when you look at it in entirety and what its goal is, the priority is that in the early game, Fnatic actually have prio in mid because of the Azir. He's very good at pushing fast. This means that you have early river control towards the bot side of the map. And because Senna and Thresh can actually get push in this 2 versus 2, it gives you the ability to control the bot side river very early on. This gave Fnatic the opportunity to play for early Drakes, which is very important, especially against a team like Mad. Because as Yamato was saying, Fnatic had a comp that scaled better, but something that Mad do very well, and they showcased against G2, is if you put the pressure on early Drakes, you can stack up to that 4 Drake win condition very quickly. So by delaying that and elongating that, it makes it a harder win condition for a Mad, which means that they're forced into more difficult situations early on. And I think this is what made things much harder for Mad, because they didn't have the same agency that they had against G2 last week, and Fnatic just felt like they were controlling the pace of the game from minute 1.
Well, I would put a little caveat there, because I agree Fnatic did look, of course, very strong, but I wouldn't say Mad seemed so incredibly out of sorts. And when you look at the games they did play versus Fnatic in the regular season, 1 win, 1 loss, we see that just like in this game, things are pretty stable until the 16-18 minute mark. No big mistakes were made whatsoever until this point. So is this just a consequence of Fnatic's draft matching up better at this point in time versus Mad?
Honestly, I think this was just a straight-up int. There's not much to do with it. Karzi was trying to target a Thresh that honestly had like 200 armor at this point in time. And the key thing what we mentioned in the pregame is when Fnatic get ahead, they stay ahead. When they get a position to snowball, they get that 1 kill, all of a sudden it leads to so much. We saw the Mountain Drake, we saw the bottom turret, we saw the mid turret as well. If Fnatic is ever in this position in a game, we don't see them losing. It is so important to skip these mistakes, because Mad Lions did have some moments of goodness. We had the solo kill with the Ornn, they had the contest on the Rift Herald, they took the Rift Herald, maybe they could use it to get some kind of advantage, but instead we had Karzi trying to use Zilean a bit too much, rushing in on that Thresh that had just too much armor. It is the surprise of the funnel Thresh, of course.
But for me, it kind of comes back to what you were saying, Shox, which is very much that, yeah, I think the draft did put Mad into this kind of position, because I think the easiest lane for them to gank was mid, and we actually saw them attempt a gank mid quite a few times, but to no avail, and a large part of that was because of the cleanse mid and because of how Nemesis controlled his lane. But once they couldn't get that, you said it, yes, they were even at that point, but this is a bad thing for Mad, because if they're going even into the later stages of the game, then Fnatic's comp is just going to be stronger and better, so they had to try and force a play. That was the play they tried to force, the play didn't go in their favor, and then things just kind of got worse, especially when we saw that top lane play go horribly wrong for the side of Mad, where Nemesis moving off to a side lane, not something that you typically see from an Azir, but the moment he sees this Zoe extremely far pushed out all the way into the middle of the top lane, he's like, this is easy for me. I can quite easily get this solo kill, and you're able to see how Fnatic quickly transition this into a very big Baron take.
And there is, that is where Fnatic rather is, of course, feeling very, very at home, right? When they get that advantage, when they know they can go into that Baron and then just push out the game. So what we're getting at here and what I'm gathering from you, Therius, is the fact that it wasn't necessarily a bad draft to begin with, and they are playing to their tendencies as in Mad, but they might be up against an opponent where they will have to go to the next level and change some things up in order to stay in this series.
I think so, because I think once again we got to see the great adaptation from Fnatic in their drafting, and I think question mark pings were coming up in many people's heads when they saw that second pick Thresh. But Yamato and I were talking about it, and the whole goal was not only are you taking that away from Kaiser, but you're also taking a strong 2v2 bot lane away, which means they can't play through their bot lane, which is what they're so accustomed to and what they find a lot of success with. So when you deny that away from this Mad Lion squad and you force them onto something like a Zillion, which sure, okay, I kind of understand the logic behind it, but that's not what they find success on. Kaiser is really good at making plays. Kaiser is the person that sets up a lot of these opportunities for you, especially in the bot lane. So it feels like that this quick on the thinking and the Azir pick as well that Yamato was talking about, so many small things that look on paper strange, but a lot of it is very targeted. And then when you get into the second half, Mad is like running out of options and grasping for straws as they don't know where to take their draft next.
I think also on top of that, we had the 3 bans from Fnatic side onto that bottom side. I think we're at the point in time where a Senna ban has to come because Fnatic is just too flexible with it. And then I want to see a higher priority on Azir because Humanoid's champion pool is a bit smaller. With all these tanks in the picture, it's better to have Azir. But then again, Fnatic will adapt towards Azir too, so it's tricky for Mad Lions.
It is tricky for the Mad Lions, and it was always going to be, but we have to remember this was only game 1, and we've counted them out before, but they still have 4 games to prove what they are worth. However, it is Fnatic who come out on top with big control in that first game. Let's see if they can keep it up after the break.
And welcome back to our upper bracket series between Fnatic and Mad Lions. We are jumping straight into picks and bans. Mad Lions this time on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. I'm still Dracos, still joined by FLICKR. We're going to get things kicked off very quickly here.
And I want to immediately tee off what the analyst just said, which is, will Mad Lions ban the Senna? Or will they, again, try to trade it for another high-priority pick, try to trade it for another free farming lane phase, and Carzzy just decides, hey guys, that one might have been on me. I went a bit too aggro in that mid lane on the Aphelios. We can take the free farm lane and try to run it immediately back.
Adaptation, I'm curious as well, FLICKR, because I'm not sure. I would love to see the Senna banned away, quite frankly. But Matt obviously have prepped, have planned, have a lot of strategies up their sleeve for this series. And see if Fnatic, as the team that won Game 1, feel like they need to do anything different if the Senna's not banned away, or if they're just going to run back the same draft. Because despite the fact that we've switched sides, the bans so far, only 2 bans in admittedly, are identical.
I would like to see more agency given to Humanoid's champion pool. I agree with Yamato that I feel like Humanoid has a smaller effective champion pool than some of our other mid laners that are left in the tournament or throughout the LEC. When he does get on one of his big priority picks, it's always so explosive and exciting to watch. And while he is a good Zoe player, Zoe doesn't have the same agency as something like his Azir or his Kiana or his LeBlanc. So these are kind of the big picks that I would really like to see Humanoid get his hands on so he can be a bit more impactful and not necessarily so locked down into throwing out bubbles, looking for CC chains, or just being a wave of their bot.
But FLICKR, in an interesting turn of events here, it's not going to be about Humanoid's champion pool that I'm worried so far in the draft. It's going to be about Fnatic banning their own Senna away. Now, maybe they know something from scrims that we don't, but this is not something that Mad have really been known for over the course of the season. Carzzy very much a traditional, more of a hyper carry player outside of that MF pick, and now they've taken it away from themselves. Ezreal also banned by Mad Lions. Set the follow-up. There's actually so many bot lane focused bans in this draft so far.
And is the priority pick going to be the Renekton priority that we've seen or the Aphelios priority that we've seen? I personally am on the side of Aphelios. Thank you, Mad Lions. But that does mean that the Renekton that we've seen really dominate a lot of drafts throughout playoffs has slipped through everyone's fingers and kind of everyone's goalpost right now. It might not just be a priority between Mad and Fnatic, but it is something to think about, especially with top laners like Ornn and Set taken off the table.
And I'm curious to see if we see that adaptation that you talk about. The MF going to be picked up for Fnatic. Would not be surprised to see it paired with Hylissang's Thresh. I frankly love that duo for Fnatic, but of course Gragas was unbanned, so Selfmade will grab it there. But one thing that we talked about last game, FLICKR, was the adaptation overall for Bwipo, if it was going to remain tank meta, tank meta, tank meta, or if we would see Bwipo really start to flex later on in this series by trying to pick something that is more of a bruiser, that is more aggressive, that can kind of snowball these leads a bit faster.
I mean, historically, when Fnatic have looked across from Aphelios, they were one of the first teams that brought out the Gangplank or the Zac into the pick, effectively just making Aphelios' life a living hell by constantly throwing backline and dive access there. You already have great reach with the Misfortune ultimate as well as the Gragas cask, so I expect the Zac and the Gangplank to be on the minds for Fnatic pending what matchup is going to go down here and to really make Carzzy sweat in that backline from pressure.
But also I feel like we have to talk about the jungle now, because the Grag's been locked in for Selfmade. It's 5-0 so far in the playoffs, undefeated. And Shadow, we saw a monstrous performance up against G2 on this Olaf. A champion I have honestly very mixed feelings about, but when it's played well, when it starts to win a game, it looks so absolutely unstoppable.
And it's quite cute that Shadow would pick Olaf across from Fnatic as Nemesis flashes Annie praying to the Church of LS. There we go.
Ooh,
the Yasuo Gragas combo. So we've already seen Fnatic pull this out in the playoffs quite to devastating fashion. It then does put more pressure on Humanoid that he cannot lose priority or the ability to contest priority in this mid lane, because we know that Nemesis will just peace out and look for incredible dives like how they dominated against Alphari. So needs to find something that can compete with this pick. It is still technically a flex pick, so that could also be Bwipo's Yasuo. But wherever this Yasuo goes, Selfmade is sure to follow, and Selfmade is one of our best Gragas players, so it should be explosive, it should be exciting, and Renekton, goodbye.
And I like that they've already seen a bit of hard engage. They already see the Gragas there. They do not want to deal with the Hylissang Rakan as well. And it seems to be the standard so far in the series. You pick the Thresh, you get that Rakan off the table. You do not want to play against it. So Respect ban up against Hylissang. Fnatic will ban away LeBlanc too, and it seems like they are giving that recognition to Humanoid that you talked about, limiting some of his impact, making sure that he can't be that crazy assassin, that he might be forced to stay as that sort of wave clear bot, that pick tool, instead of being able to kind of roam freely.
The Azir blind pick is still available for Humanoid if he wants to try to take the matchup there. not terrible. Obviously, you can just choose to try to stay away from. That said, if the Gragas cask ever does connect with the Azir, he is very fragile, and he would just basically pop, so you have to constantly be looking at your screen, as it seems like Mad Lions were thinking the same thing that we talked about earlier, which is should probably get rid of the potential of either a top lane Zac or a support Zac and give Carzzy some space to breathe. Gangplank is still available, however, for Bwipo. I would assume would be a support pick, however, here, so they can make sure they absolutely get the counter pick and they can still flex the Yasuo around in draft.
And I'm holding my breath briefly here. Yes! Oh, wow. All right, you want two playmaking supports going toe-to-toe? Well, you're going to get it, friends at home. Blitzcrank locked in for Hylissang up against an Aphelios. You wanted explosive Frostgrain. They're just doubling down after every single pick.
Now, I know with the Nautilus into Thresh matchup, because of the wind-up animation for Dredge line, as it's a mid-lane Nautilus, thank you, versus Death Sentence, is that whenever the two champions try to hook each other, Nautilus will just win out because he hits Thresh faster, but I don't know the animation time wind-up for Blitzcrank's Q. It's pretty fast, so I'm curious if it's kind of like the same soft counter or soft answer where Thresh is like winding up Death Sentence, it takes like 10 years, and Blitzcrank just quickly snatch grabs him while he's doing it.
I believe it is the same. I believe it's the same 0.25 second cast time. So we should have that window to make things happen, but now we have the Nautilus locked in for Mad, most likely going to hit the mid lane in the hands of Humanoid, and an Aatrox on the top side. And I love that Fnatic have saved Bwipo this last pick. If there was ever a time to see Bwipo get really crazy, show us something new. That's not really what I was looking for, but Bwipo's Gangplank is legendary and would have to be respected. Oh! We prepped for this! Oh, we prepped for so many weird solo queue picks, folks, and they never happened. They never played on stage, but Bwipo has been jamming Malphite and solo queue, and if it is on hit, press the attack, Malphite.
Trinity Force!
I'm going to lose my mind. Sorry, not on hit. Trinity Force Sunfire Cape. This is a Wombo comp. That is a Malphite Yasuo. This is not Bronze 5, folks. This is the LEC. We do things different here.
Do we actually? Because look at all the knockups and the prep for Yasuo. So I think Yasuo is the core of the composition that you called it and why Bwipo went towards the Malphite. Not that it's a bad matchup. Obviously, you can itemize into armor. You can try to play around Aatrox. The thing that I said Gangplank is that there's the Aphelios in there, and Bwipo loves playing both sides, the Aatrox and the Gangplank matchup. He's super confident on either side, and I've seen him outplay the Aatrox on the Gangplank, using like the speed up of his barrels to get around like all the flips that Aatrox is doing up there. So the fact that Yasuo is here is why I think that he really solidified and said, Malphite's the way to go. I can set up Nemesis, and now all my eyes are on, I want this Wombo combo. I want the ridiculous Yasuo ultimate. I want the Trinity Force to come out of Malphite. I want the explosions.
I want them too. And honestly, outside of just the Malphite ult, the Malphite E, the ability to slow attack speed up against an Aphelios and an Olaf, two champions very attack speed dependent, is going to be big for damage output mitigation in these fights. We're now getting ready. Game 2, of course, Fnatic up 1-0 so far. Adaptation was the question mark coming into draft. What do Mad change? How do Mad adjust? What are they going to show us that's new? And this game looks completely different in draft. This looks a lot more like what we saw from Mad in their series versus G2.
Now, naturally, when you do have Olaf into Gragas, you can try to abuse that jungle matchup. So, checking across, there's no sweepers. They have 5-man stacks, so potentially something went funny in scrims. It's a Blitzcrank. Maybe they're just like, it is solo queue. Everyone 5-man stack in a bush. Wait for Blitz to walk into you. But I really am curious what Shadow's going to do here to try to not necessarily bully Selfmade around, but at very least track him.
Yeah, and Shadow, of course, is a player that was very, I mean, Rookie of the Split vote was very, very close. We've had years where it's just been 1 or 2 names that have been at the top, but Shadow was one of those names in the contention kind of for that title. And it's really important to note how incredibly good his series versus G2 was, because you can see in the regular season in wins, he was a solid performer. This is just in wins. He was really good, but it wasn't always highlight material. Every single win versus G2, 4K+A at 15. This man dictated the pace of the game. He was the one that made things happen, and if he can have a similar performance on the Olaf here in this game, Fnatic aren't really going to get a chance to get their little Wombo combo together if an Olaf just takes over.
I think it might be going down now that we have Shadow on our screen. So what they did is Mad Lions 5-man stacked on red, but they had a trinket onto blue. So they know that Fnatic have no information about where Shadow is starting, and leashless for top and bot lane, so they're not getting any information from a delay from the laners. Now on the opposite side, Selfmade got a very similar privilege. He was leashless wolf start, so he allowed his Misfortune, his Blitzcrank, to get down there early. So everyone should be blind. Maybe some of their suspicions based on traditionally Olaf would like to take blue buff so he can maximize throwing down those Qs.
Oh, that's big damage.
It's
I
a
was
big
very
mental
surprised
game.
that hook hit.
You only gotta thread it once. That's the thing. If you hit one hook, then you got the mental edge. Now Carzzy knows that he can hit it, and he has to be that much more respectful.
And look, it was a big trade win in favor of Fnatic, but they're still backing off. They're still giving a lot of respect, and Carzzy didn't burn any summoner spells. So not the worst that it could have been.
It is going to be a full side top clear from Shadow now as he moves into bottom quadrant. Quadrant?
Quadrant? Sure.
Quadrant? Yeah.
Why not?
Sure.
There you are. We're seeing a little bit of contention here in the mid lane. Of course, Nemesis has to be careful here. The setup should be pretty easy. The flash is not going to be quite what he needs. Quick first blood. The emote spam for it as well. Humanoid's going to grab that one.
That's what that was. Humanoid, obviously on the Nautilus. He's got CC riddled throughout his kit. He flashes forward, makes sure that he can get the auto attack, which, what, is it a snare? Is it a root? I don't know which one it classifies.
It's a snare. It's a snare.
It's really fair is what it is. Very fair and balanced. Locks down Yasuo and just lines it up for Shadow right there. So again, full clear into, he had the sweeper because again, he backed after they 5-man stacked. So he was able to make sure that this wasn't warded to even give Humanoid the option of setting up this play. Sidesteps the tornado, knows that there's no CC left. There you go. Flash for flash.
Flash just a little bit late there, and it might not have even been enough to come in. Selfmade was, of course, on the way as well. But this is the beautiful thing about a Nautilus in the mid lane, is the setup for an Olaf is just too easy. It is as simple as just auto-attacking the Yasuo, and he can't do anything. Windwalling an Olaf axe is not enough to stop him from killing you more often than not. But as we check in on the top side, we mentioned a little bit about press the attack, Malphite, FrostGurn. For right now, it does seem like Bwipo is suffering. Not quite getting the value that he wants. I'll hold that thought, though. There's the perfect Thresh setup. Hylissang is now in trouble. The hook's going to go out. Hylissang grabbed up here. Carzzy now with the onslaught. They're taking their time on this one. Hylissang go down there, and Shadow going to walk away. The Ignite burned as well.
Hold up.
Selfmade on the way in. Humanoid's there too. Bwipo's not really going to be doing anything here. They are going to at least get the 1-for-1 as Selfmade continues to get aggressive onto a Rome. But early game Malphite, not quite a strong champion.
His jungler did come up to bail him out. I do want to start with the bot lane play, however, because I believe Hilly held his flash for that. As that's scary.
Rome now in trouble. Bwipo zooming in.
He's going to get walked down.
Should be pretty easy for Malphite to get that one. Rome has the dash, though. Selfmade covering over the wall. Is going to backstep. Well played. The body slam forward, and Bwipo's still going to grab that kill there. Down in CS, but managing to get another kill for himself.
He does need to have Selfmade assist him with the wave, however, because as Bwipo's minions came in, they were focus fire, and it's going to push. So thankfully, Selfmade's hanging around to help him reset. So here's the thing. Really excellent gank setup from Kaiser, but Hilly looks for the sidestep. Like, he does the little Mario Kart snake where he's waddling back and forth, and he had flash. And maybe he's thinking, if I flash the hook, the axe will still hit me and I'll still die, but maybe it's also arrogance of holding the flash and not just immediately trying to get out of the hard CC. I think that one's a bit for the review tape.
Yeah. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there that he thought he could size. It's hard to believe the sidestep works out, though, because Blitzcrank just has... He's got a big booty. Big old hitbox on that Blitzcrank. Makes it pretty easy to land a lot of those skill shots in those tense moments, especially when he's already slowed there. But for now, very back and forth. Matt actually with an advantage here in the early game, and they talked about it right at the start of the day. In the interview that we heard with Kaiser, Mac was saying to the team, play your way, play aggressive. And now that we see Mad getting more aggressive, it already seems like it's starting to work better for them here in this game. Downside is, right now, Fnatic still starting to dictate the pace here as they go for this dragon. But Mad on the full up, all off into the pit, but he's not going to be able to fight that one away. The knock up the Wombo combo is there, but Carzzy's now free firing into the rest of the team. He doesn't have a ton of damage, but maybe he can get it done. Nemesis with the Conqueror will not be enough. Fnatic may have gotten the dragon, but at what cost? 2 kills picked up by the side of Mad, and that's a 2K gold lead 6 minutes into the game.
And that means Humanoid's going to be on a springboard for getting access to his Proto Belt. Like, obviously, you want to funnel those kills into Aphelios, but it's not terrible to have Nautilus get them, because if he has the Proto Belt, it helps him get access to wave clear, and he can start roaming around, getting unlocked, and moving his utility around into the lane. So I don't think it's the worst thing that Humanoid's sitting 3-1 on the Nautilus mid.
And at a certain point, he will just be able to lay the smackdown on that Yasuo. And that is the nightmare state for Nemesis if Humanoid continues to pull ahead, if he gets that Proto Belt anytime soon. And FrostGurn, when we look at game 1, 4 kills at 15 minutes. This game,
they're gonna die.
Well, we got 7 and we might get 8, because now Kaiser is going to get knocked out here. Reckless retreating under the tower. No CC coming in from Carzzy. Carzzy also out of mana, but Shadow just going to rock and roll his way through that one. Tower will not finish him off, and Hylissang, just another name on the list. Mad Lions obliterating Fnatic in this early game.
And here's the thing from Mad Lions, is they're almost taking a page out of the FPX playbook, utilizing the Nautilus mid multiple times throughout the playoffs now, and Humanoid always getting out into these side lanes, making these dives count. In their previous series against G2, a lot of the time it was going towards the top side of the map. This time around, it's going towards the bottom side of the map. But, you know, Humanoid known as the assassin player, and it feels like the big development for him coming into playoffs and now creating this X factor for Mad is how useful he's been using this utility, using these tanks, absorbing assassins like a Yasuo or Gragas. Like, what are you supposed to do against a Nautilus? Even if you hit him, you don't 100% get the guaranteed kill there, and gets to walk up and do stuff like this.
Which is auto attack, which when you're ahead as Nautilus is all you need to do. And that's the thing, Nautilus snowballs so well because all the setup CC, when you actually have a team that is ahead of their respective opponents, just pretty much guarantees a kill for champions like the Olaf, for champions like the Aphelios.
And I want to check in on his itemization because Human actually pivoted. He didn't just complete his proto belt. He now has grabbed a stopwatch and he's got some armor. So the first piece of Zhonya's. So it's going to be even harder to kill him. I think he's actually just unkillable now with this back. And so Fnatic have to figure out where they're looking. They just throw a cast with a Yasuo ultimate and try to blow up into the mid lane. They need to move Nemesis around and pick a different target.
And Fnatic's damage profile for right now, Yasuo MF, obviously entirely physical damage here, and you are going to get a mixture with on-hit Malphite depending on where Blippo wants to build, but Blippo hasn't built any of that damage yet. Gragas, a similar story. He will get damage under his belt. He can be an AP threat, but for now, he hasn't even finished the Luden's Echo, so this early armor purchase is, yeah, I just think very, very hard for Fnatic to actually deal with in terms of kill pressure in the mid lane. It's going to be nigh impossible to bail Nemesis out of this lane.
It feels like at this point Fnatic are looking towards more of the group up stage, that it's no longer about kind of the 3v3s and the 2v2s that it used to be about, these kind of brawling, skirmish heavy games that they play, that now it's pretty confidently about the big 5v5 or at least 4 members. So minimize bleeding, try to get some pressure back, control the vision line a little bit more, and pick your moments better with how you're using this Yasuo. But for now, Mad Lions have first priority onto early rotations. Yeah, Nautilus is unkillable now that he has access to the stopwatch and some pieces of armor down there against the Gragas Yasuo, but he's also that much better at diving as well. He's got the stopwatch to play with, he's got the armor to dive, and I expect that to kind of be the game.
Oh, there's the ulti. Now the first axe is going to hit. Goodbye to Nemesis. I was about to say it's not all lost. The CS difference is there. You know, he's got an advantage, but now Humanoid's going to grab at least 1 plate, if not 2. And I'm running out of nice things to say. And that's not a bad play by Nemesis. His opponent is just a Nautilus Olaf. He can't do anything at this point.
He has to respect it, though. And where Nemesis truly got the better of Humanoid in game number 1, Humanoid is laughing all the way to the bank in game number 2 across from Nemesis right now. That is, like you said, it's Nautilus. You pressed R on him. Nemesis is like, this is cool. I'm really glad that I get to play around this.
I could flash under my tower. I will most likely immediately get hooked. So instead, I will accept my death honorably. I'll burn exhaust and nothing else. Of course, as a reminder, tomorrow, G2 Esports versus Origin will fight to play the loser of this match, either Mad or Fnatic, starting at the same time the show started today. So be sure to tune in for that one. But at this moment, Blippo trying to build a bigger advantage here on the top side of the map, willing to get more aggressive up into Arome. The matchup getting a lot easier now that he has the Bramble Vest and a Gragas to back him up.
He definitely needs his jungler's help here. Maybe they can kill.
Body slam, wombo combo. They're trying to finish that one off. The cast is going to do it, but Blippo may have to trade his life for this one as Humanoid comes in. The Nautilus, very beefy. Proto Belt there as well. And Selfmade just going to pop Predator to run away from that one.
Good follow-up from Humanoid on the TP to pick up 1-for-1 in the trade. As now bot lane.
No. There's no Thresh this time around for Reckless. He will just have to die there.
And that's the rough life of having a misfortune. Reckless had his flash. He's like, there's no way I get out of this one. It's fine. I'll take the L. Olaf, kind of the feast or famine jungler. If he gets ahead, he's got a single play pattern, which is why a lot of analysts don't necessarily think very highly of Olaf, especially in a game that seems to be dominated so often, so much by who can outscale late game. But when you do get Olaf springboard ahead, that binary playstyle, all he's got to do is run into the backline and blow someone up, and it's going to be Reckless's number every single time. And if he continues to get fed, it can be anyone's number.
I remember when we started talking about the series, Analyst was looking a lot at the bottom lane, and we're finally seeing kind of the Carzzy and Kaiser show up in a way that they just couldn't in that last Senna game. It just was not the most interactive laning phase. And I'm worried. Because you talk about Olaf being, you know, like once he scales, once he gets going, he's really powerful. I kind of feel the same way about Blitzcrank. He's such a win more champion. When you start to win, when you can set up vision and you can just fish for hooks over the wall, Blitzcrank looks so good. But if you start to fall behind, he doesn't do anything for your AD carry.
I agree with that. I just think that there's a bit more agency on like a Fed Olaf. Like if I had to pick between the Fed Olaf and the Fed Blitzcrank,
a winning team with a Blitzcrank. I should clarify. I'm not trying to feed kills to my Blitzcrank.
You're not playing funnel Blitzcrank this time around.
Look, we could. I'm
He's
always
building
down,
Blitz
Frost.
in.
If you want to not farm on Senna and let me play Blitzcrank, I will gladly whiff 100 hooks before you give up on me. But in this case,
I'm okay. No, focusing back on this game.
Ooh.
I'm trying to think of where I want to go to. Right now, maybe with this Blitzcrank on a losing team, you just need one pick. That was the moment. Of course, the ultimate comes up, so.
Potentially, Fnatic could look to re-engage the fight, though. With Olaf ultimate down, he's a significantly more vulnerable target. Only form of tank against right now is Ninja Tabby.
I think at this point, Fnatic, again, it's about stopping the bleeding, so they knew the Herald was going to go down. They're not going to try to force it, at least not without Whippo. Maybe if everyone's grouped up and they can use a numbers advantage. So right now, they have numbers advantage because they know Orome's TP is down. So if Fnatic are feeling frisky, they could try to force a fight, but as Whippo turns back around, uses the on-the-way ping towards the tower, it tells me that Fnatic are probably going to pump the brakes and say, no, let them have the Herald. They're probably going to use it top lane. Make sure it doesn't push through for multiple towers. So Hilly, I think you actually need to hit your reset right now.
Does step forward there to make sure that the tower plate gold goes to somebody. The Herald charges in, though. It's just going to be more money into the pocket of Carzzy. Kaiser making sure to stand outside of the range to donate all of that money, to his AD carry. 3-0-2. So many tower plates in his back pocket. He's going to be very close to a second item, only 13 minutes into the game. But now Hylissang looking to make a mark on the map. Emote spam. The ulti comes out. That's easy follow-up. Arome, no chance to use any abilities outside of that ultimate. And once again, the TFT Yomo coming in clutch for Whippo.
Yeah, he was airborne the entire time. Very well juggled there with the CC to maximize the airtime duration for Arome, so good job, Fnatic. That said, they used everything. That was the Malphite ultimate, the Gragas Cask. So a lot of big cooldowns and now a big window for Mad Lions to kind of immediately rush onto the map and to try to force fights onto Fnatic's members. Good thing is that Fnatic's key ultimates will be back up by the time the Infernal spawns. So Fnatic at this point are saying, it's cool, wait until next ult, probably around the Infernal. So within the next 2.5 minutes, it should be about setup on bot side river.
Keep our eyes there. Setup is definitely coming through for Mad Lions, taking advantage of the fact that they know that they have more members active on the map at this stage. Infernal, going to be one to keep our eyes on. Obviously, for either of these teams, it's going to be a very big deal. Carzzy, though, continues to be the person that I've got my eyes on. He's finished Boots 2, as well as the extra 2 daggers. And this guy is going to get very scary very fast for a team like Fnatic, because if they don't hit their Wombo combo, Carzzy is more than certainly going to clean up an entire fight. Wind Wall obviously can make that very difficult, but a little nervous for Fnatic as we get later in the game.
Yeah, it can at least slow them down. And I agree with you. My questions will be on Carzzy's positioning. In Game 1, it was a misposition from Carzzy that kind of led to disaster of the game, really spiraling out of Mad Lions' hands. That said, Carzzy has really impressed me over the regular split for how aggressive and how confident he's felt to maximize his damage output. Now, that does mean that he tends to die a bit more than other ADCs, so there's definitely windows or tendencies to punish there. And there is pressure when you are on a composition that, I mean, I guess it's a little bit alleviated because Olaf's super fed. I was going to say, like, your Aatrox fell behind and you're running with a tank in the mid lane, so there's more responsibility on Carzzy to carry, but with Shadow being so fed, it's a little bit alleviated, but still has to be on his best behavior this game.
I do worry for Mad if they're under pressure to kind of up the pace, up the ante, because we continuously see Arome getting singled out, and every time Fnatic members commit resources there, they are getting summoner spells, they are finding these kills, they are slowly crawling back into the game in terms of gold. Selfmade's getting very strong very fast, double pen items already completed. So I wonder how much longer Mad are going to feel very confident to take these fights if they keep giving up these kills, if they keep losing these small advantages on the side lane. A Shadow, now going to try to rock and roll his way out of that one. The Lantern will get kicked, but Whippo just follows over the wall. They might be able to grab Kaiser here, even if they can't take out Shadow. They're now running for his life. The hook will connect. Carzzy standing over the wall. That's going to be a big, huge fall, but Nemesis is now on the way in. Looking for a knockup to get the ult started. Whippo's continuing to step forward, though. He remains unafraid. Now they're there as well. Nemesis dashing in. That's the shutdown under the ult. That's big. And just like that, Fnatic starting to close the gold gap. Only 2K difference now. a solid play in the end for the team.
Yeah, making the most of the dive right there. In fact, they're going to turn it around.
Ooh, another hook. Keep your eyes on any kind of knockup. Nemesis holding off on the ultimate, definitely wants to get that one, but Humanoid, one of the strongest members on the team, is just acting as an excellent front line, but how much longer? Nemesis wants to find the knockup. The wind wall's there. He's got the ult down. Nemesis playing so well around the wind wall, but not well enough. Carzzy close out that kill as a double goes over to Reckless.
And Reckless and Carzzy just plant their feet and are just unloading as many auto attacks as possible. The difference is that Carzzy has the gold lead advantage as well as the Aphelios at this point. It feels like Reckless is, at this point of the game, really reliant on his ultimate. It had been used at the very beginning of that fight. You can see all the cooldowns coming off. And as we get another look at that dive, I want to point out Selfmade. So because he had used his ultimate in the previous exchange, which, first and foremost, we have to back up. That is such an obvious trap, and I think that that comes from maybe not being used to playing against a Blitzcrank when you place the ward and then you just stand on the other side. Whoever comes up to clear the ward, you just snap grab them over. So Shadow should learn his lesson there. But pointing out back to Selfmade, because he had used his ultimate previously before the fight, I think it extends it a little bit for Fnatic. Like, if Selfmade has his ultimate there, they don't have to chase so deep, take so much damage to clean up some of these back half kills. And then I think this is the other questionable decision from Fnatic, for Hilly to re-engage the fight when I think they've gotten everything that they wanted already.
Oh, hold that thought, Frosker. And we got another fight. We got a TP on the flank. Whipple running into the backside. He's looking for the setup. He's got the perfect access for Yasuo. The entire team is grouping in the pinch. They can't afford to do that. They have to back away from Whippo. They're retreating. That's the knockup. Nemesis won't be able to get into the midst of the fight. Still zooming onto a Rome, though. The knockup is there. He's going to deny the death. Saves Hylissang's life there, and Fnatic just smashed that exchange, tying up the gold lead just like that.
They just ripped Mad Lions apart. Whippo, just a heat-seeking missile onto Carzzy in the backline right there, deleted him. And that's one of the scary things about Malphite, is that, yeah, he got punished in lane, he got kicked around, but now that he has the Sheen, he's got the Bramble Vest, the Sunfire Cape, he actually just blew that Aphelios up all by himself.
And the thing is, even if Whippo doesn't do damage, you still have to be scared of Whippo because it's just a taxi for Nemesis, Frosker. So Carzzy has to back away, has to stay as far back from the Malphite as possible. Even if he's not necessarily scared of the Malphite, he knows Yasuo is going to be on him in an instant if he missteps. So, well executed by Fnatic, and Mad Lions looked like they were in the driver's seat for so long, but Fnatic played this very well to come out on top.
And again, look at Carzzy. He sees the TPs coming in, so he's afraid to step forward and group up. He wants to stay in the back, and then you are right. Yeah, Malphite can be a taxi for Yasuo, but Malphite doesn't need Yasuo's damage there.
No, I was
Look at
so
that.
wrong.
He just 1v1'd Aphelios.
I was like, he doesn't have that. He's like, he doesn't have the damage yet. All he's got is a Sunfire Cape and a
He definitely has
Sheen.
the damage.
I was wrong. He had the damage. I take it back, Frostcurrent. He has to be scared of just Malphite and Malphite alone for the rest of this game. That was a lot.
And I think now it's going to be, so here's the thing, it's kind of this scary dynamic where you have dive tools on both sides. Definitely Fnatic's are much stronger dive tools whenever you have a Yasuo Malphite Gragas cast, like 100%. But because Shadow is really fed, he theoretically can work like a dive tool. Pops his ultimate, starts sprinting to the backline, but Fnatic's composition are 5 champions that do damage. So even if he finds one of them and trades his life, you still have to deal with the other 4 members. Because Orome got tanked pretty hard up on the Aatrox, he's not as powerful as he should be, and you're still running with a tank-esque support in that mid lane, so it's not like Humanoid's going to be picking up the damage slack. I just think compositionally, Mad Lions, these fights are going to be so much harder for them to survive.
Oh, Reckless. Body Slam's going to come in. They just have enough damage to burst through the Olaf. Carzzy just getting 1v1 by the Malphite. Frostguard, I'm glad you corrected me, or I certainly would have looked like a fool for the second time. That damage is so gross. Hylissang coming in with the hook, though, trying to buy space for Nemesis. Nemesis dashing out, getting the reset on the air blade as he comes through. Stacks up another tornado, can just fall up right onto Humanoid. Humanoid been hit by 2 in a row. Reckless, they're going to try to clean it up with the ultimate, but Humanoid, from dominating here in the early game to getting obliterated under this tower, will be the 1-for-1 trade there between the 2 mid laners. But my god, Mad are getting destroyed.
I'm curious how Whippo found Carzzy all lonesome in his mid lane. I was watching what was happening in the setup top lane, but we'll see it in the replay. This does mean that Fnatic are going to easily rotate, walk to the Baron, pick that one up. And again, this game felt very tense, very close. You know, maybe some people were getting behind Mad Lions. They were making movements. Olaf was super fed. And then just like on a dime, 2 team fights back-to-back. Fnatic just rip Mad apart and rip the game wide open.
Rome coming over, though. Shadow going to try to zoom in, but that flash is going to feel foolish. Oh, the ultimate's not there either. They're just going to slowly but surely walk him down. Carzzy waiting over the wall. Maybe they can buy enough space for the retreat, and they will do so. So saving Shadow's life, and now it's Hylissang in trouble. But Bwipo coming in. He's not too far off from the ultimate, but Fnatic have decided to pull their finger off the trigger, back off, get the resets, and we'll take a look at this play one more time.
So it's greed. That's what it was.
Oh, no. Oh, the emote! I'm sorry. If you're tired of me getting excited about emotes, I get it. You see them all the time in your solo queue games. This is the first time they've been in pro, and it's so special. Outside of those World ones, which we don't really count. They're not very BM.
They use them in the LPL, so I'm a little bit over it. Sorry, Dracos.
So much. Good hook from Hylissang as well. Actually, potentially could have gotten a kill on Kaiser a little bit faster if he hadn't pulled him out, but they still managed to close it out. 1-for-1 overall. But Fnatic are just monstering in these fights, and Mad cannot move their members around the map fast enough to respond to what Fnatic are doing.
Okay, so this is what Mad need to do. Because I agree. At this point of the game, even without the Baron, I think that Fnatic, I like the execution of their composition on what Mad's composition in its current state can do. Mad needs to make sure that Carzzy survives, I'm going to say, at least 2 of these ultimates, preferably 3. Now, if he does survive that, then I think Mad Lions, they still have great scaling potential, great damage, you have good meaty front line, nice levels of CC, and some disengage. You just create space for Carzzy. Issue is that they're never going to get a front-to-back team fight.
Oh,
There's too much dive access. You can see it happening before your eyes.
Oh, no! Ah! Not like this! The wombo combo for Fnatic, but Reckless instantly dies. Mad may have suddenly turned the fight. Bwipo's very focused on Carzzy. They have managed to isolate him and take him out, but no, the flash over the wall. The pullback coming in from the Aatrox changes clutch, but Nemesis now trying to finish the kill off to Humanoid in the mid lane. Fnatic still on top of the fight so far, but not the disaster situation he made it out to be at the start. Carzzy trying to lay down damage from the backside. Arome flashing out to safety. Keep your eyes on that Hylissang hook. It will connect onto Kaiser, and that means one more name on the list, one more death. But Kaiser will walk away. Not quite enough damage here. Arome trying to buy more time in Shadow. Sacrificing his own life, let's say, to buy space for the team. The hook will not connect from Hylissang, and Fnatic still coming out on top.
That was a nasty outplay from Selfmade that actually ended in Shadow's death right there on the replay. Selfmade's like, you want it, I'm tasty, I'm delicious, come on Shadow, you can come for it, and just sidestep the axe. Shadow then overcommitted, his team then collapsed on him. That was actually very clean. So, Carzzy survives this initially, but the key things to take away from this team fight is that Carzzy now doesn't have access to flash, and he doesn't have access to heal. He burned everything. So what we should see is immediately coming out of this, Fnatic are going to sprint at Carzzy and delete him at the very next opportunity that they have.
Ooh, and I think the flash over the wall for Bwipo is timed perfectly, unintentionally, with Arome's pullback there on the Infernal Chains, so he does not get to finish the kill.
So Shadow's going to come around this wall. He sees the Gragas, and he's like, I can at least trade on this jungle. And Selfmade just pops him with the slow, sidesteps the axe. He's like, you're in trouble now. You thought you had me. You never had me.
In early game, Olaf, those duels, it doesn't matter. He's going to catch you. But late game without his ultimate, it's just, he's just dancing on him. And so much hope for Mad Lions here in this early game. And we talked about Fnatic's nature as like kind of this wombo composition. There's always a chance for you to just outright win games with that style of comp. But I thought they were so far in the hole that they couldn't come back. And absolutely not the case. Fnatic have continuously find fight after fight after fight after fight in their favor, even after falling so far down early on.
They are starting to get some of the more key items that they needed to on their Aatrox to participate in some of these damage. Also, I believe that Humanoid has completed his Gargoyle Stone Plate now. He may have had it for the last fight. I'd have to double check, but you know, the items are coming through. You can see the world of execution where Mad Lions, like everything lines up for them and they can start winning these team fights. It's just always going to be that question of, did Aphelios survive Fnatic pressing R on him? If yes, then the longer the team fight happens, you start to weigh more that Mad Lions probably came out favorably. If the team fight ends pretty quickly, which he could be killed by probably a Gragas 1v1, definitely a Yasuo 1v1, definitely a Bwipo 1v1, then it doesn't look great.
Rome does not want to get caught out again. Already 0-5, Hylissang on the chase here. FLICKR, my concern is this. I don't know how they kill Bwipo, because Nautilus does not have enough burst to kill him. And he has 3 armor items against 3 AD champions. Yes, Olaf does true damage, but that doesn't seem super reliable to me. So the later we get, until Carzzy gets some armor pen, I don't think they can kill Bwipo. Who? Oh, no. He's going in. He knows exactly where he is. He's trying to finish this one off. He's just going to dash out to safety. He baits out the ultimate. The rest of the team are just waiting for it to expire, but it's Kaiser on the backside. Carzzy still untouched for now, but the rest of his fight is just getting decimated. But no, Bwipo just goes in through the exhaust. Bwipo does not care. He is the honey badger of top lane. He's emoting. He stops auto-attacking because he knows his team has won the fight, and that was hands down the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen in a playoffs best of 5 in my life.
The only silver lining here for Mad Lions is there's not a wave behind Fnatic, that they can't just clean up that team fight and then storm roll through. That said, rotating towards mid lane, so they did eventually find one, but that was about it. They didn't immediately get to turn and start decimating bases, but the point has been made, the emotes have been flashed. Fnatic maybe starting to style a little bit, especially Bwipo into that backline. I don't think that there's a lot of options that Mad Lions have left. I think picking Aphelios into Fnatic is almost like a death sentence.
It is not where you want to be. Fnatic going to grab their second Baron of the game. And from here, Fnatic set to close out yet another matchup. This time, Mad showing us so much more, but still not enough in the face of Fnatic as we look back on this, well, very wild exchange.
I mean, it's adorable because Nemesis is just like getting information. You see all of the 4 members of Fnatic in mid lane, and then Nemesis sits in the bush. He just waits for his team to give them the numbers advantage when they start this fight. The fact that, again, it's Fnatic who are first to the rotation, which has been kind of the constant throughout these 2 games of the series. And then as soon as Carzzy shows his face, Bwipo has R. He's just like, I don't even need Yasuo. I'm taking this Uber alone. Right on it.
And Bwipo, of course, couldn't have finished off the kill, so he chooses to press S instead. But with no lifesteal and no armor pen, outside of maybe Bloodline Legend, or Legend Bloodline, he's killing himself on that Malphite when he auto-attacks. And that is the absolute worst possible scenario for an AD carry that has to kill 4 other people on that team in any given team fight for Mad Lions to win the game.
And unfortunately, Arome has, again, we said, he's completed 2 items now, but he's still just so far behind the clock that he's no longer a damage threat onto the side lane. It's really now just left open to Shadow and Humanoid, maybe CCing someone to death, and hopefully Olaf's damage is enough to take them down, but
oh no.
It's dire straits. Here we go, possibly last stand for Mad.
Self-mid fishing with the cast is going to go in. Nemesis won't look for the fall. Body Slam Flash will not connect. Bwipo on the backside trying to zone Humanoid out of the fight. He can't go over the wall at any moment with that ultimate. He has Flash and ult available onto Carzzy, and he's going to go for it, but it will not connect. But now the American Assault comes out. The rest of the team still trying to fight. Humanoid on the backside, but they don't have any damage. He's getting blasted by the entire team, but Carzzy, big ulti over the wall. Arome holding on for now, but Nemesis getting the ult. Now he's feeling himself. He's running through the entire team. Triple kill, Reckless flashing over. He's strutting his stuff, and Carzzy just does not have enough damage to close that one out. Infernal Soul, and it looks like game 2 for Fnatic as well.
There was a split second. There was a tiny window where you could see it, where Carzzy was untouched, where he was starting to get damage across multiple members of Fnatic, and then immediately it was Fnatic just obliterated everyone in front of them. They have the Baron, they have the waves, they have the soul, and they now have match point.
12k gold lead. Remember, Mad Lions, they were 4k up in this game, but Fnatic did not give them a single opportunity mid to late. A second win for Fnatic, a clean finish to the game, and as you said, FrostGurren, match point, and the Mad Lions left reeling after that one.
And now it's kind of back to the drawing board. They took away the Senna themselves, so they went for the Aphelios. Like, what do? You feel that you probably got a decent draft right there. Maybe they change up some of the jungle positioning, but I just think that this was execution-based, especially in those team fights. I'm going to say it again. I think picking Aphelios into Fnatic is just, it's a death sentence. You can't really do anything. This team just seems to obliterate that pick every single time.
The Malphite was insult to injury. Well done by Bwipo. I learned a lot about the champion. Apparently, so did Mad Lions. Very, very hard to watch for any Mad Lions fans after there. But after the break, Laura's joined by Kadril for more insight as Fnatic are 1 win away from a spot in the finals. And we've got more playoffs action tomorrow. G2 and Origin facing off to see who will fight the loser of this best of 5. Don't go anywhere.
Teams are definitely stronger than they were last year. I still believe that we are ahead of the competition, given our players. I'm not scared of losing. I just always try my best and give it all I have to win.
Dennisblade catches onto Perk, but he turns around, petrifying gaze. That manages to stun 2. The knockup from Wonder is fantastic. G2 have turned this game around.
Every team makes mistakes, but they will always get punished. They will not really get to the late game that they want to with their comps they draft. I think we are all very motivated to still win the split.
we are just getting started actually, and it's the start of our journey.
Teleport coming down, the stopwatch has been used. Nukeduck's Emperor's Divide is fantastic. The Grand Starfall comes down. This has gone horribly, horribly wrong for Rogue.
While we are one lose away from being out of playoffs, I'm really grateful that we still have a chance to make it to the finals.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Welcome back to the LEC playoffs, everyone. Laure here. Fnatic are 2-0 in their series against Mad Lions here, and I have Kajol with me to talk about how things have been going so far. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Let's talk about the draft here in second game, because the Yasuo Gragas Malphite Blitzcrank combo, I think here Mad Lions had to prevent Nemesis from snowballing, and they did it quite well in the early game. And I think we have to talk about Shadow here to explain this success. So why was jungle the key matchup in this game and in the early game?
Well, he has Olaf into Gragas, so he has a lot more tempo in the early game, and I think the way he played it was really well. He made a lot of plays on the map, and he was just one step ahead of Selfmade most of the time, which is kind of how the matchup normally goes. It looked like a bit of a scrim game, I must admit, with some of the ganks that were happening. He got loads of free kills, but he did his job pretty well. But that's kind of the thing with jungle right now. Whichever jungler blind picks first is already at a disadvantage, and that's what happens when you pick Gragas blind versus Shadow, who's a really good Olaf player.
I agree, but I feel that both junglers have been playing really well and helped their lane being set up to success. And you're the expert here, I mean, being the jungle man, and you played against both these players multiple times. So what makes Selfmade and Shadow different in game?
Well, actually, I think they're quite similar. Both of them have exactly the same champion pools in a way. They both really like Lee Sin, Gragas, and Olaf. And they both have counters to each of those champs. They really like Elise as well. And they're always active on the map, trying to get their team as far ahead as possible. So I think both of these junglers are just as proactive as each other. I just think that whichever one gets the counter pick is just naturally at an advantage.
And we've seen that in draft so far. It went well for Mad Lions here up until the mid-game. And I think all it took was one team fight, one pickup from Illisang here to turn the tide. So how did they make the perfect setup to happen?
Well, I think if you look at the team comps, they kind of drafted Nautilus mid, which is the only ability power they had on their team. So I think Whippo, when he had his last pick, he just said, yeah, slam me in that Malphite, I'm just going to carry. And that's what he did kind of in team fights. Their whole team just had full attack damage, and Nautilus kind of has a little bit of AP until 20 minutes. But when he starts building like Locket and Gargoyle, he's really falling off on the AP. So when it comes to team fights, yeah, I think Karsi can never walk up versus Malphite Blitzcrank.
And yeah, it took, I feel like it really snowballed fast in a way. I was under the impression that whatever Mad were throwing at them after that, it didn't work. And there's a replay I would like to show you here. It's at 18 minutes around the dragon fight. You will see that there's a ward, perfect for Fnatic here, but Orome is also coming. So what went wrong for Mad here? How could they not turn it?
They're trying to have a team fight in a choke, but Karsi can't get through the choke because he has no flash, so he's just sitting there like, guys, I need some help. And then Malphite just comes in and just completely one-shots him. So, I mean, there wasn't much counterplay there. It was kind of a 4v5 from the start, but Whippo kind of carried in the backline. And Misfortune has enough peel with Gragas and Blitzcrank to actually survive against the Aatrox, whereas Aphelios has absolutely zero peel against the Malphite when he has no flash. So, yeah, it was a bit messy.
One-sided indeed in this team fight, and Fnatic kept the game in their hand, and it's match point here for them as they lead the series 2-0. So based on the two games we've seen and the game that ended here really quickly and roughly, I think, for Mad Lions, do you think that we saw everything from Mad? Did they reach their limits here against Fnatic?
I think they have a few more things they can try and pull out. I think the Fnatic's drafting really well against them. They're denying a lot of their power picks, but Shadow is normally the enabler for this team, and he has been pulling off some plays, but it feels like Selfmade's just been pulling off just as many, and Fnatic's just playing well as a team, and I just think their drafts are just stronger in general when it comes to team fighting. And you saw in the first game it was pretty clean by Fnatic. This game there was about 40 kills in 25 minutes, I must admit, but Fnatic did have the edge in team fights regardless. So.
Yeah, and when I interviewed the players, we talked about aggression, Mad Lions playing their game, but I feel like here to maybe win a game, they would have to rely on either flexing picks or cheesing maybe. I don't know where's the exit for Mad Lions here. What do you think?
Well, I do think they have the raw talent individually. They just need to come together as a team, decide how they want to play team fights, right? In that game, in game 2, they're up 3 or 4k gold. Karsi was 4-0 on Aphelios. They just need to set up the objectives properly if they want a team fight. They can't just leave Karsi on his own, getting 1v1 by a Malphite with 500 armor. So, yeah, they just need to be more decisive when it comes to objectives and just play more around their carries.
Agree. Do you think the fact that they play on blue side will have an impact here? Because they will.
Is Mad Lions on blue side?
Yep.
Okay, well, hopefully they get a good power pick and first pick, something like Aphelios, Kalista, something like this, and then they can look to draft through that. They will get counter pick on jungle if Selfmade does blind pick the Gragas, but I think taking away the Gragas is really good. It stops Nemesis from being able to pick Yasuo, more importantly, and I think
they will definitely pick away the Gragas and deny it from Mad Lions, because I know that Humanoid really likes Kiana. So I think Gragas is highly contested, but Shadows Olaf is good enough to counter it.
Matchup jungle again to look forward to here. Kajal, thank you so much for all your insights about this game. And yeah, see you later, I guess. And we'll take a quick break now, and we'll come back in 3 minutes for what could be the last game of Mad Lions versus Fnatic. Stay tuned.
I think we contest them, like, we're a team that is known for liking to teleport bot lane and create a mess there. So a team like Mad Lions that relies on their bot lane is obviously going to fall prey to that if they don't manage that properly. Their top laner tends to play weak side a lot, which is something I profit from a lot. The fact that I don't have to worry about a jungler coming too often is always a good thing for me. And then they rely on their mid jungle in order to get their bot lane rolling, which is also something that I think we're quite used to dealing with. We have a lot of experience playing against teams like FPX, which are obviously a level above at doing that. So having that experience and having been able to prove that we can take a game off them is very reassuring when it comes to playing against a team like Mad Lions, because I think they're trying to replicate the same system, the same idea as what FPX are trying to get going or have been getting going.
And welcome back to Match Point in our series between Fnatic and Mad Lions. What started as an excellent Game 2 for Mad Lions quickly turned against them. And as the story was in Game 2, the story must remain in Game 3. Adaptation is the name of the game here. What else can Mad Lions show us? Because last composition didn't work. Game 1's composition didn't work. How much left do they have in the tank? They are once again on blue side, Fnatic staying on red.
And it's also, you know, match point, do or die. Now, this is the upper bracket, so that means that whoever loses here, if it is Mad Lions, will obviously have a second chance to come back, fight another best-of-5 through to find their place into the final. So it's not like it's the do or die moment of their entire playoff run. And the adaptation that I would like to see is, I'd like to see Humanoid get a little bit more teeth. He had a wonderful performance on the Nautilus. He's, of course, a great Zoe player, but I'm looking for that something special. If it's him getting a hold of a LeBlanc, or again, we say things like the Kiana, it doesn't have to be these champions specifically, but something that gives Humanoid agency to play a side lane, to play a 1-4 or a 1-3-1 style, to allow him to flex some of his muscles. So if they do go out and down here, he at least got to say, you know, I put it all on the court.
And I think that's it'll be interesting to see if that's the option that they take. Because I think also you could also look at this as Mad Lions and say, hey, we almost had him. This Nautilus-Olaf combo was incredible. If we get it again, we can get another lead, and this time maybe close it out. Maybe ban away the Malphite too. As long as we're taking options here. So whatever they do decide to do, I personally agree with you. I would love to see Humanoid kind of freed up to be that proactive playmaker in a way that fits his style more than just kind of playing the Nautilus mid, as good as it has looked in this series and against G2.
The scary thing is that they're blue side, so if he does do it, it's probably going to have to be with a blind pick, which is why something like a LeBlanc would feel really good, because it is one of his favorable blind picks, but it's usually denied away from him. So that's also the added layer of struggle here as we move into the draft for the perhaps final time between Mad Lions and Fnatic.
And already we see first ban mirrored from the previous game, Fnatic banning Kalista, so we're on track so far. The question for me is, do Fnatic ban Senna again, or do they risk giving it over to Mad Lions? Frankly, I think Fnatic are super happy saying, Carzzy, please play Aphelios every single game. We have a million different ways to kill this champion if that's where you're going to focus your damage.
And instead, they're going to ban it themselves. So everything was following kind of to track on what we saw in game number 2, but instead of that Ezreal ban that we saw in game 2 from Mad Lions on blue side, it's now the Aphelios themselves. So what does the priority pick become? Because so far throughout this series, it's been Senna and Aphelios, so it has to change.
Do they give up the Gragas again into the hands of Selfmade? Because that was one of the big picks that allowed them to come back in the game. Obviously, pairing it with Yasuo is part of the reason that it was so effective. But Mad, these are the moments where you really think you make every single second matter in picks and bans, because this might be the last opportunity you get to draft team opposition up against Fnatic. And Syndra, of course, remaining unbanned because they took away the Aphelios means that they now have the luxury of that flex pick, and we've seen Carzzy show us how good he can be on that champion. So it is a bona fide flex pick, unlike for many other teams in the league.
Now, Syndra was banned by Fnatic in game number 1, but completely fell through the draft in game number 2. So I suspected that it just wasn't high priority because it wasn't as confident a flex pick for a team like Mad Lions. So you already called it. This could theoretically fall into anyone's hands. I'd be happy to see it go to Humanoid. Again, I wanted him to have a bit more teeth, and Syndra's certainly a champion that can do that. So we'll see what Nemesis has to answer. Usually in this type of situation, if you think it's going to be a Syndra mid, you're going to grab one of your tanks, something like an Ornn, although it is banned. Perhaps a Nautilus would work really well here because you deny her the kill damage. You could go for the Echo if you want to try to the aggressive outplay, and they already have the Thresh to decide if it's going to be, you know, the bot lane Syndra. She can hit you with the scatter of the weak, but you can use the death sentence to reposition yourself, offer yourself some safety down there.
And also deny it from her, which I think is equally as important, because similar to Aphelios, Syndra really loves having that additional safety. She has a small amount of self-peel in that scatter of the weak, but if anyone gets around it, she pretty much instantly dies. So taking that support away is an excellent option, and we see Mad Lions keeping some of the things that made their composition work so well in the previous game. We have the Olaf, we have good gank set up with a Syndra and a Renekton now locked in, so I like the adaptation we're seeing so far.
It also feels like now it's going to be the bot lane Syndra, although theoretically is still a flex pick. We've seen Noip the Renekton in the mid lane, and that seems to be where he's going. But right now, Matt haven't revealed a ton outside of what you just pointed out, Dracos, which is that they have good gank setup for Shadow, who goes back to the Olaf into the Gragas matchup.
And now we see Bwipo's Malphite once again. And obviously there's not the single source of physical damage like there was last time around, but the next matchup should be okay. We saw that early on Malphite might suffer, but he does get, when he gets going, it's nigh impossible to stop him. So see what Mad Lions want to do to offer a bit more here. They could send to the Syndra bottom. They would need some more magic damage to mitigate their chances of just getting, well, Thorn mailed like last game.
I think it'll be really telling if they decide to ban the Yasuo on who's going mid lane. Versus if they leave it open, because it would be the exact same composition that they just ran into previously, minus the Thresh for the Blitzcrank. If they leave it open, it would tell me that...
Interesting.
I'll let it go. It would tell me who's going to be the mid lane champion.
We'll hold on to it for now. They've taken Leona away, so don't want to give away the potential Syndra-Leona kill lane combo. Also another champion with excellent setup for Olaf, so limiting some of those more aggressive support options. Would not be surprised to see Rakan taken away here as well. It's been banned, I think, every second phase across the first 2 games of this series. It will be the Rakan in the end.
Still have access to Tahm Kench if you still wanted to play it quite safe next to the Syndra. Other not bland, I like Cassio. I was going to say blind pickable. Slip of the tongue, saw Azir, was like, oh, bland champion. Blind pickable champions.
Blind. Yeah, all right.
Same difference.
See what Fnatic does with their blind pick here, though. Yeah, Misfortune worked out well. Once again, this is my favorite pairing for Misfortune. Offers more safety. Both these champions roam incredibly effectively, and it's something that we've seen Fnatic have success on in the past. So getting their own hands on the power of the MF Thresh. I wonder if we see Kaiser try his hand at the quote-unquote Blitzcrank counter pick here.
But so far, Mad now have to reveal their hand. Another Flex champion. Never mind. We still don't know where anything's going for absolute certain. Using 2 bans onto the mid lane, I feel like they are really trying to sculpt a really strong 2v2 mid jungle with a lot of kill threat. With any of these champions in combination, they can get that.
And to be fair, Whippo with full armor, really good at kill. Oh, wow. I love this. Okay. All right, fine. I thought for a brief second, I was on the wrong feed, Frostgurn, so I was 2 seconds behind you. So I was wondering how you were so prophetic in your wisdom. But no, you're right. That is the Kaiser special. That is the Nautilus. And now we have, once again, a ton of engage on the side of Mad Lions, but a little bit more of a split damage profile.
I do like the fact that Nautilus and Pyke can kind of serve as similar instance here, although I think that Pyke does it slightly better, but Nautilus a little bit more consistent, which is unlocking themselves from that bot lane and sprinting towards the mid lane. And Nemesis is like, guys, I think that there's probably going to be a party in this mid lane, so I'm going to pick for pushing priority and safety here.
The old input buffer Tristana rocket jump. For Tristana players, totally balanced. For everyone else, ludicrously OP mechanic. But it will help keep Nemesis alive here. And I actually really like what Mad are drafting. Once again, I like having a Sylas against a Malphite. Sylas stolen Malphite ult is just strictly better than full armor Malphite ult. Maybe we see some adaptation from Whippo in the build. He's tried a lot of runes out in solo queue, but need to find out exactly what Whippo wants to do here.
And I feel like with no Azir band, it kind of gave away the hand that it was probably going to be the Renekton into the mid lane, which is what Humanoid's going to stick with. Now, Tristana does get a lot more safety there, range versus melee matchup, as long as she's respectful of the slice and dice. So it might be a little bit harder here, but that's still a very powerful skirmishing 2v2 between this Olaf and Renekton. And that's a lot of very powerful champions on Mad. They no longer have just like a single to 2 damage threat composition. Every single person there has kill pressure, so it's on, do or die, game 3.
Everything you probably want here for both of these lineups. Need to see who will come out on top. Can Mad Lions come back? We're gonna have to find out. Match point for Fnatic. Humanoid with the Renekton mid lane. It can go side lane. It can get stuff done. Can it do it against a Tristana? That is a very different question.
I feel like Nemesis is probably just going to neutralize the lane, turn it into free farm. If his jungler gets information or he knows that he can be safe and push up, really try to punish range versus melee mismatch. That said, because Kaiser has something like a Nautilus, because you have Shadow on Olaf, and because you are a Renekton, I would expect that there would be a lot of attention towards this this mid lane, so Nemesis has to be on best behavior to make sure that he doesn't get broken.
See if we get the same jungle start that we saw last game, FLICKR, and of course you were commenting on no information for either side on where the jungler started. Offered a lot of flexibility in terms of pathing, a lot of unpredictability.
Shadow did this path in the same, or in game 2. No, he didn't do it. So he was starting his back, and I thought he was going to recall, reset, and grab the Oracle Olins, and it might be a tell that he was going to look for an early gank after top full clear into mid lane, check the brush to see if Nemesis had warded, but he actually decided to cancel his back, and instead is going to do this with the Trinket.
Obviously, Olaf, incredible clear speed, just going to double clear the camp here as we see a slightly slower clear from Selfmade on the opposite side of the map. Hugely important for Shadow once again to hit the ground running in this game, find some early action, get ahead of the opposition, because we've seen what Selfmade can do once he gets out of that early game, once he gets a few items under his belt. But I want to talk a little bit about bottom lane, rather, FLICKR, because I'm as good as Reckless and Hylissang have been over the course of the series. The lane that they're playing against is ludicrously oppressive.
Yeah, multiple forms of CC. It's super easy to chain it together. As soon as either the Dredge line or the Scout of the Week hits, you're pretty much guaranteeing that the other one's going to land after it. One of the nice things about Syndra bot lane is her pushing power, having that Q level 1. There's not a lot of matchups that can out-push her, so you can see it's a very free bounce for Carzzy and Kaiser here. Their minion wave taps Helios or Reckless, so it will reset, which then allows them to gain information like this, popping into Selfmade jungle, setting down vision, and trying to get information about where this Gragas might be pathing. And we called it, there's probably going to be a party into mid lane, and even if it doesn't equate into actually killing ganks, as a Rome.
Getting a little frisky here, the flash away, press the attack, and it's just okay for Blippo. I cannot believe he came in on top. Conqueror, not enough to carry that exchange for Rome.
And I was just about to set up, you know, even though Mad Lions might not get the gank off or the kill into the mid lane, the pressure there still denies something from Nemesis, so they are technically trading back. Arome then falls down in the top side, which is just disastrous using that flash, because now there's a huge target on his back, and the minion wave is, I can't spot it, but from what I can see on the minimap, pretty horrific. And yeah, it's frozen.
Rome just try to get aggressive here. You can see Ruby Crystal as well as the longsword. Okay, and the thing is normally the Phage is what I'm worried about here, FLICKR, because once Blippo gets that, if he's already winning the lane, it's going to be nigh impossible for Silas to get away. And now Humanoid, it feels like he's trying to bail his top laner out as he runs straight up to the top side of the map.
Yeah, they have to cover him to make sure that this wave can get bounced back, because you can see the next minion wave has stacked back in. Arome is still in one hell of a position. They now have eyes that Selfmade's out there, and as you called it, Humanoid is basically just trying to buy time for the Silas to get his wave state in a better position.
Rome still trying, but no one else is here now, and Selfmade is on the top side of the map. This is the worst possible outcome in the early game for Mad. The flash body slam forward, the TP now coming topside, but Rome is already dead. Blippo now is just going to back away. Knows he can't afford to take this fight. Selfmade maybe not able to win the 1v1 here at this stage of the game, but can try to get something. Mad potentially going to turn this one around. Shadow now on the hunt, but all of Fnatic is here. They're going to save Blippo, and this is turning against Mad instantly. This is the worst possible start. 3 kills for Fnatic, 1k gold lead. It's only 4 minutes into the game.
And something that Fnatic do really wonderfully on Misfortune is they maximize use of her passive and the movement speed that it gets, not just in getting early back timers and quickly running back to lane with double Dorans in this case, but they did this last game as well. They will constantly peek mid lane, roaming around with Hilly and Reckless, and this time around walking all the way to top side to get involved in the back half of that.
And one of the other things that Fnatic do well in this case, I think that we've talked about a lot, is how they adjust their lane assignments so fluidly. Nemesis goes to the bot lane, he picks up all that CS. He's now 20 ahead of Humanoid, who went top, who gave his life, who tried to make this play happen, is now just putting himself further behind in the mid lane matchup. And 1k goldie doesn't seem like a lot, but when you look at Blippo's items and you know that all that Silas healing is just going to be non-existent now, it starts to feel a little impossible.
And when you look at the way that Fnatic can play out fights and how this competition really can run away once they get a lead, especially with like a Tristana. So I'm in agreement with you there. It's very punishing. I do feel that there's a bit more of a clock on Mad Lions to be proactive in kind of the early stages of this game if they want to have relevance into earlier fights. Still not down and out because their champions do very well on kind of first completed, second complete item windows. So they need to stop the bleeding, get to these breakpoints, and that is not the way to do it.
Oh, level 5 coming through on the Olaf. Now level 6 with the body slam comes over the wall. This is a Fnatic unleashed. 6 minutes in, 4 kills. Pulling further and further ahead in gold. And that play initially looks a little sloppy, but the execution there is just fantastic.
Kaiser's dead.
Yeah, Reckless, he's going to buy time, he's going to buy space, make sure his AD carry can get away, and he's going to flash over the wall, but Selfmade's just going to chase. And Humanoid is walking back top lane, so this is just a stalling tactic. Kaiser maybe can die to the tower here?
I think they might let him go. Gave him the hat, the wave goodbye, saving Private Kaiser. I think he's going to get the execute. I think it's been long enough.
Wow. Wow. What a different game. Game 1 kind of more slow and controlled in the early game. Fnatic slowly pulling ahead. Game 2, Mad Lions owning the early game. And now in Game 3, it is absolute Fnatic dominance here early on.
And a lot of it has to do with where they're getting priority and rotating. Arome stealing the ultimate, trading heavy damage, and trying to set up this dive on Bwipo as Humanoid and Shadow are here.
Bwipo is desperately trying to get level 6 there because he's very close, but it will not work out. Mad finally getting a kill back.
But see how it doesn't translate into anything else. They get the dive, but it doesn't turn into plates. And meanwhile, you have multiple funnels of gold of CS being into the mid lane as Nemesis is getting to free farm. As long as this engagement doesn't land on him, he's going to walk away. And then multiple plates going to Hylissang and Reckless in the bot lane. So yeah, they got the kill on Malphite topside, but in terms of actual gold value traded back, it's still Fnatic that are feeling very healthy and very much in the lead.
Yeah, they went from a 1k gold lead off the back of Mad Lions finding a kill. So now it's FLICKR and they're getting the Mountain Drake. The map's resetting. It's only triple Dorans for Reckless so far. The good news for Mad is no major items have come through, but what do you do if you're Mad in this situation?
I mean, you try to create unfair skirmishes. Again, still using this Renekton. It's about picking the right target on the map. Maybe that's trying to team up with your Nautilus and maybe attack the bot lane, since I guess you can still have kill pressure on Bwipo right now because his itemization went to Executioner's Calling to try to deal with Silas's healing as opposed to some clear resistances, but it looks like it's going to try to be mid lane. Just think it's hard to really gank this Tristana, especially when Thresh is standing behind her. So yeah, for me it's about Mad finding the right target selection for unfair fights and skirmishes, whereas Fnatic can pretty much choose where they want to fight Mad.
Powerful thing to have, and Mad are going to be the team to start up the Rift Trail here. We've talked about how this can be a disadvantage if you are spotted out doing it. Only level 4 for Hylissang. He has to be a little bit careful here. He can't just get bursted down, but Selfmade's still in the area, has popped the Predator. Bwipo waiting over the wall to get things kicked off. Now he's going to get the 2-man ult coming in. Nemesis on the backside, getting things kicked off. Harzy throwing down a lot of burst damage, and is just going to delete Bwipo out of the fight. But Shadow has lost his ultimate, and now Nemesis is looking for the resets. He's going to find one there. He can now bounce into the back line. Rome has the ultimate to try to reset the fight. Nemesis now stepping back for a brief second. The exhaust goes down, and that's going to do it. Reckless finding another kill. Rome going to trade one back, and he's now trying to run, but it's too little, it's too late. The bomb goes off, and Nemesis now on a killing spree.
And this is now a huge Tristana and a huge problem for Mad Lions. This is a composition that they're running that, again, does really well on kind of 1-2 items, but you've now just kind of springboarded Fnatic composition, which, in my opinion, can outscale and can have ease of execution on team fights to match them and now surpass them. So that was a pretty massive blunder that they're really going to pay the price for.
3k deficit, and the Herald hasn't even been popped yet. And you look back at this one, and Bwipo just waiting for that perfect ult setup. Mad just funneling in here and getting wrecked.
What I think is really cool here is the patience of Nemesis on when he looks for the leap. He waits until Reckless is in position. He knows that Syndra can't just turn around and blow him up and burst him, and then he leaps forward. And it seems small, but in a lesser coordinated team, your Tristana might have, you know, as soon as possible leapt forward and done a bit of vein spotting and then just got turned around and blown up. But it's kind of these small details of why our top teams are our top teams in the LEC.
And I completely agree, FLICKR. And you also look at the little backstep he makes up against Silas, because he respects that Arome has stolen his ultimate, that he can 100-0 him if he connects the change. So he backsteps, hits the exhaust, and then fully commits before they round out the fight. And because of play like this, he's now 3-0-3. He has the Blade of the Rune King completed. Selfmade has completed his first item as well. And Arome, he's stolen an MF ult, but at this point, I think it's just going to be wave clear before he really gets to do anything with it.
Yeah, and like you said, it's the defensive misfortune ultimate that comes out. It does mean that the second tower just takes a big chunk out of it. Now, meanwhile, Mad Lions did get some work done cross-map. They actually zoned Nemesis off of the tower with a numbers advantage. Got, I think, some gold into Humanoid's back pocket, but still not feeling great with... he's got his first completed items, laced up his Nikes, he's got his Ninja Tabi, and that's about it.
To start, there is an MF and a Tristana, so you are getting extra value out of it. But the awkward thing about the Black Cleaver, Frostgarn, is that like you're going to do pretty solid there, but it's not like anyone on the enemy team is building armor outside of Whippo, so you're not going to get the same value as you might in other matchups.
It's just like, it's bad news bears. The one nice thing is that it's theoretically easier to itemize because you have so many, I was going to say you have so many of like the same damage threats, but actually Selfmade usually plays AP heavy Gragas.
Whippo now trying to sidestep into the tower. Might be able to trade back with Humanoid as he dashes away. One more tower shot. Not going to be enough. It will make out. So Mad do get something, but Fnatic immediately responding in the mid lane. Cask being thrown back. The body slam to fall out before the scatter of the week can come out. Well played by Selfmade, but now Shadow looking to rock and roll his way through the rest of his team fight. He's unstoppable, but he doesn't have the health bar to survive Fnatic in that exchange.
Here comes the TP, and look at Nautilus. Kaiser's also on the flank. They have to cut down. I think they're okay.
In the meantime, Nemesis is still just hitting a tower in the midst of all this. Of course, the Rome's trading on the top side, but Fnatic holding on to their lead. Now 5K ahead of Mad Lions, and they're looking to make it 6, as Kaiser's just another name to be taken down. More auto attack forward, and Reckless 4-0-3. 12 minutes into the game. Once again, this is happening so fast.
And Kaiser knew better too, and now here goes Humanoid.
Next play to the Rune King proc. He's going to flash out to safety. They are just going to back off. They don't want to overcommit. They know more members of Mad are coming, but they're going to steal away the red buff too. So Shadow the one paying the price for Humanoid stepping forward there.
Almost got everyone over the wall. And in another fell swoop, yeah, Fnatic give up Whippo in the top lane, but with all of that time, they get the mid tower, or excuse me, not the mid tower, they get the mid dive, they get the teleport, they fall back onto the dragon, they funneled multiple waves into Nemesis as well as Reckless on the back half of it, so still across the board, they're continuing to balloon the gold lead. And
now
maybe now some alligator shoes.
No rocket jump available for Nemesis, unless he got the reset there. Now he's going to miss. Whippo on the backside. Can't just look to ult, wants to, has to, but he's just going to get burned down before he gets the opportunity to use it. Thresh still stepping forward. Shadow now running, now chasing. Nemesis throwing down as much damage as he can, but he has to be careful. A good leap out to stop the abduct from connecting, but Mad Lions find a solid skirmish.
Yeah, a bit of an int of a TP. Whippo doesn't have access to his ultimate. It's still on cooldown. So that is a one-way ticket, and finally a mistake from Fnatic that Mad Lions are able to capitalize on. Difference is that it still only amounts into a single turret plate. So every time Fnatic are finding these advantages, these victories, these fights, these skirmishes, it's always like multiple plates, multiple farms of gold, a dragon. When Mad Lions get it, it's like a kill, and in that time it was a kill and a single plate.
And I like the aggression initially from Nemesis, but then you see the TP come in, you wonder what's going to happen. And I didn't see that Malphite cooldown, Frost, so I thought, oh man, they've thrown it all away. But
you're like, you can trade 1 for 1.
Nope, can't do anything, as it turns out. Well played by Matt to just punish, keeping an eye on that cooldown, keeping track there, and knowing they can just fully commit.
Yeah, and I guess a little bit of a silver lining. It was Hilly that got the pickup kill or the trade versus the Tristana then running around as 4-0-3, still sitting 3-0-4. But otherwise, Mad Lions are a bit in desperation mode. They're at this point in the game where they have to keep the tempo up. They have to continue to look for these skirmishes and continue to pressure. I like the fact that they're doing it against Whippo, but they're always sacrificing something on the map. Fnatic is making sure that they're either trading farm or pick advantage, or I guess it's kind of vision advantage, creating these pockets of darkness for Hilly to stand in.
And to be fair to Mad, they are getting something out of it. Whippo's been put very far down. He's at a 2-level deficit. And while we were initially very excited about a Ruby Crystal, a Doran's Ring, and some healing reduction, we're 8 minutes forward, and we've only really seen Boots 2 now coming in and a little bit more. Reckless is forced to heal and zoom his way out of that one. So Whippo has been put in the gun and is going to need some time to recover here, or just accept his role in the team as an ult bot.
I'd love to get another look at what Kaiser just did right there. He had ultimate, and I swore he was in range to use it. Now, Reckless was pretty fast on the flash there, but I didn't get a good enough look to see why Reckless didn't die.
Use the heal. Actually, just use the heal to zoom out. So not even as instantaneous as the flash.
They're going to dive him.
Good setup here, but Hylissang's on the way in. There's a Lantern there as well. He's just going to backstep. The ulti's still coming out. Shadow can try to chase, but they will retreat.
He's
very
clean.
good timing. Yeah, Hylissang, the guardian angel of Reckless at this point in the game.
Reckless and Hilly are so clean, because meanwhile, that's so many resources, not just in cooldowns, but in time investment and number investment, and Nemesis is still just being an absolute menace on the sidelines. Thank you, observers. Yeah, he could have ulted it.
I guess wanted to aim for the hook? I'm not sure there. Maybe wasn't too confident in where the rest of his team was. Be an interesting one to ask him about at a later point. And Shadow risking getting hooked here. But we'll now just know that Fnatic have multiple members committed. The ward has spotted them out. If Mad want an opportunity to fight, the time is now. I believe Arome can steal Bwipo's ult if Bwipo comes to the fight. The cooldown should be down at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think Mad Lions are going to go ahead and give this one up. At this point, I think they need to kind of fall back to their pick tools. They're not finding the skirmishes that they need. They need to invest gold to clear out some vision, create pockets of darkness, and then start playing around Nautilus CC or Syndra pick potential. So make sure that they're getting a faster rotation starter, stand the fog of war, and hopefully someone just blind face checks into them.
And that sounds a lot more limited than the options were at the start of the game.
They can still try to punish Bwipo. Like, you can see that they're setting up Humanoid on a side lane, and their little Peter Pan buddies, the Shadow of Kaiser and Shadow. Man. Standing under...
even Peter Pan's Shadow has a shadow, I guess.
It's Shadow squared. Here we go. This is what we want.
Nemesis just going to get hooked up, just going to get knocked out, but the follow-up there over the wall from Bwipo. Now they're trying to turn the fight despite all odds. Selfbait now needs to retreat. Bwipo trying to run out to safety. Body slam wins it, going to be back up. Hylissang there with the Lantern, and Selfbait hung out to dry here as the hook comes back in. The Scatter of the Week as well, but now Fnatic decided it's time to get the fight started. Bwipo actually has some decent damage, and here comes the Reckless ult. Won't find a kill yet. So far still positive for Mad, but as Humanoid gets hooked, it might turn against them. Double kill for the Thresh on the bottom side, and Bwipo slowly but surely chasing down the Nautilus.
Is Hilly gonna get it? He's hungry.
And for the LCK fans out there, that's the Dudadunga TFT emote special. Just absolute BM. Gives the kill to Reckless. Well played.
Yeah, and unfortunately multiple kills. Arome did clean up a lot onto the top side, but it also rotates into the Dragon. It looked good initially for Mad. They got the picks that they wanted, but they just overcommitted a bit, and Fnatic still have sizable gold leads and item leads on multiple people, so they're able to fight even from disadvantages quite effectively at this state.
Ooh, but Humanoid still going to try to go for the flank here.
Big flank.
Trying to double dash through to get to Reckless, but the Cloud Shrine actually going to make sure that Reckless out to safety. Plus now flashes as well. And Matter they're just getting danced on. Their ankles are being broken in front of us, Frostgrunt. That was
Their ankles
clean
were
movement.
just shattered right now. That hurt so bad. Okay, so Mad Lion fans, you can look at this one at least for the initial part of the clip, because this one feels pretty good. You used the Fog of War, you got a couple of kills, getting some shutdowns. It's like, it's all good. It's like kind of at this point that you want to close your eyes, because Fnatic now will just chase down. Hilly is having a phenomenal game on his Thresh, famous for it, so it's always nice to see that one. He's set up so many plays. He's been so clean on this Lantern, and the replay that I really want to see is him breaking Mad's ankles with this outplay.
The back half of that fight was so good for escapes. It looks like in the
observer's
meantime,
but he got the tower, guys. He got the tower, and I think 4 waves.
And it's only a 4K, or it's only a 5K gold deficit. It's not really growing at this stage of the game. Of course, it is 2 dragons to 0 now.
That is something to think about, though. The side lane, you know, with Sylas and Renekton, at least pending the lane matchups, they could try to tear Fnatic apart.
You would assume that they have advantage over the Malphite at least. Hard for me to say on the Tristana point, but we'll find out as we get later in the game. 3 Drakes for Fnatic, excuse me. And now moving on to Cloud Soul at this point of the game. That will be big because you might have noticed, but they're a very ult-reliant team with the Malphite Gragas misfortune. Not that they've technically needed them across a lot of these fights.
That's also the timer that you pointed out, the soul that's coming up here for Fnatic on Mad Lions, that, you know, pending lane assignments, if they continue to try to exploit these side lanes they've been doing, shadowing the Renekton or now shadowing the Sylas to, you know, force Fnatic to respond to them to try to eke something back cross map. Eventually, Mad Lions will have to group for the soul. And that's when Fnatic get to finally force their big 5v5 on them.
Mad Lions do get something there, but they are trading, it looks like 2 tier 2s for 1.
At this point, I think Mad Lions are in a bit crisis mode, funnel up as much gold as possible, like hoover everything up, jam it all into your mouth, because we are on a timer now where we're either going to be 5v5ing for this Baron or 5v5ing for this Soul.
That's a lot of pressure. And we have to remember, Mad Lions, because they're in the upper bracket, if they lose, they're not out of playoffs. But if they win, they lock top 2 in their first split in a league with Fnatic and G2. At some of the strongest points they've been in history. Now, admittedly, G2's last series wasn't spectacular, but this is still the same G2 that won MSI and went to World Finals. So for Mad to finish top 2 in our season in what would have to be a reverse sweep against Fnatic would be probably the most phenomenal rookie story in EU history. Now, that starts with winning here.
Ultimately, all of those titles, all of those victories mean nothing. It's all about the history that theoretically could be made today if they manage to reverse sweep. But it does feel like we're coming to the climax of Mad's composition, that their backs are a bit to the wall. They've bought enough time. They've got some good items. The Luden's completed on Silas here, so maybe there's a chance, but it's got to have to be clean, as Fnatic are just going to continue to funnel up gold, meet them at this 5v5 for the Cloud, and I think that's going to be the big turning point for this series.
And just multiple sources of healing reduction as well, so not going to be an easy game for the Silas. He will not get a chance to pop off the Renekton as well, really going to suffer against that itemization. And you're right, FLICKR, and this does feel like Fnatic's series to lose, if anything. Mad would have to dig deep and show us more than they've shown in any series that we've seen so far.
They may have caught them. Selfridge just going to go over the wall.
A trade of emotes.
Hit him with the thumbs up.
Two ships passing in the night.
At this point, Cloud is going to spawn, and Fnatic are actually just going to play for priority on top and mid, and then they can send one of their ADCs, either Tristana or Misfortune, to pick it up themselves as they play the pressure game, and then use Soul to force Baron play, probably.
And we saw yesterday that sometimes teams aren't worried about Cloud Soul, and I would hope for Mad's sake that they are one of those teams, because I really think ults are just very, very important. Because the fact that you put Bwipo in the dirt does not mean anything. Yeah, if he has a 40-second ult cooldown, like, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter if he's 0-9. He can still win any team fight if he with a well-placed ultimate.
They're getting a deep flank. Kaiser smells it.
The damage. Gonna pull back here though. Predator used by Selfmade, small cooldown to give up, but an important one.
Oh, that's important.
Bwipo. That's going to be a whiff, and they've already used the Lantern as well. Arome has stolen away the ultimate as well.
Come on,
Where's
Arome
going to go? Flash out, flash it all into 3. That's the combo. That's the kick-off, but Reckless is firing back. So much damage from Reckless. Arome gets his way into the back line, but it's not enough. Fnatic are simply too far ahead. Bwipo trying to buy space, trying to buy time. Arome and Carzzy forced to fight this Malphite as Reckless just cleans up the rest of their front line. Arome taken down. Carzzy next to the list. Give him the Penta. They're running for it. He's got time until the rest of the team responds. That's the only thing they can be thinking right now. They want that Penta. They know they're 2-0 up. They can take the risk, but no. They give Carzzy the respect. They back away, and instead, they set their sights on that Cloud Soul.
Sad B face. I feel that Reckless denies him his second Penta. His first, of course, coming on the Ezreal in 2020. It would have been the cherry on top for what looks like a sure 3-0 from Fnatic. And you could see, again, small window, glimmer of hope. Bwipo whiffs the ultimate Carzzy very fast, hovering over the flash key, make sure that Malphite doesn't happen. And then Arome then steals the ultimate, finds the massive hit on Fnatic, and you're like, this is it. Mad Lions, this is your one chance. But they don't get Reckless. He turns around, he blows them up with the bullet time, and then from there, the gold lead really just takes over Fnatic, and they clean house. Reckless picking up so much gold.
He's already so far ahead, too. Now going to be approaching 3 items, and sad B indeed. Not going to have the cleanest closeout possible there, but still a 9-0-4 score line for the Fnatic superstar.
Fnatic's bot lane is proving a point. Everyone was talking about Carzzy and Kaiser and singing them all this praise. And it's like, don't count us out. Don't forget us.
Come on, guys. Overall, incredible. Like, I think that people will look back at this performance and remember a lot of like Reckless's amazing scoreline if he doesn't die again, but Hylissang's Thresh and these Lanterns and the way the entire team has played around that cooldown in these tight clutch situations has been impressive to watch. And now for Mad, sadly, the same story that we've been saying is true. It's about looking for picks, it's about buying time, it's about potentially, scaling up into late game. The thing is just as you fall into bigger deficits, as you give away more advantages, like a Cloud Soul, now potentially like a Baron, it just gets harder and harder to do.
And the Baron has been started. They're trying to get Arome into position. He has made a pressure point, now forced to burn the TP. 3k left, ticking down. Shadow, what you got?
He's unstoppable. This could be the play that ends the series. Shadow, can you make your way
the
into the
pit? He got it!
Steal a Shadow! He gets the Baron! Is it going to be enough though? Now the rest of the team has to retreat. That's 2 members knocked out by Fnatic. Fnatic don't even care. It was a bait to get the fight kicked off. They don't mind that it's taken away because they've just slaughtered 4 members of the Mad Lions and maybe their hopes at finding their way into the finals.
The death timers are very long, and Fnatic are going to push exceptionally fast. And I think in the only 3-0 of our playoffs this far, Fnatic are going to close the game, and they look across to G2 and they say, this is how it's done. This is what you do to a rookie team.
And as they close out, it's not just G2 they're looking at. FLICKR, and they're looking at all of Europe. Raise your hands to the sky, spam your emotes, and wait a little bit longer. Because Fnatic are not going to close the game.
Tried.
Well played, Tech Splash. Well-timed win moment call, FLICKR, and your words were beautiful. I was ready to follow you into the final moments of the game, but Fnatic, they're not taking any risks. They'll close it out nice and clean.
They'll back their spend all of their ridiculous gold, and then we'll get another run at it.
Just do it again. Don't change it, just do it again.
Take 2. So, good things here. Shadow did get the steal. And how many times have Fnatic been in a situation where the Baron gets stolen away from them? I think it's a bit of a curse at this point.
True. And I said it doesn't matter, but surely a Baron would have allowed them to end the game there. So it does mean a difference in minutes of game time. And if Mad can find
So it was the steal that
play,
ruined the wind call. That's what you're telling me.
It's true. Darn you, Shadow. Also, if you're loving this series, there's more League of Legends tomorrow, as you can see from 2 of the strongest, most seriously pictured supports in all of our league here. I'll leave it at that, though, because we are in what could be the final moments for Mad here in the upper bracket.
Still reminder, though, that it's the upper bracket, so we will see more Mad Lions. The winner of G2 versus Origin would theoretically face whoever loses this series.
Well, 100%, not even theoretically, will actually, I can confirm. Unless they're sacrificed to Cthulhu, which, as we know, is an ongoing issue here.
I still don't understand that.
It's just weird, and you hope people go with it, you know?
Okay.
We have a stolen Malphite ult. We have Mad in position to potentially find a pick. It's going to be very hard.
Reckless, who's about to show topside, which is why Fnatic are just immediately ejecting out of Mad's jungle. Because obviously as soon as Reckless... self-made, were you caught? I wanted Kaiser to flash that wall so badly.
It's so hard, though, because you're at the point where if you make a single mistake, you lose. Like, you had other chances, you made small mistakes. You're most likely going to lose here. Your odds are not in your favor, but if you lose a single member to a random pick, the game is probably over.
Well, they have 1:20 for this Elgin to come up. They do decent damage. Like, at this point, Mad have gotten the core itemization that they needed. So, again, in the perfect team fight.
Yeah, because, like, look, at the end of the day, once again, Silas has full AP Malphite ult. Olaf cannot hurt this man. Oh, yes he can. True damage coming through. Reckless can hurt more, though. And that is the pick that I was talking about. We'll have to see if Mad are bold enough to pull off a 4v5. Shadow definitely not the most important member of the team at this stage of the game.
I love how you're struggling to really identify, like, the power of Malphite in this series so far.
Dude, I don't...
You're like,
Last
is
game
he
had
strong?
3 armor items, and I look down, I'm like, this game only has 1. I've been baited horribly. Yeah, I looked at his numbers in the break. He gets a lot of damage from building armor. I learned that one. So did Arome. Well, I probably chose to go for an AP champion this time around.
Humanoid and Nemesis just sharing a quick hello, as it looks like Fnatic are going to do this one pretty cleanly by the book. They've created a bunch of space. They have complete control of this jungle. There's a single cheeky control ward on the back of the Dragon Pit. And teleports are about to spawn, so we'll see if Arome uses that maybe for a potential flank, but everyone knows where everyone is.
They've been spotted out. Both of them go for the ultimate, but I don't think it's going to work out.
Humanoid!
Arome, right to the back line. AP Malphite power stolen away as Arome goes golden. Now the rest of the team still trying to bite. Humanoid not getting any damage down, though. Carzzy now going to be in trouble. A hook lands from Hylissang. It's perfect. It's just what they need. RC buys a bit more time, but it simply will not be enough. That's a double kill coming through for Selfmade. Gonna give one more over to him, triple for the Gragas. He's gonna look for a little bit more. Reckless over the wall, he wants to close it out, and that's going to be a quadra for the Gragas. Scumbag Reckless takes the Penna, but that's gonna do it. What a fantastic way for Fnatic to close out a series.
And okay, I get it. Everyone at Fnatic has ridiculous score lines. Quadra goes over to Reckless, Quadra goes over to Selfmade. It's really beautiful. But Hilly is out of control on this Thresh right now. The death sentences, the lanterns, the targets that he's hitting, it has been beautiful to watch.
Frostgren, I said half before, so I'll say the whole thing again. Fnatic can put their hands in the sky, look at all of the LEC as they sit on their throne in the finals and say, who is next? Mad Lions weren't worthy. Who's next on the chopping block?
And in a statement, Fnatic smash Mad Lions. 3-0, the only that we've had of the playoffs so far. They are clearly the heavyweights here. And like you're saying, they look at the contenders that are left. Mad Lions will face whoever comes out of Origin versus G2, finding themselves now seated at the big three when everyone had really counted them out. Some people were surprised that they even scraped into playoffs. And G2 and Origin wanting to prove that they actually are the third best team, that they can be contenders for the title, hopefully winners one day, and G2 trying to redeem themselves after the egg on their face that Mad Lions left them. We potentially get that rematch.
This is, I mean, I love our new format. That's what I will say. It feels like such an incredible story. Of course, your players of the game at Twitter, at LEC on Twitter, rather, are Bwipo, Reckless, and Selfmade. You can't go wrong. Hylissang might have been robbed, but the regardless is, there's no wrong answer when Fnatic play a final game that good.
Now, it was competition, very stiff, between all 5 members. I'm just going to throw it out, though. Hilly had an amazing last game. That was very clean Thresh play.
I've never seen Lantern look so
broken,
incredibly impactful. Yeah, it's a nutso ability, absolutely. And I think the thing that you were saying right before we announced the Pogs is so true. So I don't love every playoff format, but I do love this one because we get those rematches, we get those hype moments, and for Fnatic, it feels like being in the upper bracket earns you something because you get so much footage, you get so much tape on your opposition that if you're hiding any strats as G2, as Mad Lions, as Origin, Fnatic is going to see all of them before they even have to play you.
And it still feels that the tape that you have of Fnatic over these last 7 games, you haven't gotten anything. That they feel like they haven't been put under pressure by Origin or Mad Lions. That, yeah, I guess you see the Malphite, but we've seen Bwipo over the entirety of the regular split pulling out these weird, quote-unquote, top lane picks to find some of these counter matchups. So I feel like Fnatic still have so many bags left in their, or so many tricks left in their bag.
All right, well, it was a fantastic series, most certainly, but for more on today's action, here's Shox with the LEC post-game lobby.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm here in the post-game lobby and I'm joined by Selfmade and by Verius. Hello, Selfmade, and congratulations. Great stuff out of you.
Am I supposed to say something? Or?
I'm not exactly sure if I can hear you. Yeah. Oh, okay, I was scared that the mic wasn't working again. Go ahead. Just tell me your thoughts about the series.
I mean,
it works.
Crazy series, right? Honestly, at least me, I didn't expect it to be that easy. It felt like just pure screen block, right? And we managed to go easy 3-0. I mean, easy. Okay, second game wasn't that simple, but we had a lot of fun with Bwipo and we managed to carry the game, I guess. So that's pretty much it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems like you don't have too much to say about it. And honestly, from our perspective, I mean, it's always weird when players say it was easy, but it honestly looked quite easy for you guys as well. What do you think the main thing is that you did better than Mad in this series?
I don't know, honestly, because it was again the same like last week. We went on stage and we actually first timed many champions and we managed to make it work. I think we just played better overall as a team. Yeah.
Okay, Verius, maybe you can shine a light on it. You are the analyst, of course, and Selfmade was in the game. He couldn't focus on it that much.
I mean, I think that I think you kind of hit the nail on the head where Honestly, it felt like that Fnatic overall just played better than Mad did. I thought game 1 we saw a really good draft come out from Fnatic, and I felt like that they kind of countered a lot of what Mad wanted to do. And in game 2, to me it felt like that Mad actually got what they wanted, and they were able to play through it properly, in the sense that they had a strong early game jungler and they hard invested towards bot, and I thought that they would be able to snowball off the back of that, but a couple of small mistakes and Fnatic immediately came back into the thick of things, and I didn't think we'd see the Mal fight for a 3rd game in a row, but it seems like that Fnatic have now got another pocket pick in the back that they can bring out in any sort of situation that's always reliable in terms of setting up and engage, and honestly the final game just looked like a slaughter, so Fnatic kind of showcasing how strong they actually are and what they can do with the lead.
Yeah, Selfmade, I saw that Reckless tried to get his Penta, but he didn't get it, and then you got a Quadra, and he stole it from you. Are you angry at Martin?
No, I'm not angry. Like, honestly, it should be impossible. Like, I don't know in which world jungler can get pentakill, so... Yeah, I mean, if I got it, would be crazy, right? I was shouting really hard. I was, like, about to click the lantern,
exactly.
but he stole my lantern, and then I was like, yeah. But he apologized me, so it's okay.
I love it. He apologized. Better. I mean, it's good that he apologized. Others, you would have been angry forever. Selfmade, talk to me about the jungle matchup. We hyped up Shadow a lot. But he had some really good moments. He also had a Baron still in good early games. But how do you think you matched up versus in this series?
I mean, like, how did I match up against him? Like, let's be real. Whoever watched the game will clearly say that there was a huge jungle gap, right? And I'm not even trying to be offensive towards Shadow, because I think he's a good player and he has a lot of potential. But I think this series, I played really well, and I'm kind of proud of myself, I have to say.
I think we can echo that. You played amazingly. I want to ask you a bit about your development in this team of Fnatic. How do you feel you're able to grow within this team? And of course, you are a great player to begin with, but how do you feel that you're kind of enabled by the rest of the teammates and these very experienced players you're playing with to kind of finding new levels in your play and kind of new heights?
I mean, what can I say? I feel like Fnatic has the best laners in Europe. And as a jungler, it's super easy to play when you actually have lanes that you can play, like, you can play around every lane. And no matter, like, how the game goes, let's say somebody goes behind, like, for example, in second game or bot lane, like, we managed to make them go really far behind. So we're like, yeah, Bwipo, it's our time to shine. We have to take over this game. It works also the opposite way. We have, like, games where, yeah, it's same for the 3rd game, right? It was complete opposite. They were playing around top side, so we're like, yeah, Martin, you're gonna carry this game. And that's how it looks pretty much. And I feel like I can easily become the best jungler in Europe in Fnatic. And that's what I'm working for, obviously.
How far would you say you're off there? Because when it comes to kind of the context of the teams, a lot of people are saying, well, G2 didn't show up, so the way Fnatic has been playing and has been winning, they're clearly the favorites to win the whole thing, and that would make you, of course, one of the candidates to be a best jungler possibly at the end of the playoffs. What do you think about that statement?
Well, we will see how it goes. I think right now, since we won against Mad Lions, they're gonna go to loser bracket. I think loser bracket is pretty stacked, and honestly, everyone can make finals from there. I can't say that, yeah, we're gonna play G2 in finals, because I think Origin is playing well, Mad Lions is playing well, even though they just had a bad series. But as we saw before, they have potential, they can easily face the best teams. So, yeah, I guess.
Verius, what do you think? We didn't see the best performance out of Janko's last series, but then again, you can't count G2 out, right? But Selfmade seems to be making a case for playing phenomenally so far.
Well, I mean, it's funny because when you put in the context of Origin versus Fnatic, that 3-1 probably doesn't look so bad anymore, considering how they just 3-0'd Mad Lions, right? And I think that when you think about it like that and think about how Origin have evolved their drafting and how G2 right now don't look like their strongest form, it definitely looks very competitive in the lower half of the bracket. And it depends how both these teams evolve against Mad Lions and what Mad Lions can take away from their series versus Fnatic. But ultimately, I think that what we're seeing is a clear gap between Fnatic and everyone else. And that's got to feel pretty good, especially when the vast majority of the regular season, they were either sitting in second or third. And this was one of the rare occasions where they actually went 0-2 against G2 during the regular season as well. So I'm sure that there's a lot riding on this for Fnatic, but I think, I don't know, maybe Selfmade can tell us, it must be pretty frustrating to not have the opportunity to play G2 in a best of 5, because I can imagine there's a difference between taking a split away from beating like, an Origin or a Mad, but it's very different from being able to take it away from your rivals like G2.
I don't think it matters. I mean, obviously G2 are like our rivals for like years, right? With Fnatic, but in the end, it doesn't matter if you're gonna beat G2 in finals or you're gonna beat other team. If you win, you're gonna become the champion. So that's the only thing that matters.
Okay. I mean, some people would think differently, but I like that you say it doesn't matter at all. I mean, if you win, that is what is the most important. Yes, he did.
The fans vote, okay? The fans vote. I just want to make that clear.
You were in the vote, though, but it's pretty hard to work against that reckless social media magic, isn't it, Selfmade? It feels rigged.
I mean, he's a phenomenal player, so he deserves it anyway. He played really well. Like, he's playing actually every game insanely good. Even the second game, he was really behind, and then he found a way to come back, which is impressive. So.
Wow, Selfmade, so wholesome to his teammates.
So yeah, we thought, I mean, last interview we had you on, you were dropping some bombs left, right, and center, but we've got to call him Selfmade today.
I guess I have two personalities, I don't know. I'm in calm mood right now.
No, it's all good. We appreciate it, of course. We don't want to, make you say anything you don't want to. We are going to have a quick interview, though, with Mac, the coach for Mad Lions. Mad Lions are not out, but I do want to hear his thoughts on the match so far.
Thank you very much, Shox. And thank you, Mac, for joining me. I'm sorry things didn't go your way today.
Not quite. Could have been better.
Not quite. Could have been better. But I mean, yeah, you'll have another time to make up for it. And we will talk about your job as a coach in this Live Like a Pro interview here, because the road doesn't end here for you. You'll have another chance next week against, we don't know who again yet. But how does it feel to lose a playoff game knowing that you'll have a backup option after that?
I mean, it's nice being able to play without... I think being in the winner's bracket allows you to play with kind of less fear, and I think it's always a good thing when players are playing without fear. So that's definitely a big positive. Bouncing back from a loss like this is always really hard. Like it was a pretty crushing defeat, not gonna lie. So we'll see how things go. Like there's always a big kind of mental hurdle that you have to get over in the following week and make sure that people's confidence bounce back and all of that kind of stuff. But I'm pretty confident we can be in good shape by next week's match.
Yeah, you'll have a week to get ready for your opponents. And I mean, your recent award speaks for the fact that you know how to guide this team through success. And I don't know if we mentioned this before, but I do think you were a teacher before becoming a league coach. So I want to know, from being an English teacher in Spain to becoming a League of Legends coach, what helped you in helping these rookies?
And I wasn't a teacher for that long. Like it was a fairly brief stint in Spain being an English teacher. But I mean, it's just transferable skills, right? Like I think the most important skill in coaching, and I'm not sure how directly related this is to being in Spain. Like this is a skill that you just develop over time. But I think the most important skill by far in coaching is the ability to listen and empathize with people and understand them. I mean, the more that you make people feel understood and feel listened to, then the more kind of the better your bond of trust with that person becomes, and then the better it is to be able to work together in a high situation. So I think that's for sure the most important thing.
I agree completely on that, and it's also based on trust. And if you can listen to your players, they're more likely to trust you. And you mentioned the fact that this was a crushing defeat in a way, and I feel like there will be some work to do around switching the mindset back to warrior mode for next week. So how do you intend on doing that?
I think this series we perhaps mind gamed ourselves a little bit with focusing a bit too much on what Fnatic can do, what Fnatic plays, rather than just kind of playing our own game. So I think when you get to this point in the split, it's almost always about just refining your style and figuring out what you're really, really good on, and then making sure that you hard commit to that. And if you can take away comfort from your opponents, then that's great as well, you know? I think in game one, we definitely didn't necessarily draft like fully towards our comfort. Like we played a comp that was very scaling heavy with the Zillion, where you need to like, you know, not fight for ages. And then when you get to that sweet spot with the Ornn upgrades and the Zillion ulti, then like you're really good in the game. But we fought before then because that's the type of team we are, right? So it doesn't really play into our strengths necessarily. So that's just something we need to like really double down on in the coming week.
So you know what went wrong. So obviously we will be ready for the biggest comeback hit story in the lower bracket to the great final next week, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and plus beating G2 a second time, maybe.
Yeah, easy.
Easy peasy. Thank you very much, Mac, for the interview. Good luck for next week. We'll get to see you guys again.
Thank you.
Thank you. And back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much. There, Mac, he keeps his spirits up. He says, well, yeah, of course we're going to win. Of course, there's a bit of jesting there, but it seems positive enough about kind of being able to rectify some of the things that went wrong. Vedius, what do you think of Matt's chances going forward against either OG or G2? And then maybe the rematch versus Fnatic?
Well, I think that right now, given that Fnatic have showcased a way in which you can exploit Mad, I think this will give a lot of information to both G2 and Origin to be able to prepare and figure out a strategy in order to take them down. Of course, this does mean that Mad will have some time themselves to grow and develop and figure out what new ways they need to play in order to stay competing with the top three teams that we currently have in terms of G2, Origin, and Fnatic. But honestly, I think their chances are only going to go down. And it's going to only be harder just because of how easily Fnatic was able to exploit them in this series.
Yeah, it did look, as said, very comfortable. I'll use that word because it sounds less harsh than easy. Selfmade, what do you think about OG versus G2 tomorrow? G2, bad start, can't count them out. OG, relatively strong games yesterday versus Rogue. How do you think that matchup is going to play out?
Can't predict. I think it will be close series. I think both teams are playing on kinda same level right now. It doesn't feel like G2 is ahead of everyone, and after OG lost to us, they kinda stepped up their gameplay, which we could see yesterday against Rogue. So I think it will be close series.
And I think it's important to remember as well that in Game 4, Origin were in full control for the majority of that game. And it wasn't until an upset, mistake that we actually saw Fnatic being able to come back into that game and then suddenly snowball out of control. We could have gone to a fifth game. It could have been OG versus Fnatic all 5. And if you look at it from that perspective and the fact that Origin have shown improvements, and then you also assume that G2 is in a struggling position, it's easy to see why Selfmade is of the opinion that these two teams are quite close and comparable right now. And again, it always comes back into that conversation is this iteration of G2 stronger than last year's? Right now, the evidence is suggesting that no, it definitely isn't, and there's a lot more opportunities to exploit them.
Do you agree with Selfmade's sentiment that then, hey, the G2 best of 5 loss versus Mad Lions wasn't just a blip on the radar, it's just a bigger indicator of a level for G2?
I think that there were... I do think it was a combination of the two, because I think that G2 performed much worse, even on a bad day, than what I think we would normally expect from them. But at the same time, I think that there are issues within that team that are exploitable and can be taken advantage of by the likes of an Origin, Fnatic, and Mad Lions. So I think it's a combination of the two, and while I do expect G2 to be stronger in their best of 5 tomorrow, I don't think that they're going to be at the same quality that we saw of last year.
Okay, well, we'll see tomorrow, of course. Thank you so much for joining us, Selfmade. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the final. And that'll be all from us here tonight. Across the Atlantic, though, more League of Legends in a little bit. Cloud9 will go up against Evil Geniuses. Cheeky prediction, guys?
Cloud9.
I don't watch NA, but I heard Cloud9 is stomping everyone, so I guess Cloud9.
There we go. Cool. Well, we'll be back tomorrow for G2 versus Origin. See you then. Good night.